promises to be true. It's heartbreaking and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, then to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black,
closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2022. I'm Atlas, and I'm joined by the wonderful Chronicler here for the final day of Week 4, our first week back after the Solnar break, and unfortunately, things have been a little bit of a mess here in the LCK. It does not stop here either, as unfortunately we have to go back to some more substitutions and things like that in today's matches.
And you know that even considering the fact that there's Challengers players come up, considering the circumstances and considering the fact that this is supposed to be fully the LCK, it is unfortunate. And hopefully for Kwangdong Freaks today, that unfortunate scenario at the very least can provide them with a little bit of a respite, which honestly, at this point, they kind of need.
They definitely do. This is not the team that any of us were expecting. I feel like we do this every single time they play. It's not the team we were expecting at the dead bottom of the standings. However, it is unfortunately the reality that we live in. Let's get into points of the match and see what we have to see when it comes to Nongshim Red Force taking on Kwangdong Freaks. Kwangdong Freaks hopefully can get over the line here, because not only is it the same amount of substitutionism that we saw last time around, it's an added one, as Kana is now unable to play, and it will be Dundun towards that top side of the map.
And looking at the 4-loss streak for Kwangdong, very much unfortunately earned. I'd say the team has not gelled together. The laners individually don't look that good. Versus Nongshim, yeah, that third game in the 3-game loss streak, I don't really think we can give them too much flack for, considering the amount of call-ups that they had to do.
Yeah.
Really missing, I think, in particular BDD, that really was, together with Dread, kind of the anchor of this team. And Kwangdong Freaks, this is your opportunity, this is your time to strike, and you are playing against a player that, even within the context of challengers, isn't the greatest laner, although he did play Janna top, so maybe they're just going to avoid the laning phase altogether.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about that, just a little bit. Not a huge fan of exploiting in-game mechanics in order to avoid playing the game. Unless I'm, of course, playing myself. I don't like commentating it, but that is kind of the gaming that I'm into personally, just more in a single-player experience, not necessarily how you're supposed to play League of Legends, so hopefully that doesn't happen. However, if they do it, then you can't really blame them. If it's a thing that's in the game that's possible to exploit, maybe this is the time to exploit it, because you have, you know, 3 substitutions and a role swap, and I want to talk about some of the positives here, as we are going to head down towards that bottom side. Teddy versus Ghost. It's going to be different positions. As we know, Vital actually played really impressively. I was very happy with the former Direwolf there on the bottom side of the map, has of course been with Nongshim Red Force on their Academy team and Challenger team for quite some time. But he was in some fighting form when Nongshim took to the Rift last time around.
Ghost JJ.
Ghost JJ is super good.
There was a time where Core JJ was an AD carry. It was long ago.
Yep.
And he is now one of the most influential players, I'd say. World champion, obviously, alongside Ruler, but also so big for the LCS. Has really been
he's definitely
one of the front runners there.
Yeah, he's probably, I guess, next to Reapid, the most successful Korean import to North America ever.
Impact exists as well, though. So
Impact does exist, but I think that he's just a little bit below Core JJ.
I respect it.
In my personal opinion, you know, maybe you could, you know, send us some angry messages on Twitter if you disagree. Definitely liked having our little poll yesterday. But, yep, Kwangdong Freaks, we'll see whether they're going to be able to put up a fight here. Of course, they don't have to worry about any of the substitutions or anything like that. What they have to worry about is the fact that Element Hoyt have been performing so poorly that it is not allowed some of the great players here on this team to actually perform together. We saw isolated moments from these players, but we have not seen them work together. But this is a team that we definitely haven't seen work together. They are brand new. This 5 has not taken to the Rift together, and I think this is going to be now 11 players that we've seen from the Nongshim Red Force squad. Actually, no, it's only 10. It's only 10.
Yeah.
However, seeing Ghost as a support player, I guess almost counts, as we're now calling him the Core JJ.
Yeah, and then we got Dundun, meaning reliable in Korean. Personally, I love to call him alt-reliable.
But, do you know, I've done a little bit of research.
Hit me.
I've done a little bit of research, and Dundun actually changed his name from something else to Dundun. And what his name used to be was Japaguri, which is, in fact, a delicious noodle food. And therefore, he is now in line with his team. Nongshim Red Force, of course, and it's a Nongshim product.
Also means that he has great taste in movies. So it's honestly, or I used to have, I guess, because he swapped away from it. And the key thing for me today is that, unfortunately for Kwangdong, Dread's still here.
Yeah.
Dread's really good. Yes.
Okay, so then because of that, we need to also say something else, and that is the fact that the ramen that I'm talking about is also Noguri ramen. So maybe we can reach back.
Well,
reach back in the past.
No, there are players within Challenger, I think, you know, bear some resemblance to Nuguri, but we're not going to speak of them because it's not, they're not here.
Every road
They're
leads
not
back to
joining.
Illinois when it comes to you, I swear to God.
No, but it actually does. But the key thing for me, as I was trying to say, when you interrupted me with your Nuguri point, is that with Ghost and Dread still here, a lot of the experience of Nongshim is still that, yes, Fiesta didn't look amazing. I don't think Doon is particularly noteworthy within the context even of challengers, and Keen obviously is.
Yeah.
But it's Elm and Hoyt that are the problem. And if Dread and Ghost can band together and give this team a direction, then even though in terms of laning, I don't think Kwangdong can match, we might still see Nongshim pull off what should be an upset here.
Yeah, well, this is the ridiculous part, right? Because now we get to actually put the issues of Kwangdong Freaks to the ultimate test. And that is, if you have a team that does not have those star carry players, those solo lanes and the like the really big powerhouses, right? And the experienced AD carry, right? If you've just got the utility taken care of in Ghost and Dread, is that enough to get you over the line? Because we've seen on the opposite angle, if you don't have your jungle and support able to coordinate together, able to make the team fights work, able to bring the squad into that group of 5, then it hasn't been working for Kwangdong Freaks. But for Nongshim, it's now their chance to use that power, use the world championship nature of Ghost in that bottom side of the map. Use Vitals, pinpoint accuracy with the curtain call in order to get stuff working. Of course, we are being a bit facetious here because it is an unfortunate time for Nongshim Red Force. This is not what they were expecting to happen, right? BDD, of course, very, very important to this team. Fiesta struggling a whole lot. And now without Canna as well, who was definitely the shining light in their last series. It's a rough story, but hopefully Kwangdong Freaks can take advantage of the situation and put a W on the board.
I'm pretty sure, if I saw correctly, that Kwangdong Freaks is looking towards the blue side. And I have talked, we have talked, I think, collectively a lot about a certain R5 pick.
Oh God, yeah.
That is definitely available. And honestly, if I was Nongshim, don't make Doon do the exam. Just make him skip school.
Yeah, I think it's time to wag. It's definitely a time to wag. Let's just let's take today off. Let's call in sick. Call in sick and
call in sick.
Yeah, it's it was bad weather, some monsoon or something.
And then Doon just goes and has a Ferris Bueller-esque and adventure on the rest of the rip with his teammates without ever having to deal with Keen. I honestly would not be surprised to see Kwangdong Bandit in the second rotation. Obviously, first rotation, not going to be too worried about that. As bans here, no real surprises. Diana still remaining very high on the priority list. Corki still up. Renekton, Caitlyn, as I say, is taken away, but I really hope for a Corki ban here. For Nongshim, we have been very outspoken.
For all of our sakes, let's be honest. And it is going to come through, so Nongshim getting rid of Zeri instead of Caitlyn as far as the 3 red side standard bans, but thankfully Kwangdong Freaks picked up the slack on that part. As Keen, let's see whether he jumps towards his Croc yet again. He's played it a lot, but instead we are going to give Teddy the Aphelios first pick treatment. I don't mind it. There are certainly a lot of options here. Vital didn't look as good on the Jinx as he did on the Jhin, but still certainly a lot to leave up.
I agree. I think that a Jinx Fresh here is perfectly fine. Can also, though, lock the Jhin, or the Jinx rather, and the Xin Zhao. Then, of course, you do run the risk of looking at the Fresh on the opposing side. But a Lulu pickup here, third rotation, I think is perfectly fine. Works well with Jinx. And Lulu and Xin has been a combo that we've seen a lot of, even prior to Xin's current level of popularity. And for Kwangdong, I've been outspoken about this, but I think they need to take a page out of the Fretted Brion book and just draft something simple. Draft something that kind of plays itself. Things like the Jarvan, Nautilus, I think works perfectly fine in that context as well. A pick that can just, or a team rather, that can just provide you with very clear, identifiable win conditions. Engage front to back, protect your Teddy, and work from there.
Yep, I think it's a good idea. I think even locking in the Jarvan right now or something like that would be fine. I don't like the Rise so much, especially into a Jinx who you're never going to get close to, but they're going to lock it in anyway. Rise has been winning a lot more recently. Rise has been piloted by different players though. So and also in different contexts. We see a lot of Rise being picked into short-range comps, and I love it, right? When you've got the Zeri on the other side, I actually think that Rise is one of the better picks to go for, just because you can often find yourself in these situations where you do get to utilize your Flux very effectively, as Fiesta has locked away the Akali. Could be for him or for Dundun there towards the top side of the map. I love saying his name. I actually really enjoy it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dundun.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Oh, feels great.
And for the Rise, I made this comparison and I'm going to stick with it. I honestly feel like it's mid lane AP Renekton, where your early game setup is great, right? You can make plays around the map. If you get flanks off, you can help set up the rest of your carries. But in late game scenarios, as you point out very accurately, into a Jinx, it's going to do very little. So I think that Xin is one of the champions that kind of creates an awkward scenario for you, because generally you can be in range, but if he uses his ultimate, you're in a kind of gray zone where do you have to get very close. This Akali pick is an interesting one. I have not been the biggest fan of the Akali. It's been fairly hit or miss, as is the nature of the champion.
Yeah.
And I personally would have not minded a pick to go with the Jinx here. As don't need to bend the Fresh when you locked in Nautilus yourself already. That is a matchup that generally the Nautilus will be fairly happy with. But so many picks taken away from Element. Let's not forget, there was one matchup where we guaranteed know that Nongshim should have the edge, and that's Dread against Elim. And by banning out these two junglers and picking up the strongest one in the Xin Zhao, Nongshim have at least set Dread up for success thus far.
Yep, and all we need now is support Jarvan, and Elim is just completely out of options. Not going to happen. Last ban is going to be that Tryndamere. So Dundun not going to be heading towards that one. That is assuming that the Akali isn't heading towards the top side of the map, which certainly could happen, as that is a Tahm Kench. Ghost has certainly learnt from one of the best when it comes to Tahm Kench play. He has been devoured many, many times by that champion. As all right, yeah, bit of Volibear.
You know, if they lock in Volibear, it's going to be Janna top. Well, Volibear Graves, do it.
Oh no.
Do it.
Is it really happening?
I think it, honestly, I think it should. Imagine playing the Kwangdong composition into a Janna Jinx and a Kench. Can't be done.
Yeah, no, that sounds like a lot of disengage. I mean, you could pick Gragas, which is melee Janna.
Oh, well, that's
or you could do this.
Well, I personally, I'd say play it safe. Like the Janna is maybe a bit of a stretch, but the Gragas would definitely be a safe call. This is a lot of faith being put into Dundun, and they do lock it in, and
this is way more interesting than Janna top. I'll tell you that much. Akshan going to be coming in here, throwing boomerangs all over the place, or Avenger Rangs if you want to use what is a very silly name for an ability, but I'm all about it. Wolf really doesn't like Avenger Ring.
I don't like Avenger either.
You're not a fan either?
No.
I like.
I'd say no.
It does give you the ability to make a lot of Marvel references, which is kind of cool.
Do we need an excuse to do that?
Not really. That is a very good point.
Please give us a Zhonya.
I feel like I've been checkmated.
That was a great sign, but I feel like Veldus is the one who's always going to call out the Zhonya. So maybe he'll do that on the Endless Chairs later on.
Well, we'll give them the opportunity, of course, at least for a little while. They will be going home a little bit early. You'll have a little bit of extra Atlas and Chronicler this evening, but that is a long way away. And now we have the drafts, we have everything prepared for Kwangdong Freaks to try and take down Nongshim Red Force, a limping Nongshim Red Force. The broth has been drained from this Ramyun. There is not a lot left at this point in time. It is the perfect opportunity for the Kwangdong Freaks to strike.
And looking at this comp, there's plenty of opportunity. If the side lanes, Fiesta and Dundun can be put behind, then it all comes down to Vital. Yes, he has an adequate amount of peel, but even by himself, that's still going to be hard into the tanky lineup that's going to come out here from the Kwangdong Freaks.
Well, here we are onto the Rift for game number 1. Kwangdong Freaks on the blue side. They, of course, had that first pick opportunity, the home team advantage, in theory. Let's see. Keen's Graves with a hull breaker does frighten me
Yes.
a lot.
Yes.
Even as a big Keen fan, just in general, it just feels a little bit of a worry what he could potentially do to an opposition with that particular setup. So looking forward to seeing whether it is actually going to work. And what I'm mostly looking forward to is seeing whether Dundun is going to be able to Tarzan his way through the lane, because it could be very, very tough. Does have the counter matchup, right? And does actually feel pretty good as Akshan into Graves. I just think that perhaps the nameplates will play a part here. As
Definitely
Teddy
could.
scopes out this little invade.
I was going to ask for this. I think that pathing from bot to top here is the big thing. The earlier you can get Dundun ahead, the better. Getting him in a lead in that matchup is going to be very, very nice. As ㅅ, of course, also someone who himself has done a lot of challenger casting. And Dundun has actually been, as you know, we joke often, a pretty reliable top laner. I wouldn't say he's a top laner that really has blown me away in terms of what he's shown overall in play. Nongshim's not really that type of team that I think is built around a single player. It is varying, carrying jobs of different parts of the roster, but very clearly happy to pick up new things. This Akshan is not the most common counter pick that we see into the Graves, and also the first one to debut the Smite Janna, at least within competitive play in Korea.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing this because, of course,
Yeah?
Lyra's comment saying, you know, old reliable, just up there scaling, like he's definitely a large part of what Nongshim are going to be relying on in the early game. So looking forward to seeing whether he is going to be able to perform at that level. It's a big test to start things off, and when it is a playstyle shift at the same time, that is a lot to expect from a player who has not played many games on this stage.
Interesting here is that Dundun is trying to shove in and crash this wave as well. I was kind of expecting him to let the wave push in so that Dread could make a play towards his top side as a 2v2 action here in the bot lane.
Yeah, Flame Chomper is going to mean that Hoyt takes way too much damage here. Vital just going to suffer a little bit at the hands of Teddy. 68.4% win rate on the Aphelios thus far. The man has played it quite a few times. But this year, the win rate not so good for Teddy on the pickup, unfortunately.
And now with the knowledge of... Yeah, Fiesta's not having a good time early on. Fiesta?
Oh, what? Why did he just stand there? Was that just calculated? I'm frightened.
There is a Volibear that we haven't spoken about yet.
yeah,
But he's great in these type of scenarios. Oh, the Shroud is available though.
Yeah. Let's see whether Fiesta will be able to survive and get down the Shroud, like you were talking about. Definitely a tool that you can use. And now he's gone up to almost 400 health. And so the Volibear is going to leave. And I'm not going to look for that one, as Fiesta does go into the Shroud. Thankfully, the Flux there from Fate allows him to still fire back. As okay, Elam up here towards the top side. Dundun relatively low now. And actually walking back towards Keen. In he goes. There's the flash. Elam does get the stun, but he's not able to lock down the kill. And the flash had already gone off, so Dundun will be able to teleport back to this lane. But flash for flash when it's the jungler versus top lane. Elam should have an opportunity to potentially come back and lock down that kill. We'll see.
Yeah, imagine if you're Alum and you still have the red buff there, if you didn't take as much time in the mid lane, if you were a little bit faster, then there would have been maybe the opportunity for you to get it with the burn. Instead, nice flash from Dundun surviving there. And Dread already now on his second clear. And Alum, the flash force is nice, but it will, if you actually want to capitalize on it, involve you going back up to top again. And that is something that I don't know if he wants to do.
Yeah.
And we haven't really talked about the Volibear yet. I am interested to see what the Volibear is going to bring. Of course, Voli is an incredibly strong early game duelist, especially with the press the attack. Scales nicely into a decent diver. And I do think that if Kwangdong get a lead or grab a tempo hold, the amount of point and click CC they have between Ryze, Volibear, Nautilus, not to speak of Aphelios autoing stuff, is really, really hard to deal with. And that is something that they should be able to leverage into a lead, especially if Nongshim, as expected, are going to make positional errors. But this is Guangdong, and they have not always been successful in pushing leads where they should be able to.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a shame, but there's an opportunity. There's an opportunity to try and figure it out, get back into this one. I like the Volibear pick just because I feel like it's a nod towards Malrong, who's been performing relatively well over in the LEC, over in Europe.
You know that the only Volibear of my art is Clid.
Clid is definitely a big old Volibear aficionado.
Yeah.
That is very true. But, I mean, Canyon actually kind of is a polar bear. So,
yeah.
I mean, who wins on that front? As,
Like
okay,
this.
Dread making his way in. Dun Dun. Just trying to keep Keen. Unfortunate use of words there, Atlas. You can work on that. As Keen just going to back away for now.
Dun really suffering from success there. Trade was too successful, so
Yeah, he did too well.
And it's looking like double breaker top. Is what it's feeling like here with the early phage buys. Wondering whether that is actually going to happen or not. And early play towards the Drake. Again, there is a window here. LM has been pretty much behind the curve. Dread now has a sizable lead in terms of being able to make his way through his own jungle. And I would love to see an early pickup of the Drake here from Nongshim, because in terms of pure CSing, Fiesta has really been suffering in this matchup, and we haven't really talked about FaZe as much. I think we mostly focus on LM and Void, justifiably so, because they are the ones struggling the most. But I think we're also all a little bit disappointed in what Fate has shown thus far.
Apart from his more recent performances, I actually felt like his LeBlanc game that he had a little bit earlier on was actually great, and that's why when we talk about Guangdong Freaks, it's more about the fact that Hoyt and LM really haven't been pulling their weight, and it really does show. So as soon as they can get themselves back together, that's when things are going to start improving here.
I just have really high expectations for Fate, because I've been a big enjoyer of the good old, well, I mean, not on Rise, but Fate in general. Definitely.
Yes. That being said, his Rise is certainly doing some pretty good farming things thus far. Fiesta being forced back, Fate getting an even heavily extended lead to the tune of about 22 right now. Has the most gold in the game, doing very, very well agriculturally anyway. Has taken a plate there in the mid lane also. Fiesta almost got stuck inside the tower. That would have been a little bit unfortunate.
And really good vision control here as well from Guangdong, keeping tabs on, actually utilizing the easy priority that the Rise does have. And now we are seeing a 5-man rotation. Guangdong could choose not to answer this, but they have chosen violence here today. Everyone moving up. And this is a fight where Guangdong, again, they have great pick potential. A lot of point-and-click CC.
Yeah, Dread could be in trouble here as the Roam Warp comes forward. Into the Shroud goes Fiesta, but he's going to have to backflip his way out. Ooh, decent sidestep there on the collateral damage. Does mean that Fiesta isn't too incredibly low. Looks like Guangdong Freaks do have the setup that they require. Dread wanting to make this a 50-50 with the Dredge line comes in. And Dread's going to have to flash, get himself out of the way. That is going to be the first blood going over to Ellen, who ults back towards the Rift Herald. Moonlight Vigil comes down as well, and Ghost is really dead. Unfortunately, Dun nowhere to go, and he's going to go down as well. It's a double kill for Teddy. A phenomenal start for Guangdong Freaks.
Looking really good here for Guangdong, really showcasing the terror that this composition can instill early on. With Akshan and Akali, you have two of these really squishy, high damage, yes, but also susceptible to lockdown carries. Neither of them really get to do anything in that fight. And with the engage that Hoy was able to find on Dread, and LM flashing afterwards immediately, it is a huge win. 3 kills, and the Rift Herald, and a lot of money going towards Aphelios.
Yeah.
Especially considering that Teddy has been playing like, I think, one of the most consistent members of this team. Looking good for Guangdong.
It's definitely exactly what you want. 100% kill contribution for the Aphelios at this stage of the game as well. Means that now going to rotate up towards that top side, put even more money in his pockets. We could be having a pretty okay. That is going to be a face check that you did not want to go for. Yeah.
Welcome to the LCK, Dun. Yeah.
That was not a very friendly situation there, but Guangdong Freaks going to maximize all of their options. It is going to be the Infernal going down on the bottom side, but Guangdong Freaks are just going to give so much money to Teddy. Keen trying to do some work here towards the bottom side as well, as Vital throws out some autos, but the tongue lash is not going to connect. And Keen might actually be able to get back towards this and grab some experience. A double charge to come through as well, as this tempo lead is just absurd. 4,000 gold, and we're not even at 11 minutes yet, and that is going to be an inner turret going down. So much more money. And Keen's just down here just farming 1v2, having a great time. Hull breaker complete. It's like, I'm just set for life.
Yeah, that's a 6K gold lead, 11 minutes into the game. That is fairly debilitating, I personally say. And here we see the issue, right? Fiesta immediately has to disengage. It takes a lot of damage, but this is somewhat playable if Dundun can find an angle, if they can get any damage down. But instead, look at the CC chain, right? Void starts it off. Elm and Keen are very tanky, and then on the meanwhile, Ghost can't really do anything, doesn't get any value out of his Devour, just goes down. And the attempt at the flank from Nongshim ends in pure disaster. This little death ball from Kwangdong, looking good.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. We're going to check this. Oh, we don't need... Do we, though? Did we? I don't think we did.
Had to.
I don't think we did.
No.
Just a bit sad for Dundun.
They got all reliable Atlas.
I mean, saying the name still feels good, even when I'm sad. Oh,
they got him.
It's that's the sign. That's the sign of an excellent name. If you still feel good saying it when you're sad about it.
You know what's sad is the state of Nongshim in this game. Look at these gold differences.
Yeah.
And this is the unfortunate reality that is to be expected if you have to sub in effectively your entire roster from challengers if you are not named DRX. And there's of course some other exceptions, but overall this is what should happen. And even Kwangdong showing that they might be, at least have looked thus far, like the weakest team within the LCK. But the weakest team within the LCK is still a pretty good team, as it turns out.
And this was never the roster of players that we were expecting to be on the weakest team, right? There are teams that we were expecting not to necessarily do as well as they have done here in the LCK, as there's Teddy throwing out a Moonlight Vigil, just trying to bully Dread out of here.
I don't know about that Infernum ultimate, Teddy. I think you could have held that one, saved it for a rainy day.
Yeah. He might just have it back available again. Might just be that they're planning on handshaking for a little while. As we still do have just under a minute on these plates. They want to be able to grab themselves another one, and as you can see, they're going to employ Ellen in order to get that one done. This ward not going to fall though, as Fiesta's rotating in. And man, this Akali is really not able to do anything at all this game. Storm Strike coming through here for Ellen. Sets up some irremovable vision around that Drake. It's going to be up in 2 minutes time. Next Rift Herald in a minute and a half, which is what we might be fighting for, but I don't even know whether Nongshim feel like they can. This stage of the game might be a sit back, and we'll just we'll wait for the late game. We're scaling, boys.
I appreciate your optimism in expecting that there will be multiple stages to this game, because I don't know how many we're getting, Atlas.
Yeah, I mean, I was, yeah. Sometimes you gotta try, even if we're not all that confident that it can happen. But maybe it's more of one of those conversations about probability rather than expectation, you know? It's like there is a very slim chance.
I'm horrible with probability. I was never good at math.
No, you weren't great at it?
No,
I mean,
not particularly.
it's a pretty complicated subject, to be perfectly honest. I think there's a lot of philosophy when it comes to probability. It's a hard thing to really, truly grasp. And Nongshim are really trying to get their heads around the fact that the probability numbers are quite small. And what does that mean? Because if there is a chance, it's still possible.
There are bounties
honestly,
on the enemy team, and it is Kwangdong.
And do you know what happens? In the end, you either win or you lose, and that sounds like a 50-50 to me.
I know you're saying it to be frustrating, but it still works.
Well, Elm going to dive on 4 once again. There's the knock-up onto the bear as Hoyt's down extraordinarily low, looking to try and walk this one out. Fiesta desperate to get himself some money, but the stopwatch is too good. Oh man, now Ghost's gonna have to flash, get himself out of the way. Dread survived somehow, but Fiesta was not so lucky. Oh man, you would catch a lot of fish with bait like that. Like, that was extraordinary from Hoyt.
I don't know if it lives up to the Pioshik bait that Def told us about in the DRX
I mean,
game.
Hoyt's been setting up this bait for so long because he's been playing pretty poorly.
He's been
so
committing to the bit.
Yeah, exactly. He might have made a silly play like that and then not survived as he walked out. So
Yeah.
it's about the long con. You know, it's like you cut down the tree and find that the card is that your card from 27 years ago, sir? Yeah, you know, one of those sorts of things.
That is a third tower now given over to Teddy.
Yeah. Perfect game? Nah, Dragon.
That was already Dragon.
Yeah, sad.
So back to math class.
50-50.
Okay.
In the end, 50-50.
Here again, we see, I think, some of the inexperience on the members of Nongshim, right? Because I think that this play in of itself is in some situations salvageable. But Fiesta going this deep, even without the stopwatch, in the best scenario there, you get a kill on Nautilus, and then you die, right? And I think that is something, especially as an assassin player, in a high-pressure situation, you can tunnel on situations like that and be like, hey, that's a kill, I can pick that up, I can get the gold. But that is not going to be enough, unfortunately, and he doesn't even get the kill. Nice stopwatch timing there from Hoyt.
Yep.
Gets taken down, and only Thirda kind of highlights the issues that Nongshim is running into right now. Yeah. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, Teddy.
So, I wanted to ask you, like, how much more damage has Teddy done in percentages than the rest of the players combined? Like
well, to turrets, definitely a very high number.
Yeah.
Yeah, not exactly the greatest news. Is that you can see that Keen lying in wait off to the side here. And this feels like Kwangdong have Baron, but they don't.
No.
They have Baron's daughter, who's just crammed her head towards that turret. Oh, there we go. Turned it off as the Omreka ulti comes through from LM. Dread is going to be able to disengage pretty effectively, but not before that tower falls down. And there is one inner remaining. Dundun here on the bottom side will be able to get a bit of extra gold as Kwangdong. Oh, I really like the idea of trying to find that pickoff as Ghost will be eliminated. Realm Warp as well, very aggressive. Kwangdong Freaks grab themselves yet another kill. 3-0-3 for Teddy. Man, this must be cathartic.
Definitely will be. And for Nongshim, might be worth thinking about the next one. I don't particularly feel like this one is within redeemable territory, and I have been known to be overly optimistic in
Hey man,
time.
I'm sticking with it. The Nexus isn't dead yet, so there are two outcomes possible for this game.
No, don't do it, Atlas. Come on.
I mean, there are.
I just want to highlight Teddy and just the audacity of, yeah, that's a kill. That's a freebie. Even without the Realm Mob coming in from the rest of his team, Teddy just going forward with the Guild Force and the Gravitum Ordo. Actually utilizing a part of Aphelios' kit that I feel like isn't utilized as much as it should. The setup that he has with...
We've seen that being used
quite
a
nice.
whole lot more as Nongshim going to rotate their way over, looking for Fade here as Dundun going to keep his distance, give Fade a back massage that he absolutely did not want. That is going to be the first kill going over to Nongshim.
Hooray! They got him!
Oh, they did it!
Really nicely done there. Dread charging his free Talon strike on the turret there to make sure that he could get the immediate knock-up. Fate probably didn't have to flash there. Pretty sure you would that regardless. But in the grand scheme of things, unfortunately, there is a Hillbreaker Graves.
Yeah.
That is hammering away at turrets. On the positive side, Nongshim are quickly running out of turrets to take. So Kwangdong is going to have a much harder time at securing free gold on the map. Although I guess they can still kill Nongshim, which they've been doing.
That is definitely true. Being able to get some vision down and sneak kills on anyone who is trying to get vision is certainly a very comfortable option. Slight CS advantage here for Vital, though. We're looking at the positives.
Hey, Vital's been having a clean game.
Yeah.
0-0-0.
Yeah, very clean.
A lot of CS.
He's still waiting to start. When can I start?
Jinx, Atlas, give him a break.
Yeah, no rush 20. Well, it's 20 and 20 seconds, okay? time to go.
There's been a lot of rushing from
Yes.
Guangdong side. I feel like this is where as Nongshim, you're like,
It wasn't.
This is-
It wasn't agreed upon. You know, this
the-
is on ladder. They're like, no, that's not how this works. So you wanna
no,
play in
but
custom
I
game.
asked you, and Guangdong's like, no. What are you, I don't have to
What are you
listen to
talking
you.
about?
What are
It's
you
like-
talking about?
Well, that's what I said, so that's how I'm going to play. That's a realm warp. Couple of members going to move on forward here as Dread does have the Crescent Guard, but Ghost, oh man, that is a Ghost position now.
Twice.
Yeah, that's it's not how that one's yeah, that's not good news. Dundun here towards the top side, gonna Avenger-rang this minion wave and look to grab himself yet another bounty. Will be able to do so. Man, I feel like the archetype of Akshan is really working out here. As he's just
Come on, Atlas.
There's a lot of thievery around this map, you know? Make a death rocket. Not gonna get the steal.
Is it just a heist movie, and this is the part of the plan where it seems like the plan is failing, and this is all part of Dundun's plan?
Yeah, I don't know. Is Dundun George Clooney in this scenario? Or is he like nerdy Matt Damon?
He has very glorious hair.
He does?
I could see it.
All right, all right. Well, fake and a flash. Don't know whether that was necessary, but that's all right.
Wasn't. No.
And we're going to see Ghost in the Ghost position. This is where he died the last time around as well, unfortunately.
Yeah. There is a timer before your Abyssal Void actually takes off. And that timer, you can be CC'd, and then you get taken down. Ironically, just like how Rise's Realm Warp needs a little bit of time as well. And it was Rise that caught Ghost there. So...
Teddy has some money.
I feel like the Frog is very much clogged in this game. He's not really getting a whole lot done. And as we mentioned previously, and we've been joking a lot, but the problem with this Nongshim composition is that due to them opting into the Akali and the Akshan, I think that the actual chances of comeback, even if, say, Vital gets crazy fed, right, he won't be in that great a position. Yes, he'll have a range advantage, but the time that you need now is so much larger than it would reasonably be if this was a Gragas top.
Yeah.
Right? If this wasn't an Akali picked into a Rise that got bullied in the lane right from the get-go.
Big old flash forward there from Hoyt, looking for the knock-up onto Dread there, just to make sure that Ghost was going to go down. Nice use of the depth charge, I appreciated that. And they are going to kill Ghost yet again. 0-4-0. A great scoreline here for the former 80 carry in his, what is it, 4th support game of his career, I believe. Has played a couple randomly support games throughout his career. It was 2 years ago, prior to the last time that we did see it, is Fiesta into the Shroud, but that doesn't matter to Hoyt. He's got so much other CC, and he'll easily be able to lock down the Akali. Realm Warp immediately. Dread's like, oh dear! Not sure whether I'm going to be able to get away from this one. Let's see whether he can. The flash forward says absolutely not. And the Gravitum is there for Teddy as well. He'll grab another kill, and they'll just transition to this Baron very, very comfortably. While George of the Jungle over here is swinging around some dead turrets. Another Super Mega Death Rocket comes in. Ooh. Couldn't see the health bar, so that was somewhat exciting until we saw that it was about 3,000. Nothing to worry about there. So Baron very comfortably taken here by Guangdong Freaks 24 minutes into the game. And yes, 10,000 gold lead, close to a shellacking here.
Close to a shellacking?
Well, I mean, they have to
Watching the same
They have
game?
to win the game under 25 minutes. Jake Spawn Tiberi was very, very clear, okay? I've said it wrong before, and he got very disappointed, and I don't like it when Spawn's disappointed.
He's not mad.
No, he's only disappointed.
It's
Only ever
way
disappointed.
worse.
Now he's a father of 2, so it's even worse,
Oh my
you know?
god. I feel like that elevates it from just being like somewhat of a joke to act. It's literally a disappointment.
I mean, we talk about, you know, being disappointed dad. Well, he's actually
No, that's what I'm
disappointed
saying.
dad, you
That's
know?
exactly what I was saying. Do you not listen?
No. But
Come
I'm like,
on, Atlas.
but like, because you can be the archetype of disappointed dad, but he comes in with experience. That's what makes it tough.
Yeah.
He actually used to be like that even before he had children. I don't know why we're talking about Spawn. Shout-outs to Jake. It's been a while. And this game is certainly on its last legs.
2 more minutes. The timer is there. For the, it's 27, right? For the shellacking.
No, 25.
Oh, well.
The shellackings, I've bent the
Maybe-
rules a little bit,
have
just
we-
because this is such a slow meta.
Yeah. Have we? Can we adjust that for inflation?
I'd have to ask.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's reasonable. So, next game. I think that it's time for Jenna top. Think you pull it out. Think you give it a go.
All right, well,
might as well utilize the bounties that clearly
we will absolutely know from the side selection, because if they choose red side, it is definitely Janna. Janna is 100% getting played. Yes, I think that's almost a guarantee. Squad Freaks, only a matter of time before this tower goes down. As Dredgeline comes in, one player that has been certainly stepping up has been ㅅ. His engages have been good, but certainly much easier to win in a situation like this. So we'll have to see a little bit more, but certainly a good sign as the Realm Warp comes down. Fair bit of AoE to come through there is okay. Super Mega Death Rocket just going to get tanked. A lot of shields, and just the weight of these wallets is absurd. I liked the zoom in there from Jonas Strong, but unfortunately Teddy going to quite find the Moonlight Vigil. Well, there's a decent devour onto Vital. Will keep him alive there. Ghost is going to save his Jinx for the moment, but not going to get them out of the woods at all. This tower is going to fall. Now Dundun trying to find a flank angle or something, any way to get some sort of damage. But unfortunately, I mean, this composition, without Dread being able to get in there and really open the fight up, there is nothing that they can really do. Like, Akali goes in, yes, I'm in the Shroud, and then instantly dead.
Yeah.
No
also,
real option.
You have your options for trying to kill are a Hullbreaker Grace with Shield Blow.
Oh yeah, sure.
That's a no. A Volibear with Rentance. That's also a no. Tank Rise, that's a no.
Fimbulwinter Frozen Heart Tank Rise. Yes.
Yes. Hoyt, who is a Nautilus with Glacial Faulkner, and I guess you could maybe kill him, but you definitely die. Or the 703 Aphelios. Yeah, that's about the response I was hoping for.
Yeah. It looks like we're going double IE as well. It's just based on the items.
It's going to be Bloodthirst.
Yeah.
He'll be fine.
Danny Bloodthirst to build out of a crit cloak. I think he bought the wrong cape.
Then he definitely can't die.
Yeah,
But it does.
All right. Yeah. No, that's true. But still, I thought it was funny.
I don't. This is a toughie, Atlas. I'm being kind of torn apart here by my innate need of wanting to praise challenger players and being faced with the reality of this game.
Yeah.
And this is as it should be, I think, honestly.
No, absolutely. I think that, like, in this circumstance, Kwangdong Freaks needed to be the ones that we expected to win this game. In every way. I wasn't honestly super sure that it was even going to work out. But I'm very glad that Kwangdong Freaks are still able to get themselves over the line. It's just very unfortunate for Nongshim that they do have to be in a situation like this, right? As Keen, yeah, you can quick draw wherever he would like as the Mafia Graves. And yeah, one inhibitor remains as they push forward. Another Dredge Lane going to connect on to Dread. They should actually rename or respell them Dredgeline. Oh man, that's really difficult to say. Fiesta's going to go down. That is going to be a comfortable Gale Force there from Teddy, as I get to go back into the play-by-play instead of having to answer for that absolutely terrible joke. This last inhibitor will fall down. Nexus turrets are to follow as well. Dundun trying to deal with the mini wave, but he's not really going to be able to do too much here, as there are so many super creeps starting to head towards this Nexus. Hoyt trying to walk out of this one, as that is a very long journey that Dundun went on and couldn't even find the Avenger Rang. As all right, Fate going to take a little bit of a massage, but he'd actually probably be happy about that one. There's something towards the top left of his shoulder that he really needs working out. As Hoyt will eventually fall, it's not really going to matter too much. As Dundun, at least he's having a good time. There's a whole lot of minions on this fountain as they get back to work on this Nexus, and Kwangdong Freaks will win game one.
We see some giggles. Look at Teddy. He's losing it. Yeah, it was not just a good game from Teddy. I think a good game from Kwangdong. And I firmly do believe that Kwangdong were also playing poor, either considering the form of some of their players. And this is something we've seen a lot of teams go through, which is once you start losing, it can be really hard to re-find your confidence. For a team that we expected to be so much better coming into the split, yes, this is a win that you by all means are expected to take. Unfortunate scenario that Nongshim find themselves in here. But at the same time, a win's a win's a win, right? Like, you'll take it, and anything that you can get to kind of get you out of your slump and maybe get you into a different mindset, into a better performing position, is something that you will take. And for Nongshim, well, got to look at the tape. I think a different draft direction in game number 2 might provide at least a little bit more time. But seeing as how one-sided game that first one was, I don't know if it will make a big difference.
No, neither do I. I think that there's a lot of things that we can talk about as to the reasoning why that happened, but I don't think we necessarily need to. I think celebrating the fact that Kwangdong have found, like you were talking about, some potential momentum that I'm really hoping they get to use as positively as possible, because this is a team that did have potential and it just hasn't been met. Elam had a better game. I like the fact that he brought out the volley bear, something that we've seen elsewhere have a bit of success, especially in the early stages. And Hoyt as well actually had an okay game on the Nautilus. I want to see more. It's so hard because it's very hard to draw too many conclusions from a series like this.
Agreed.
But they definitely looked better. Looking forward to seeing what they can do in game number 2. See whether it can be a swift 2-0 here for Kwangdong Freaks. Allow themselves to get another win on the board and get something done. But ladies and gentlemen, very, very soon we will be heading over towards a rug for some analysis. Before that, a small break.
내가 타고 칠 듯?
노틸십 보내야 될 것 같은데?
나이스 나이스
할래?
하자.
하자 이거.
야,
에
앞으로
빨리 좀
가자.
와봐 빨리 좀 와봐
안무빙 안무빙.
이거 바텀 웨이브 때문에 상대가
이거 우리가 다이브 안 해도 얘네 들어와야 되거든?
바텀 웨이브 봐 바텀 웨이브.
이거 라인 쓰자 이거 3개.
앞에 거 쳐, 앞에 거.
이거 얘네가 들어와야 돼 우리가 다이브 치지 마
뒤에 거 탑시다, 지금.
야
그쵸?
십자고 3중격.
안쪽에 약간
천천히.
야 짜고 높여 짜고 높여
짜짜짜.
나고
캔치 들어온다, 캔치 들어온다.
봐봐. 뒤에 아크샷.
야 타워줘 타워
타워 그냥 밀자.
이게 뭐람?
얘 나오면 살짝 볼게.
야 다이브 막으면 안 되냐?
죽여. 해줘?
그다음이야.
야 죽여 이거.
나 싱크도 높여.
야 다이브. 가자.
아 가야 돼.
와우.
살려줘.
인성이 형 신나?
됐나?
the sky fall and the sun turn black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
Welcome, everybody, to the first episode of tonight's Analyst Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Wolf, and we're going to break down that game that we did just have here. A massive stomp coming in from the Kwangdong Freaks. What were your takes, first of all, Wolf, on the draft?
Well, we saw the Rise come through, right? And it does kind of harken back to what was being asked for by Chronicler in that draft cast that he did, where he was saying it looks like this is an opportunity for Frederick Brion style drafting here for Kwangdong Freaks. Go to something standard, go to something traditional, just play front to back. And until the Volibear pick came through, it did feel like that was going to be the case. The Graves pick that came through was a pretty bold one. We weren't sure what was going to happen. It did look like at the end of that Nongshim draft, there was a very strong chance we were going to see that Janatop from Dundun. Again, you and I were talking about, they were talking about in the cast. It really felt like there was a strong chance there, but the Graves pick was enough to deter them, it looks like, in the end. The Akshan pick did not look like a counter pick in this matchup, and I have to say it, I don't think anybody said it until now, but Dundun did not pass the Keen test this game.
I mean, he didn't pass a lot of tests, unfortunately. Got caught a couple of times as well. Ended up losing the lane as well. It just didn't really feel great for him up there, and that's understandable. I mean, we got to cut these guys some slack, right? It's their first time playing the LCK. It's a very nerve-wracking experience, so we can understand it. Something that Chronicler also pointed out a lot was the Akali that was picked into the Rise. I actually really, we've been Rise haters a lot here on this desk, and for a good reason, I think, based on the results so far. But the Nautilus and the Rise together, you can start fights whenever you want, and the follow-up is amazing after the Nautilus hook. You can get those roots down, and I thought that combo was pretty good, even though it was into the Jinx.
Yeah, especially considering the lead that Kwangdong Freaks had. the Akali that falls behind early and the Akshan that fall behind, that in this case fell behind early, doesn't normally fall behind early against a Graves like this, means that you really just lose a lot of your fighting power. And I think it is time to go ahead and take a look at our first highlight where in the first moments of this game, the Volibear actually, you know, this is the team fighting comp you're looking for. Look at Hoyt's engages. He had a fantastic game on the Nautilus, but you have a Volibear. You can follow this up so easily. The chase is so good. And I think that for Nongshim in this moment, they should have made a tougher call to either set up faster for this or just ignore it, because Jinx wasn't here, right? This was not a fully set up team fight. Fiesta lost 2/3 of his health bar before the fight even broke out, and they still committed in. It feels very old last year LCK for them to actually continue to commit in there. But there's been a lot of issues, you know, unfortunately, with the COVID stuff that's going around right now. Teams just don't have that synergy yet, right? And this week has really felt, I think, dragged down a lot by it. But as Chronicler said, even Kwangdong Freaks, our 10th place team in the LCK, will punish you, will get ahead early, and then hold on to that lead.
Yeah, and they did really well with that. We actually don't have any other highlights because that was the one highlight of the game. Other than that, we were thinking about looking at all of the picks through the Fog of War. I thought that Kwangdong Freaks, once they got the lead, they actually showed that, of course, against some of the weaker players here on the side of Nongshim that have been brought up, they were able to reinforce their macro, you know, get a bunch of the top turrets, get a bunch of kills through the Fog of War, and deny vision, most importantly. As we do have another graphic coming up here, just want to take a look at some of the gold. You can see the post-game breakdown here, and take a look at the gold difference.
I mean, the difference in gold here, you can see, is already about 4,000 at the 11-minute mark, and it just went up and up and up. There was that fight just after 23 minutes where they got massive picks. It wasn't really a fight, it was picks in the red side jungle, where it spikes up a little bit more, and they end up with a 12,000 gold lead at the end of the game. But yeah, like you were saying, I think one of the big standouts here for Kwangdong is they are a team that have been great pre-15 minutes. They play comps like this, not with the Volibear yet, where they try to get ahead, try to fight for Rift Herald to get a small lead, but they're not always able to hold on to that. This game, they certainly did. They punished really hard. They played around vision.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And guys, we do have the player of the game ready to go from the side of the Kwangdong Freaks. It will be Hoyt, who does pick it up, his first of the season. And they were talking about that a little bit during the cast, how he's been not the greatest start here in spring, but this game at least, he absolutely had a great time just picking off a lot of the different members. Looked very comfortable here on the Nautilus.
One of our Western fans asked for the Zonius for the fans. He had that early stopwatch that was pretty decent. That one around Dragon. Had a lot of really great engages. Nautilus is a very punishing champion when your opponent's team is behind, because you can stop people from retreating. You can hit really easy routes. You have the ability to follow and chase, and you have the ability to, you know, point, click, stun whoever you want. This one's going to be, you know, again, the double here with a depth charge, preventing Dread from either running away there in that moment or helping his teammate out. And this is the vision type plays we were talking about. It looks very silly for Nongshim in a lot of those moments, as I ended up voting for Teddy here. I thought he played very well.
We're all over the place here, especially on the analyst desk side, but that is okay.
Actually, I voted for, I thought I voted for Teddy. I didn't. I actually voted for the Volibear in this case. I didn't remember who I voted for.
Okay, it's all right. Two English casters voting, one for the jungle, one for the AD carry. But either way, guys, that is going to do it for this segment. We're going to hand it back to Atlas and Chronicler for the cast.
Do you remember who you voted for?
Yeah, of course I voted for Teddy.
All right,
He played
there
a
we go.
champion that needed to do stuff. No, I think Hoyt did well, but also...
I think it was well-deserved for Hoyt, but I'm kind of glad that I don't have to vote in games like this, just because it is a little bit of an odd situation. I don't think that there's any real wrong choices when a game is that extraordinarily one-sided. I would give a vote to Teddy purely for the fact that that gold graph, the damage graph when it came to towers in the early game was a large reason why there was a 5,000 gold lead at about 15 minutes.
I think giving it to Hoyt is fine. I even understand the Allen vote, because it was really those two that got everything going. You saw how well that synergized. I voted for Teddy because I haven't really had the opportunity to vote for Teddy yet this split, and he's played very well.
Yeah.
And he's been trying his hardest. And as a whole, I think that especially we walked past the entirety of Nongshim as well as we head down. And they looked pretty happy, right? Dundun was giggling as his Nexus was getting demolished as he teleported onto a minion, and I think that is to be expected. Nongshim knew what they were getting in. It's a day for these players. This is not. Look at how happy he is.
Yeah, just sometimes you've got to realize that you're here at Lowell Park on the stage, and it's you know, it was a year where he wasn't expecting to have that opportunity. So I think keeping your eye on the positives definitely a good way of doing it. But let's see whether this game is going to be a little bit more competitive, as Nongshim did choose blue side, so that does allude to the fact that we're not likely to have Janna top lane with Smite.
It's okay, just pick it in the fifth rotation. Blue side, it's not as good. Try and bait Kwangdong in it. Just leave that Renekton open. I'm sure Keen can't resist getting his hands on some Crocodile.
Well, guess what?
I mean, he did.
The handbag was just all the way through the draft last time.
We've been ignoring it a little bit, and I've given a lot of Crocodile facts, mostly related to Croco. Not the champion. But I do think that I agree with a lot of teams reevaluating. I firmly believe that if you're a team and you play the Renekton out well, we've seen Fred Abrion do it, it can definitely work. But it is not a champion like it was in the past that you just picked. It slot into everything, and it had a low barrier of play to really be effective. You do need to play around it well. You need to enable him, allow him to set up flanks, or play around the setup that he has. And a lot of our teams have struggled with that. So in that scenario, I say just pick Ornn or Graves or something that just does stuff, kind of regardless of how well you played. Akshan, Akali, not those things, and I hope for a different direction from Nongshim. If you pick a scaling comp and a teamfight comp and you fall behind early and you lose, that's fine, but at least you'll have a semblance of hope, as there is a Zeri very much open here.
I really want to see Teddy Zeri, because we were treated to, well, that's not going to happen. It's going to be a Vital Zeri, but
yeah,
this might be a Vital Zeri for today's game. It may just find itself needing to do a lot of stuff, because Vital, we did have a lot of good things to say last time Nongshim took to the Rift, so it could be potential pressure point. Kwangdong Freaks certainly with a lot of options, and I think Hoyt going back to the Nautilus here would be a fantastic idea. Try and deny that, unless Kwangdong Freaks want to go for something a little bit more aggressive and grab the Yuumi, but no, we'll be the Nautilus instead.
Nautilus Aphelios makes the most sense here to me. We'll be expecting to see that picked up. Great combination, as is. Synergy in terms of stacking and setting up for the ultimate. Teddy, obviously a great Aphelios. The interesting thing is that we have so many insane Aphelioses that his name doesn't even come to mind when I talk about good ones. But there's a lot of them, and they're... The fact that we don't mention Teddy says a lot about how insane the other ones are. Xin Zhao and Yuumi, I think, would be a great set of pickups here. Get yourself a strong bot lane. That works really, really well. Leona is interesting, given the...
I think Leona tells us more about the state of Nongshim right now.
Yeah.
Because, of course, if you've got Yuumi, you need to rely on the rest of your teammates to start fights. And I think that Nongshim really will rely on a lot of Ghost's leadership in these games. So being able to actually have some engage potential on the player that is going to have so much of the onus on him for that makes a lot of sense. So even though it doesn't make necessary sense when it comes to how the draft works out, I do like just picking that one up for him. Because LM does have the ability to go towards the Xin Zhao if he would like to right now, as the Victor was locked in for Fiesta. And you understand that as well, right? Fiesta had a bit of a shocker, especially in the laning phase in game number 1, fell extraordinarily far behind and is now just looking for a little bit more of that stable mid lane position, as LM's going to take the Lee Sin instead.
And surely a Xin Zhao ban following here. I don't know if they want to go as deep to also go for the Lee, or for the Lee, rather for the Jarvan or the Viego, but I don't think those are as necessary. Would also not mind still a Janna banner, although at this point I'm pretty sure that Kwangdong is going to go for the mid pick here in 4th, as to not open themselves up to any of these shenanigans. And Akali ban is interesting. The one downside I see with the Leona that I don't think is going to get solved by Nongshim is that, of course, Zeri synergizing incredibly well when she can receive shields from her teammates. It's shields on the enemy team, so there's still some value in the passive that can be found there. But at the same time, Nautilus, I think, works really well into the Zeri as long as you don't use your depth charge on an unrelated character, as we have seen in the past. But that is going to be a test for Hoyt as well, as there is indeed the Xin Zhao ban. And interesting to see what Dread is going to end up here with.
Well, LeBlanc going to be banned away. And yes, Nongshim going to be very interesting. We're looking for a mid lane, though, out of Guangdong Freaks. And Fate picking up his Syndra makes a lot of sense to me. Just lock down that mid-game power. I really like the idea. Keep it simple.
Okay, Olaf Janna. Boom.
Olaf Janna.
Yes.
No,
You heard me right, Atlas.
that's a no. That's a no. Thank you for.
I'm feeling that Jarvan will make a lot of sense here. Jarvan Gragas, I think, is a really safe combo that you can go for.
Gragas Diana. Give me the Gragas Diana. Give Dread all of that carry potential. Let him go top lane, take all of the farm from Dundun. Let's give him and Ghost the ability to start fights, allow Vital to follow up, and then Victor and Gragas can be the facilitators. I'm in comms with them, by the way. It's not actually. It's not a predict. No, it's Viego anyway.
I was about to say, I think it's kind of rude of you not to share the script with me. And this is going to be a matchup that Keen knows what to do with. And this is one of the big reasons why we have seen historically as well Guangdong like red side, because getting an R5 counter pick if you're Keen, it's just generally great experience. I think post-laning phase, Keen has struggled a little bit this season. But when it comes to laning phase specifically, he's been insane. And we know how well the Nard can do into the Gragas. I think Zay is always going to be the highlight player when we talk about Nard, but there's been plenty of other examples. I do like Nongshim's comms a whole lot more though. There is tankiness, there is range, there is proper frontline you can engage, great 2v2s, great 3v3s. But the Guangdong comp is basically exactly the same comp as they had. Syndra a little bit more range, a little bit more damage, a little bit less tankiness. But outside of that, there is still an insane amount of CC, lockdown, and chaining that can be done to heavily punish the oversteps that I think Nongshim might make again in the second game.
Yeah, I feel like they will still have a lot of pressure in the early stages of the game. We know that Syndra can use her mana bar as a resource in order to get the shove whenever she would like to. Victor, to a certain extent, can do the same thing, but if you have the nameplates on, I think that Fate should be able to comfortably take control of mid. Keen is keen, so the top lane needs no introduction. And after Hoyt picks up a player of the game and actually has a very good one in game one, bottom side of the map should also be all right as well. So LM just needs to find himself in good positions throughout the early game. And I think Guangdong have got this one in the bag as well. But maybe this is a lot of what happened in game one talking. And Nongshim, with an opportunity now to get some sort of reset, might be able to find themselves in a better position. But only time will tell as we are onto the Rift here for game number 2. Just a bit of an update, guys. You can see that Nongshim do not have very many of their players. Of course, Kana very recently did have to sub out of the top side of the map. BDD as well, no longer here. And Peter also, due to the fact that has been some issues that have been COVID related. So a little bit unfortunate here for Nongshim, but they're making the most of it. And Dundun has a great name to say. So just try saying it at home if you're feeling a little bit sad, and it'll cheer you up just a little bit.
It's something.
Dundun.
Dundun.
Right? I just enjoy it.
I told you, I have made up my own nickname. And he is very reliable in challenges.
Yes.
LCK, a little bit of a higher barrier of entry to be considered reliable. Don't know if he really hits that bar yet. And in terms of overall setup here, I think that for Element in particular, it's really easy. Every single lane, if you time well around the Mega Nard bar, has beautiful opportunities for you to just hunt it to zero as Syndra hits with a scatter. And then for Nongshim, a lot of skirmishing power as well, but it's a little bit more conditional. I think Dundun might be looking towards the, at least in the early game, higher damage build has gone for the Comet here, meaning that, especially into the Nard early, that is a lot more comfortable. Not going to be able to reliably get a grasp, procs. Don't know if he's going to actually go for the AP build. I think it'd be fine, but having more frontline also is going to make you feel a little bit safer, as Fate, as expected,
Yeah.
putting a lot of pressure here early on.
Yep, just throwing out as many spheres as he possibly can. Fiesta is going to have a much better time farming under the turret, though, as this Victor than he did on the Akali, as that's a great scatter, just to push Fiesta ever further back. We mentioned that Syndra should be able to get the early shove, and that is going to continue. Top side of the map doing the same thing. Here on the bottom side, though, Vital and Ghost having a better experience than the rest of the players around this map. Might be an opportunity for Ellen to head down towards that bottom side. Great scatter once again from Fate, who is just rolling this lane. Seems like it doesn't really matter which champion they pick at this point, but it's still very early, and it is, of course, Syndra. So we'll see whether Fiesta can pull himself together in the next coming minutes.
As both junglers are pathing towards lanes with heavy prio. Keen able to get the bounce on top here. And it might be a possibility here for Alan to go for a scuttle into topside play. Keen can find the bounce, can also choose to just remain a lot more aggressive, keep shoving the wave in, keep the pressure up. And with Dread facing the same conundrum on the bot side of the map, I just see both junglers go towards Crab, then back and kind of leave it at that, especially with both Fate and Fiesta hitting similar back timers. Immediate teleport coming through as well, and not expecting a lot of action here in terms of the game.
Yep. I do want to shout out to Score, though, as this is Hillbilly Gragas, and I feel like we just don't see Hillbilly Gragas at all. But Dun Dun, bit of a shout out there to one of the most famous Gragas junglers in the entire world. Of course, Score has always just been very, very good at the champion. It's nice to remember him sometimes, especially when he wasn't there on the stage yesterday. Also struggling from some illness issues, as we're just having a bit of a rough week when it comes to it. Of course, we filmed a new Pog State episode today as well, where we go into a little bit more detail, our thoughts on the whole situation. So if you are interested in a little bit more information, we definitely provide some there. That will be out in a few days' time.
Don't even have to wait, because there was like the week off, so it feels like there's immediate back-to-back Pog States.
I know, there's a lot of
Nice.
Pog stating. We are stating a lot of Pogs.
Are we stating Pogs or are we Pog stating? I feel like with Pog stating, not stating Pogs.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Right?
I'm
Feels a
mainly
little bit
agreeing
more
with you because I
cohesive.
barely really understand how to respond, because it's such a theoretical question. And there's already
thought
so
it
much
was
action in this
okay.
game, you know? No. I'm
yeah.
saying like I have a lot of respect
You're being
for it.
distracted by
Yeah, and I'm distracted by
Yeah.
the intense gameplay.
by the Fast and Furious-esque
Yeah,
action bonanza that is playing
Yeah.
out in front of our
the
eyes.
fiesta, if you will, that we are witnessing. As Fate, not a lot of mana bar, definitely not a lot of mana bar now that he's thrown out that orb that he'll wander his way into the fog of war. It's Dun Dun. Yeah, no mana, not a lot of health either, as Keen is doing some Keen stuff on the top side. But you can see, as far as the farm is concerned, things certainly looking pretty good, as Viego, great win rate thus far. Owner, 4 of those victories. Pioshik, of course, I think picking one up in his last series, as it will be the 6 versus 6 as far as this particular matchup is concerned. Not too much of a sample size, because, of course, haven't necessarily been top priority picks together, I guess. Well, I guess they kind of were at the very end of last year, but it was the very end, so it was going into playoffs and worlds and things like that. Like, yes, as that's a bit of a gnar into the wall. Good body slam for some disengage, but that's a big old house that Dun Dun has to deal with. And yeah, Wallop even connecting there. Wasn't expecting that one. Stun comes down. That's the ulti. Fiesta is going to get solo killed. Fate picks that one up. And look, I would have been more shocked if it wasn't Syndra pressing some buttons and then some gameplay happening at the end.
I think that's really nicely done from Fate, making sure that you get the solo kills in a situation like this. Fiesta showing his inexperience here within the LCK, and I think that the Syndra is a pick that a lot of laners within the LCK will gravitate towards, as there is just such a high level of comfort for them. And yeah, when you're that have that amount of health and the scatter hits, even with not a single back coming through. Just want to highlight that was, I guess he backed once and got a Doran's ring, so yeah, that was it. That was enough to 100-0. So Fiesta not feeling great, also losing out on the wave subsequently. And that is just all around a pretty miserable experience here for the mid laner from Nongshim.
Yeah, Fiesta, it's only going to get worse from here as well because the Lost Chapter comes in, and now Fate is going to be able to do that with less buttons pressed.
Yeah.
The last time around, it was actually pretty cool seeing him do the fadeaway, understanding that one last auto was all he needed. So really good damage calculation. So just to talk about some of the more important parts, but I think a lot of people have seen what Syndra is capable of, right? As the hop is going to come through. That is the flash to allow Keen to taxi out, but you'll take flash for Cask any day of the week if you are Nongshim. So nicely played there from Dundin.
Key also is that Dundin still has flash. And flash on Gragas is incredibly important for setting up any subsequent plays. Flash body slam remains one of the most threatening engage combos available. So really nicely done. Another downside of Fiesta being killed at that point is that not having the Lost Chapter means that maintaining the shove is going to be so much harder as you trade mana continuously into a mage that does have Lost Chapter, which is why we have heard a lot about the Futures Mark attack, right? To specifically allow that scenario to consistently happen.
Yep.
You are going to generally lose out on prio and be unable to match your opponent, which gives them a lot more freedom on the map. And I think maybe Kwangdong, with the backs coming through here and the relatively slow amount of or long amount of time it takes, is going to be able to, as hello Ghost, as Teddy.
Yep, Teddy spotted this one out. Of course, Kwangdong being able to very comfortably take the Rift Herald with no contest meant that Teddy had to play a little bit further back, but was able to get that wave very comfortably shoved. Fate in the 1v1, able to grab himself his first plate as well. This is just domination here in the mid lane. Very happy to see it from Fate. It's unfortunate that it has to be in a circumstance like this, but we knew that Fate was capable of so much more. And it's really good to see him performing yet again. Happened in the last series as well, right? That we saw out of Kwangdong. Didn't necessarily end up so good, but certainly it did demonstrate that Fate still has it. They just need to get themselves on the same page. That's a party cast. Dundin.
I respect it.
He's just having the greatest time.
No!
The body slam into missed CS after the party cask. Oh, man. Hillbilly Gragas, a bit drunk at the wheel. I love it. That is on theme.
That's Gragas.
Yep. If there's any champion where you can do that, it's 100% Gragas. Shout out to Nate Minky Whale back in OC. Has the best clip on YouTube of Gragas missing every ability that I have ever seen. I don't know why I had to unearth that. It's like at least 10 years old now or something.
There is no Gragas player in the world that cannot say that he has not been that Gragas.
Oh, yeah.
So everyone that's making fun of my man Old Reliable in the top lane, sure, you've never missed a skill shot. Show me the tape, and I'll believe it. Unfortunately, Keen is very keenly aware. Oh, now I'm doing it as well. This is your fault, by the way.
No, I know. I apologize.
Of the risk that you do run, especially as mini now. That's like the one win that the Gragas has, especially if there would also have been some jungle attention. And now the gold lead for Kwangdong on the plus side is only 2k. On the flip side, it is 2k gold advantage, which is
on the plus side, it's only 2k. Yes. On the downside, it's 2k.
Yeah, it's not great.
When the positive is also the negative, I'm not sure whether that means that it's good or bad. To be perfectly honest, all I know is I'm confused. There's the flash. That's how you get it done, as there's a goodbye to Keen. The kill goes over to Nongshim. Hook going to go wide on the bottom side for Hoyt as well. And man, it was all a cunning ruse. There's the flash of the wall. Nice mini stun as Teddy's going to find the ult. And that's going to be the knock up as well. Vital is going to get taken down. Ellen delivered the kill. Teddy not actually opting to go look for that one. And he's even taken the Kraken Slayer. This guy is ready to destroy. As Ghost moving up towards him. Can't find too much. Hoyt and Ghost, also former teammates. It's kind of cute. Of course, Hoyt playing on Damwon back in the day. Used to, in fact, support Beryl when Beryl was an 80 carry on Damwon. I believe something like 2017. Very long time ago.
Oh, look at him go.
Good old body slam flash.
Good for you, Dundun. Unfortunately, of course, if one play has been made on one side of the map, there is counterplay available, and Kwangdong Freaks do a great job of diving. And I've been very positively surprised about how proactive they've been in playing around these lanes with really good setup, right? Actually enabling and allowing Void to find those plays consistently. And I think that, yes, Kwangdong is playing against a weaker opponent, but I also, as mentioned at the beginning of the day, truly do believe that it is very, very common for teams to, once they start losing, to really kind of also lose what makes them strong, right? Lose the confidence to make proactive plays like this. And I just hope that even if Kwangdong get into a situation where they're playing against stronger teams again, try to maintain some of this. Yes, you're better than the Nongshim players, of course. In a lot of cases, that's just going to be the reality of the situation.
Yep, we can see that.
But also, you have Teddy and Fate and Keen. Like, it's not like these players suddenly get outmatched by every single other player in the LCK, and yet that's how they've been playing.
Yeah. Not to mention, they know a fair bit about how Dread plays the game as well. Having,
They would.
of course, being formerly on a team with him. Keen especially, as that is another cask to be predicting the flash as well, although not exactly perfectly, but looked pretty nice. Dundun. Once he misses that first one, it's like the drunken master, you know? It's like all of that drinking actually makes him more powerful.
He is Gragas.
Exactly.
So it does, Alan?
Yeah, he's going to get the kickback as Dread's in a bunch of trouble, trying to get himself out, use the Heartbreaker to do so. Hoyt, great hook, but it is going to be a 1-for-1. Both of the junglers are going to fall down, and both teams back away. Teddy not there. Zeri looking to move up as Hoyt, yeah, a little bit worried about what he wants to do here, as both of the supports wanting to desperately save their respective carries, as now Ghost is the one in trouble. Vital had to take the outer side, and now Fate's moving on over. He's very scary, and Ghost's going to have to flash to get out of the way, and now Vital finds himself in the wrong spot. Kraken Slayer actually does a lot of damage. I believe that was the empowered auto that just struck there.
Yeah, also a PDA, so that is there's a lot of damage coming through. Unsurprisingly, the plate gold is as such. And as a Nongshim fan, it's a better game than game number 1. Is that a high barrier? I wouldn't say so necessarily, but we are seeing some development, and that's all you can really ask for from these Challengers players. Try and deal a little bit better with what is being thrown at you, because in terms of overall pressure and laning, clearly they are thus far unable to match Kwangdong. But, hey, 3k gold with a Zeri and a Victor is...
Fiesta possibly in trouble. That ultimate was so close to being off cooldown for Fate. Fortunately for Fiesta, not available just yet, as now Dundun getting hyped by Keen, who is a very happy Gnar with his Hullbreaker online. I was talking about Hullbreaker yesterday. I felt like it was one of those items designed for a player like Chovy, who likes to live in a side lane, but also works very, very well on a player like Keen, who everyone loves to gank. And so therefore, make him more powerful when he's by himself. Makes a lot of sense.
So what you're saying is that Summit is soon going to only play Hullbreaker H1?
The Korean cast is losing their minds right now, but the tower not going to survive. Dread behind enemy lines.
Is he?
Yeah, I mean,
Sort like
of.
He's trying to be, but he's still in front of them, and he's like, wait.
I mean,
This
he's
is not
behind
where I
their
was
lines,
supposed
but
to
not
be.
actually behind the enemies. Maybe.
Sure, Atlas.
Just, look, if we can make a conversation about something, I'm going to go for it, because this series has...
Hey, if they get this,
yeah, that is
gameplay.
Shirley. Flash forward, flash traded. That is going to be Dread locking down the eye. So Shirley does go over to Nongshim. Also do that one for themselves.
He's coming.
That is a big old Gragas flank, I like it. But there is no turret there, remember? So he's just going to go back and say, I think I got a bale of hay over here. Hillbilly Gragas, of course. I'm sure he'd talk about bales of hay at some point. Not that I know very much.
Why would you bring yourself in this situation?
Well, I don't know. I do just
wanna
really,
talk about it,
I'm
Atlas?
actually very happy that Hillbilly Gragas is being picked, as this is sweet. Dread just gives us the thumbs up on his way out. And the outer ring of turrets will now be secured for Kwangdong Freaks, who have themselves, once again, a 4,000 gold lead. It certainly doesn't feel like the same level of obliteration as we saw in the early stages of the last game. And this gold lead has taken a little bit longer to get to. It was 11 minutes that it was about this point last time, but it is still a very large lead. And largely just to do with better laning from Fate in that mid lane. Really able to crack open the map and allowed for all of the other turrets to be pushed down with impunity.
What I'm really wondering about with the current state of the game is, Atlas, why do you keep putting yourself in these situations? These analogies,
I think
and I'm
how,
like, I'm trying to follow up, and I'm like, bales of hay? Where do I go?
If we spiral to madness, that provides the people with something interesting to listen to, right? And when it's a game like this, which is, you know, off the bat, a little bit sad, right, with the fact that Nongshim do have to field so many players that they're not used to playing with. The fact that Ghost is having to play support and things like this, I think it's worth just sacrificing a bit of sanity
that's
for
fine.
the entertainment.
But why the bales of hay?
Well, because he's a hillbilly. Hillbilly, there's hay
Yeah,
involved.
I
That's
guess.
often hanging out of your mouth,
Yeah.
you know? While you're,
I guess
playing
I'm-
the banjo.
I guess I'm just used
Do I
to
know? I
you
mean, I'm
being better.
Australian. I know about bogans, right? And there's lots of bales of hay in Australia. There's a lot of hay bales in general because grass grows a lot and it's dry. And Yep. So hay was where I went. Okay. That
I
is.
didn't mean to
What's-
put you on the...
What do you like more, hay
On
or
the
straw?
grill. I honestly would not be able to tell you the difference. Is that bad?
I don't know. I know the difference. I have pet rabbits and pet guinea pigs, and hay and straw, very different. Hay is much thinner. Seems more comfortable.
Is it?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to ask my my pets from a very long time ago. Difficult to do.
That's
for
it.
relatively understandable reasons.
This game is not completely done, you know. There are lines. This is one of them.
Yeah.
Akeen's not going to face check because he's a smart player.
Well, he also has Mega Gnar and a Hullbreaker, so maybe he just
Oh.
does not care
They just
if he
wait.
gets ganked.
Just wait. Hold up. Wait for the Narbar.
Yeah.
Surely he's going to back at some point. Some Alcove gaming here.
But maybe he just walks it back. Oh, he's taken the dangerous position. That's the crush. There's the flash. And the Everfrost and the Party Cask. I love it. We are going to connect the Solar Flare, though, as Nongshim desperately want to pick this up. And they do so. They bided their time, and they found their mark.
All worth, Atlas! Free flashes! Free ultimates! But they got him!
That's one flash and one hook, and they're going to answer right back. The Chaos Storm onto Hoyt, not going to be able to finish that one off, but at least Vital is able to clear out the minion wave, gets a lot of value with the Extendo Shocker as well. Love that.
Atlas, it's about sending a message. They got Keen.
Yep, the message was, Keen, you're being mean. That was not a rhyme that was intentional. And I want to apologize to everyone as the inner turret falls on the bottom side of the map. And not quite going to be able to get the inner on the top side is Nongshim. I'm like, I feel like I don't know whether we're spreading in
spiraling.
enough or not enough actual speak about the game.
We gotta,
We're
we
gonna-
gotta pull back, pull back. This is honestly like really nice preemptive flash from Keen. Sidesteps 1, sidesteps 2, just reads it beautifully. Unfortunately, there's a limited amount of counterplay available when there is 3 people flashing on top
and
of
one
you.
of them has a point-and-click melee range stun and flashes on him.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, they start having the same experience, and this is the reality, and this is what should happen, and this is also why solo queue is so frustrating. In pro play, it's actually worth as Keen if you die there, because you play it out, you occupy 3 people for like a minute, and then the moment that they show, your team dives the enemy, right? Like,
Look at how linear that is.
I'm trying to make a point, Atlas. Come on, there's finally something to analyze, and you take that away from me.
Did you really want to be analyzed? I mean, this was all. I mean, the beautiful gold graph was also analyze worthy, wasn't it? But I know, I do agree. Can we go back to talking about how good Keen was at making sure that he wastes the time of his opposition?
I'm not saying it's good. It's just that this is where if you type /worth in all chat, it actually is.
And that was the moral of the story.
Yeah.
And you didn't get to your punchline, and then I interrupted to talk
I
about
know.
a linear graph. Wow, I'm a terrible friend. Okay, I apologize.
It's
I
okay.
apologize.
You can't read minds. I get
No,
it. It's fine.
But I should have known. I should have known. Because in the end, it all comes down to whether or not you can type worth in all chat, and I denied you the opportunity. Hopefully, everyone, if you guys at home have the ability to type worth in Twitch chat, that can go out to Chronicler so that there can be more worths for him in the future.
I appreciate it a lot.
Yeah, it would mean a lot.
So looking at the item spikes, Vital currently sitting on just shy of 2 items. Honestly, I really like the early Zeal pickup. This is something we've seen more and more in League itemization discourse, is that picking up, and I hope that he goes for Titanic as a finished item first, regardless. But picking up an early Zeal item is incredibly cost effective. As Zeri, it also buys up, or it builds obviously into your Runans, which is incredibly strong. So a lot of upside to that. But then you look across the board, and I'm seeing like Nongshim like 1.5 items. You know, there's a duel there for Fiesta, and then you look at Kwangdong.
Well, Hoyt is looking at 4 members of the enemy team, but that Moonlight Vigil was fantastic from Teddy, and they wipe out 2 before the fights really started. Fiesta's flashing for the hills. Vital has taken a cue from the Lee Sin, but is still doing a fair bit of damage. But Keen is just so tanky. Vital, can he find it? But the value of the Nautilus is too high. He finds the hook, and Kwangdong Freaks are going to look for the Baron.
And if there were more items available for Vital there, that might have been a hero situation, but unfortunately for him, the team is too far behind already. The money, the items, they just aren't there, and now Kwangdong Freaks picking up the Baron, immediately teleporting towards mid lane to get that shove, and that might be the one that truly seals the deal.
Yep. This might have been the straw that broke the camel's back, or the hay, depending on which one you prefer. But this was definitely a bounce out. Dread just wasn't allowed to play League of Legends.
I'm pretty sure that Void failed Flash and tried to hook there, which is very unfortunate.
He made up for it, though. Look at this.
Yeah!
I mean, that potentially just saved all of them from dying, theoretically.
It would have. If this
I like that Jonah Strong gives us the full slow-mo of, like, see, look at Hoyt. He's a bit silly. Oh.
But he gets the job done.
Oh, the linearness. A little bit of a blip here as Kwangdong Freaks getting a little bit too far ahead too fast. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. So that's it's negative on the report card at the end of this game.
I know that you know, figure skating is going on right now within the Olympics. Emily Rand, huge fan of the figure skating. As
let me
I don't have the time.
for one moment, as Teddy is going to be able to pick up that kill. Largely, it's Ellen that locks that one down. Dread now, depth charge is going to go for a very long way. Not going to quite find the hyper proc is Keen, as the inhibitor will be taken down here. Kwangdong Freaks, all 5 members bearing down upon Nongshim, and Ghost is still dead for another 15 seconds. These 2 inhibitors should go down. We'll see whether Kwangdong Freaks are going to be able to get more. Looks like Nongshim just fully on defense, and it is just going to be a retreat towards the Infernal Drake, and Kwangdong Freaks will just spend their gigantic wallet's worth of money before doing so.
So back to figure skating.
Yeah, figure skating.
Back
I
to
apologize.
figure
And
skating.
Emily Rand as well. I like her also. So,
yeah.
I'm glad to have this conversation.
Disclaimer, I don't know the first thing about figure skating. As
Well,
actually,
they use ice skates, and they it's like dancing.
Let
right?
me rephrase that. I know the first thing about figure skating.
Okay.
But I am.
I
by
thought
no
I was
means an
helping.
expert. No.
Because I'm an Australian, I'm very proud of knowing what ice skates are.
Yes.
You know?
Atlas, so one of the key things that I have taken away from the limited amount of ice skating that I've seen is that it's all about fluidity. Right?
Big money, gold, by the way.
Well, no, well, that was I was actually building towards that. Is that
Oh.
the fluidity of your movement, right? You need to make everything perform gracefully and look like it is from start to finish. All part of this beautiful premeditated
plan.
dance.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
And I think what Kwangdong showed that's going to get them. That's too much gold in too short amount of time. That's
it
not
could go
okay.
to their heads.
That's
and now
Dundun.
Dundun may have found his flank angle. The Hillbilly is after them as Teddy is certainly the best target as he doesn't find anything. Oh no, it's a disaster. Immediately it's a double kill for Teddy. He's not going to get a penta this time around as Hoyt has taken away one of them. Vital now desperately trying to kite this one out, but it's not going to work. Fiesta going to be the last one to die as it's a triple kill for Teddy. They may as well give him a quadra. As Fiesta just going to walk this one back, and that is going to be Hoyt delivering the quadra kill to Teddy. Guangdong Freaks with a swift 2-0.
And it is a win that Guangdong Freaks desperately needed. Yeah, it might be against a lot of Challengers players, but a win is a win. That's going to take Guangdong to 2-6.
Oh,
And it's something that I think they desperately needed, Atlas, after
Oh,
it
yeah.
has been a severely challenging split for these talented players.
It's been very, very rough, and it doesn't really matter, right? Like, just being able to get a 2-0, making it clean as well. I think what would be worse than this outcome would have been if Nongshim had have also been able to steamroll Guangdong Freaks with a very emergency roster that shouldn't have been able to make things work, right? This is exactly what we wanted to see out of Guangdong Freaks. It's just unfortunate that Nongshim found themselves in this situation in the first place. But plenty of time to bounce back. We're not even fully through the first round robin yet. That will be next week where we will reach the halfway point. And so much time to turn things around. This is also the spring split, not the end of the world. So Nongshim, let's just hope that they can get through this, push through it, find themselves in better footing next week. And hopefully BDD gets better soon, and the rest of the team as well. Kanna also a surprise. He was available in their first match this week, but unable to attend to this one. A Happy Spirit. It's been a while since we've seen a Happy Spirit as well. Always with gigantic jackets. I don't know what, it's like, it doesn't matter what style it is, just Spirit needs to be in a huge jacket.
It's really warm here as well. The jacket
It's
is not
really
necessary.
hot, yeah.
Yeah, although we are also in bright light, so maybe that makes it...
No,
is
it doesn't, it's just hot.
beautiful. Like that a lot.
Wow, yeah.
No,
I'm surprised they had enough time to draw that. As
it
it's,
looked like it might have been like printed out and then painted on, like glued on there.
well, it was Fate's second year anniversary in 2 days. So that was
Aww.
what the beautiful drawing was about as well. Thank you,
So-
Jigsaw, for the translation.
Yeah, of his debut. And talking about debuts, we've seen a lot of them within the LCK this week due to all these circumstances. I think we can safely say Vital has had a great debut week here thus far.
Yeah.
Obviously, in terms of results, not going to be happy with it. For Fiesta, clearly LCK still too much for him right now.
Yeah.
And for Dundun, he might not have the cleanest of plays,
He-
but at least he had a good time.
He absolutely did, and actually provided more entertainment than I
Yeah.
was expecting to be available in this series, to be perfectly
Yes.
honest, because it's not exactly, you know, the best scenario, but he made it as fun as it possibly could be. Really, really cool stuff.
That's
Especially the last play. Just body slamming into a brush, throwing a cask around. Oh, it was just great.
that it was. And
The sidestepping from Keen here, like, you can't even blame
no, this
Dundun,
is not.
to
This
be
is not.
honest.
This is not Dundun, right? Like even the later play, if you turn the vision off, because we have complete vision, right? But if you turn the vision off, that play is also a lot less troll than it looks. Still, obviously, it's not a great game from Dundun, and I think that we can all see that.
There it is. Nice.
Yeah. But as you say, this is like mini storytelling, right? Hoyt
Oh,
having
and the
failure,
body slam as well. Teddy with the sidestep that avoided the cues from Vital and the body slam all at the same time.
I didn't think that.
I wasn't even a
I've no-
flash. Yeah,
Never
no,
mind.
there's no save in that one. There is no save in that one.
Never mind. Dundun, I tried so hard, man.
Yeah.
I really
Yeah.
wanted to protect you. No, for Fiesta and Blessing and for Dundun as well, a little bit more time needed in
And
Challengers.
also for Nongshim fans, don't worry. Peter and Kanna and BDD, they will be back. We'll see whether it's, you know, maybe they keep Vital in. Maybe Ghost just has a bit of a rest after what has been some difficult games this week. As yeah, it's not exactly overly elated
이거 비매너
on the
아니야?
side of KDF.
찌다 우성이 형 왜 그래?
But they are still happy that they are able to pick up the win. Especially right at the 2-year anniversary for Fate.
Looks like Keen and Fate does almost the same amount of damage in terms of pre-15 minutes.
They also said that that was 2 BM stop camping the fountain as well. So also understanding that this is one of those difficult times where, you know, you don't want to treat your opposition with disrespect. And thankfully, here in the LCK, we're very lucky to have just very respectable players. And yeah, that is certainly not as linear as I was expecting.
Need a little
but
bit more flow in the
you don't need to be very good at mathematics to plot that graph. So quadratic, more like a quadratic equation. So that's still very nice.
Clearly,
you know, it's
taken
still clean.
a different direction into figure skating.
Yeah, not really figure skating. Thankfully, we have the analyst carpet space to save us from what has been a pretty intense spiral. Take it away, boys.
Well, I never thought we would get as far as to hear Atlas talking about the difference between hay and straw, but we got there. And it's me, Valdez, and Wolf to talk about game number 2, which again, it's a huge stomp, and it's Kwangdong Freaks delivering the stomp due to the circumstances. What are your takes on the draft, first of all?
It was definitely a little bit more hay than straw here for Nongshim. I think that the idea with getting the Zeri, the Victor, trying to play towards the late game, you have the Keen pick, or you have the Gragas pick rather, into Keen. You know he's potentially going to get the Gnar, but you feel like maybe it's going to be a Tryndamere pick as well because they already locked in the Syndra. There's a few options there. I thought they had good engaged, it's a good setup, and also good peel for the Nautilus for the Zeri. But at the end of the day, you know, Kwangdong played better. There were a lot of small errors that were made by Nongshim early in the laning phase, in the mid lane especially, we'll talk about a little bit in a moment. And to be just totally real, I think this whole series is summed up by emergency substitutions unfortunately weren't ready for the LCK, but they got thrust into this situation. And they were tested, you know, by the hellfire that was Kwangdong Freaks, our number 10 team here in the LCK.
Yeah, absolutely. And the one guy that was left over from the regular Nongshim roster, who was Dread, he kind of just, you know, by the end of game 2, it was like, what am I going to do? You know, there wasn't much that he could do to solo carry. He did look a little bit tilted even the last time out. And you can understand, right? This is a really unfortunate situation for him, so, and for the team, I should say. So it is pretty rough to get that going. But yeah, it did end up being a pretty big stomp from the side of Kwangdong Freaks. It did start with a highlight here from Fate, which we will jump into right now.
So look at the position of Fiesta here. He's 20 CS down right now, and he really wants to get this cannon minion. The positioning that Fate has prepared to get this kill is so perfect because he knows that the wave is pushing through, he's ahead, and you're desperate as Fiesta to try to get the cannon minion. He gets the perfect max range stun and is able to follow up with the ult and get the kill there. You know, if you're Fiesta on the other side, like, you're really in a lose-lose situation. Do you give up further the wave? You're already behind. You're already getting outlaned by Fate. His best champion is his Syndra, right? And you're getting outdone, and then you either give it up, try to prepare for the wave better, which is tough, get harassed more, or try to get the cannon and die. Like, I think Fiesta is being kind of memed because of his name, to be honest, here in the LCK, and I think it's a little bit undeserved at times, but again, one of our better Syndra players here just finds an opening, punishes him super hard, and I think that was one picturesque moment of LCK veteran versus rookie on the stage.
Yeah, it's something that you learn over the course of time, right? The difference between, you know, can I make the play for this cannon, you know, or do I have to give it away? Should I save my laser to try to get the cannon that did just come in? Will I have enough health to, you know, actually go for the trade? And there's just little things like that, and we really did want to highlight it between those two players and make the big difference, especially because Fate nowadays, he is not looking great at all. He's not even looking on his total form from last year. So nice to see for him that maybe off of the back of this, he can get some confidence or something out of this by picking up the solo kills and the 2 wins. But guys, we do have the second highlight here. Let's jump into that and take a look at the team fight that this game eventually rounded out to.
I mean, unfortunately for Nongshim, you're stuck here. This is the best fight they could have hoped for. It's a decent ult from Vital, but you're really, even with great engage here, so far behind that Leona melts at the beginning of this fight with the Viego.
Oh, no.
And then they outplayed Dindin super hard here, but once the Leona and Viego are dead, basically instantly at the beginning of this fight, there isn't enough peel for Vital. And that was what the casters were yelling, you know, in the fight. Alice is getting excited, like, can he do it? You know, and if he had maybe a little bit more peel, if the fight had been cleaner, maybe if they had a little bit more map control to set up for this, maybe he could have. And that is, we chose this highlight because that was the last moment it looked like Nongshim had legs in this game, and they were just swiftly chopped off. And it was a bit of a stump there at the end. I don't know where I'm going with this, but it was rough.
Just
It's getting violent.
The direction of the cast as well. Guys, you do have the POG ready to go. Let's jump into it and see who does pick it up. It will be Fate who does get this with 666 damage per minute. That's spooky. But yeah, just a really great game from him as he picks up his first POG of the season.
Definitely a spooky DPM there as well, a bit cursed in this first series. Starts off with the solo kill, of course, here on Deporal. Fiesta, who's actually Chaos Storming here to maybe try to get some of those minions. He's so far behind in CS. And he also helped set up the turn here in this fight as well with his Skyr of the Week, but was also set up by the top laner. I mean, this was a well-oiled machine. Hoyt also having a great game. As the death there on Dinden feels bad, man. Was definitely an entertaining game from the substitute player here for Nongshim, but they'll have a lot of time, of course, as we head into the break before next week.
Again, a lot of variety in some of the choices here. Kind of makes sense with the way the game was super one-sided. It's hard to pick one player. But guys, we do have the interview ready. I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, joined by Kwangdong Freaks Hoyt and Fate. It's been so long. Congratulations. How do you feel? First off, Hoyt. I'm so happy that we won after a very long while. I hope this is the start of our uprise. What about you, Fate? Me too. You know, it's been so long, so it's a relief and it feels awesome. And this is your first POG for both of you, so how do you feel about that as well? To be honest, I didn't imagine that I would win the POG, so it feels even more special right now. Yeah, it makes me feel even better, but right now I'm just so overwhelmed by the fact that we won. Yeah, after the first victory, it took so long for Kwangdong Freaks to pick up another one. So what did you guys focus on in order to kind of break through this crisis? Coaching staffs and players wanted to be more kind of proactive, you know, we wanted to have more communication. So we had a lot of talk, also in real life, you know, not just inside the game. We wanted to have more communication within the teammates. And Hoyt, Kwangdong Freaks decided to play back-to-back Aphelios Nautilus comp. How do you rate this comp right now? I think we just wanted to, you know, counter the opponent's comp, but it's just good in general. I think it's really strong right now. Now let's get back to game number 1. Hoyt, your hook was the key to the victory in game number 1, especially the ones during the Herald fight. Did you kind of have the confidence to close out the game after winning that team fight? Yeah, after that victory, we were like, yeah, we are in a big lead, so we were pretty confident. Hoyt, your participation to the victory was so huge in game number 1, so did you think that you're gonna win the POG? Well, at that moment, yes, but after that, you know, Aphelios got so many kills, so I thought it was gonna be Teddy. And after that, you guys decided to not contest for the trick. Instead, you guys went for the top lane. It was a call from Teddy, and I think that was a great and smart decision. So, yeah, just like you said, Aphelios was so strong in game number 1. He did a huge amount of damage, and also he had 100% kill participation early on, and he had, you know, bounty for his death as well. So what did Teddy say after losing the POG in game number 1? I mean, he was a little bit, you know, sad, but still, we just wanted to talk about the game, you know, winning another one. And Fate, we have this official question for the mid laners of the LCK. How do you rate Rise on mid right now? I think it might depend on the players, but I think it's one of the top tier champions right now. It's pretty good. Why is that?
좀 미드라이너들이
Because
딜러하기 어려운 듯한 좀 스킬 구성이나
um,
그런 느낌이 있어서
the skill set or
좀 되게 좋다고
how the skills of Rise is just so good. I think every mid laners would just like that. It's just a very typical mage kind of a champion, so I think it's good. In game 2, the opponents were playing on the top lane. They were bullying Gin on top. So how did Gin react to that?
입장에서 기인이 형밖에 좀 노릴 곳이 없었다고
I mean,
느껴가지고
I could tell
저희는
that
저희
the
할
only
때는
way
했는데
they could win or the only crack they can attack was the top lane.
상황은 유리했어서
But still, we were having a huge lead, so it didn't really affect the result of the victory for sure. And Fate, you know, one of your signature picks is Syndra, and we had some phenomenal Syndra stomp game in
원래
game
좀
2.
유리하게 좀 가면서 스킬샷에 따라
Well,
더 크게 좀 이득을 볼지 아닐지
it all depends on the skill shots. You know, if you actually land your skills, you can actually like have a huge lead.
그냥 좀 초반에 스킬 좀 잘 맞았던 것 같아요.
So I guess I was able to land my orbs really well in the early laning phase. And in the voice comm, I could tell that you guys are having a lot of fun. You know, like it's been so long since you guys had this victory. So what do you think this victory kind of bring to Kwangdong Freaks later on? I think we were able to get a very clean victory today, so it's gonna be a start of building a new momentum.
계속해서 올라가고 있다고
Our
느끼는 느낌이
performance and our form has been, you know, stepping up day by day. So I think we have regained our confidence after this win. Your last opponent of the first round robin is Hana Life Esports.
계속 잘해지고 있으니까
Well, even though we were on our losing streak, we were, you know, improving every day. So I hope we can, you know, come back stronger, and we are working so hard.
샌드박스 때 장겸이 형이
You
장난을
know,
많이 쳤어가지고
Leaf Sandbox,
그 경기하면서 제가
back in those days, on Flick, he was always just messing around. He was one of the annoying guys. So I hope I can get my revenge on him in that match. And this will be the end of the interview from Fate Hoyt from Kwangdong Freaks, and we're gonna pass it back to Valdez and Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you, G-Sun, as always, for that awesome translation. It's really good to hear from Hoyt and Fate. It's been a while, as they did highlight there. We're going to take a quick look at the standings and see where everything lies after this. Unfortunately for Nongsin, they do fall to 3 and 5, but hopefully a breath of fresh air here for Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, Kwangdong Freaks now tied with Liv Sandbox. See how things go in their 9th match, but very much even in game score as well. So they might be able to climb out. This playoffs obviously still a long way away, still technically possible, and maybe, even though it was a somewhat weaker opponent here, this could be the beginning of their rise back to where we expected them to be.
I hope so. They did look very happy there on that interview stage once again. But guys, we do have Frederick up against KT. That first match was really one-sided and very fast, so it might take a little while to get to the second match. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Frederick versus KT Rolster.
이번 썸머 결승전은 새로운 시대가 또 열리는 서막이고요. 새로운 진짜 강자들이 탄생하고 있습니다.
야, 이거 제드 대 제드인데요. 류의 제드가 페이커의 팩이 좀 눌리는 게 아닌가 저 그런 생각이 좀 들거든요.
그래도 이번에 먹어요. 페이커 기회는 세상에 엄청난 피지컬 컨트롤 대박입니다.
근데 페이커는 할 얘기가 너무 많아요. 그러니까 아마추어 때부터 사실 그때도 솔랭 전사라는 분류가 있긴 했거든요.
사실 뭐 고전파라는 닉네임은 아마 모든 팬분들이 알고 계실 것 같고 실제로도 뭐 신드라 장인으로도 굉장히 유명했어서 그 정도로 데뷔 전부터도 꽤 센세이셔널했던 선수고
그냥 모든 프로팀 선수 관계자들이 쟤는 무조건 된다. 무조건 될 것 같다였고 실제 데뷔하자마자 사고를 거하게 되면서 눈도장 제대로 찍었죠.
이제 글로벌 골드의 영향을 조금 덜 받습니다. 물론 그런데 그대로 못했습니다. 와 이거 앰비션 이거 치명적인 실수죠.
그 당시 앰비션 선수는 그러면 어떤 선수?
미드 절대자. 이걸로 끝입니다. 근데 그런 선수를 바로 데뷔 때 그냥 깨물어버린 거죠.
스타 플레이어로서 앞에 붙을 거 많잖아요, 페이커는. 그런 정말 온갖 미사여구를 다 갖다 붙이는 페이커의 시작은 바로 그날이었죠. 2013년 여름 잠실. 그때는 많은 일들이 있었습니다. 비가 왔어요. 중계하는데 갑자기 비가 왔어요. 비가. 이거 뭐 현장은 분위기가 좀 그렇겠구나 라고 했었는데 비가 그치기 시작합니다. 뭔가 이상했죠. 뭔가 다르다.
당시에 KT 브리즈 팀과 이제 SKT K 팀이 있었는데 서로 약간 신생팀 이런 느낌이었어서 둘 다 서로 만나지도 않고 결승전에서 딱 마주쳤을 때 이제 서로 할만하다 이런 생각을 가지고 있었죠.
저희 팀과 가장 맞붙을 만한 상대라고 생각을 했고 그리고 그때 KT와 SKT가 어떻게 보면 옛날부터 스타 시절부터 굉장히 라이벌이었던 그런 두 팀이었잖아요. 그래서 되게 재밌겠다는 생각은 했던 것 같아요.
먼저 누가? 석타! 뭐뭐?
기정이 빠져!
정조준 일경! 정조준 일경!
대박이네요. 일단은 드래곤 한타를 열기 위한 중요한 전투가 아니 무슨 이니시에이팅이 이렇게 완벽하게 들어가네요.
드레스다가 뭡니까?
이거 뭔가요 도대체?
끝나요.
GG예요 GG.
끝났습니다. GG. 2대0 후반전은 조만간.
이 경기는 좀 약간 힘들게 이겼는데 이 경기는 되게 가뿐하게 이겼다고 생각해서 3대0 나올 것 같은데 라는 그때 당시에 그런 생각을 했었습니다.
0대1을 뒤져서 이거 3대빵 나오는 사람이 조기 퇴근 각인데 페이커가 웃어. 산전수전 뭐 다 겪었나? 월챔 2번 정도 우승했나?
SK텔레콤 KT 이게 장군 망군이란 뜻이에요. 빗나가네. 아니 이 상황을 즐기고 있나요 페이커? 아니 지금 지고 있는 상황인데.
페이커 선수가 웃고 있더라. 기억나요? 웃고 있었는지는 기억은 잘 안 나는데 사실 0대2였는데 별로 질 것 같다는 생각은 안 했던 것 같아요. 그때. 그냥 왠지 모르겠는데 그냥 이길 것 같다? 뭔가 우리가 더 잘한다? 이런 자신감이 있었던 것 같아요. 이대로. 네.
우와! 들어갑니다 바로
이건 자주 잡았어요. 또 죽었죠. 학살죠.
걔들 말릴 수가 없어요. 죽어갈 필요가 없다.
자 이거
어차피 남은
다
적이 있으니까.
넥스트 대학살의 연장.
완전 잡았어요 이거.
딱 20분 딱 20분.
5대5 전투에서 5대5 전투에서 5명 다 잡았어요.
너네 치세요 20분 너네. 최재.
2대0
0으로 하다가 세 번째 판에 아마 바텀 쪽 인베이드 갔다가 거기서 킬을 좀 많이 땄던 걸로 기억하긴 하는데 거기서 약간 게임이 잘 풀리면서 흐름이 좀 넘어온 것 같긴 해요.
그냥 상황 파악 잘하고 다음 경기는 이길 수 있겠다 이렇게 생각했던 것 같아요, 다들.
저는 솔직히 말씀드리면 KT가 3대 0으로 셧아웃 하는 줄 알고 다른 거 하고 있다가 하다가 5경기까지 가더라고요.
이미 뭐 분위기는 0대 2에서 2대 2 갔기 때문에 뭐 어느 팀이 이겨도 막 분위기는 막 그때 뭐 어떻게 통제가 안 되죠. 그 뜨거운 분위기. 거기서 시작을 하는데 마지막 경기. 그때는 요즘 오는 블라인드 매치였죠. 제드 대 제드.
이거 딱 로딩창에서 보고 놀라거나 그러지 않았나요?
놀라진 않았고 아마 좀 제드 아니면 그라가스 둘 중에 하나 할 거라고 생각을 했었는데 좀 할 거라고 예상은 했던 것 같아요. 사실 그냥 실력으로 이기면 된다라는 생각을 다들 가지고 있었고 그냥 재밌겠다 이런 생각했던 것 같아요.
아 그렇네요. 자, 그래도 이번에 페이커 기회가 엄청난 피지컬 컨트롤.
좀 그냥 제드랑 1대1을 했을 때 그냥 어떤 식으로 플레이를 할지 머릿속에 그려놓고 플레이했던 것 같습니다. 초창기 때도 저는 굉장히 좀 순간적인 생각으로 하기보다는 좀 계산적으로 많이 했던 것 같아요.
그 장면을 좀 평가한다면 어떨까요? 그때 현장 직관을 못하셨죠.
저였으면은 굳이 했어야 됐나였을 거긴 해요. 제가 만약에 그 제드였으면은 그 피 상태를 봤을 때 엄청 불리했었는데 그거를 역전하고 한 거였으니까.
전 라이브로 보고 있었어요. 저거를 저렇게 잡네라는 생각이 들 정도로 와 진짜 페이커는 페이커구나 이러면서 저는 심지어 돌려보기까지 했어요. 스킬을 어떻게 썼길래 저렇게 되는 거지? 그렇게 막 한 10번 넘게 돌려봤을 정도로 정말 멋있는 장면이었습니다.
텍스트로는 굉장히 복잡해요. 페이커 선수가 먼저 류 선수의 제드한테 궁극기로 진입을 했어요. 그리고 그림자 배기로 공격을 가했는데 류 선수가 제드 궁극기로 무시를 하면서 좀 서로 맞붙는 상황이 펼쳐졌어요. 근데 그 과정에서 분명히 체력적으로는 류 선수가 압도적인 우위에 있었기 때문에 좀 마무리할 수 있는 상황이 몇 번 있었는데 수은 상식 뒤로 뭐 걸려있던 불리한 효과들도 다 풀어냈고 이거를 페이커 선수가 타이밍 맞춰서 전멸로 그 류 선수와의 거리를 벌립니다. 그러면 이제 거리가 벌어진 류 선수가 추격을 해야 되잖아요. 근데 그 추격 과정에서 앞서 페이커 선수가 묻혀놨던 그 궁극기의 표식이 터지면서 두 선수의 체력 상황이 거의 비슷한 상황으로 좀 돌변을 합니다. 그때 때마침 페이커 선수의 그 그림자 쿨이 돌아오면서 이제 뒤쪽에 다시 그림자를 심고 그림자 배기로 마무리하는 장면이 나왔던 걸로 알고 있습니다.
그게 불과
네, 그 짧은 순간에 다 나왔던 겁니다.
강민의 엄청난 피지컬 컨트롤. 아주 시대에 화제가 됐던 표현이죠. 근데 그때는 그냥 와봐만 하다 끝나는 거예요. 그 세 가지 표현을 하는 강민도 신기한 겁니다. 영어 표현도 왓으로 끝나요. 왓 페이커로 끝나요, 사실은요.
No, Faker maybe in trouble here. Death Mark tries to clean it up for Ryu. Oh, look at the cleanse, look at the moves. Faker, what was that?
Yeah, it was just like, oh my god, this guy's insane. Like, what is he doing? Like, how is he able to do this? Because even when playing back that play in slow-mo, you had like people writing essays and like frame by frame basically explaining like everything that was happening and the skill shots that were being dodged. A lot of global fans, I think, and a lot of fans in hindsight, like that's what would start you to be like, oh, maybe I should be a fan of this guy.
뭐 기억나는 건 대부분 그 좋은 의미의 욕설이 많았었고요. 뭐 마더 페이커라는 이야기도 많았었고 최근에 제가 살펴보니까 이런 말이 달리더라고요. 뭐 This never gets old라고 해서 아 이거 언제 봐도 안 촌스럽다.
그 장면만큼은 뭐 환호가 아니라 사실 경외심에 가까웠던 것 같거든요. 이런 플레이를 할 수 있는 선수가 얼마나 되겠느냐라는 거를 세계에 알렸던 딱 그 순간 아닐까요? 레베카라는 선수가 이제 전 세계적인 스타로 딱 등극한 그 순간이었다 생각을 해요. 본인은 손으로 이제 우승을 결정짓기도 했고.
지난 시기 왕이 등극에 실패했었던 SK텔레콤 T1 다시 이번 시즌에 왕좌에 올라섭니다. 와, SK텔레콤 정말 많은 것들을 얻어가네요.
다들 첫 우승이기도 하고 또 다 같이 잘해서 만들어낸 우승이잖아요. 그래서 좀 기뻤던 것 같고 저 같은 경우에는 학업을 좀 포기하고 프로 생활을 한 건데 또 가족들도 와서 보고 있는데 앞에서 제가 좀 활약을 한 거니까 그런 면에서 기분이 좋았죠.
스스로가 약간 선언을 하는 그런 느낌도 좀 있었어요. 내가 이제 LCK 뒤흔들 사람이다. 내가 페이커고 내가 롤 e스포츠 흔들 사람이니까 나 보라고.
나는 너희들과 한 차원 앞에 게임을 하고 있어. 이제부터는 새 시대가 열리게 되었다. 그 중심엔 내가 있을 거고. 이걸 딱 제대로 보여준 장면이 아닐까 싶습니다.
안녕하세요.
일하셔야죠.
예,
뭐 하시는 거죠?
아니, 지금 주식장이 너무 안 좋아가지고.
주식 잘못 들어가면 여기서 벗어나지 못할 수도 있어요.
저 진짜 큰일 났어요.
걱정하지 마세요. 여기서 평생 지내셔도 저희가 받아주겠어요.
아니, 무슨 일이에요. 안 그래도 지난번에 그 성캐님 집에도 갔다 왔었잖아요. 근데 이렇게 비교하고 나니까 너무 좀 별로인 것 같아서 이거 진짜 집 업그레이드 해줘야 돼요.
그래가지고 저희가 준비한 게 있어요.
준비한 게 있다고요? 그렇게 크게 기대는 안 되는데 어떤 건데요?
저희 고개 돌려보시면은
뭐야 저거 언제 달았어? 아니 진짜 준비.
아니 어떠세요?
아니. 아니 누가 헬스장에 제기차기랑 플라우프랑 이건 뭐야? 잠시만 이거는 괜찮다.
뭔지 아세요?
이거 뭔지 알죠? 저 순발력은 진짜 좋거든요. 옛날에 복싱도 배웠어요 제가. 이거 왜 안 돼? 딴 거 할게요.
플라우프 아까 잘하신다고.
잘하는 거 할게요. 잘하는 거.
플라우프도 못하면 어떡합니까?
제기 할게요. 제가 제기는 근데 진짜 잘해요.
2개라도 하면 감사하겠습니다.
선수들이 운동은 하고 싶어 하는데 할 시간이 많이 없어가지고 못 한단 말이에요, 운동을. 잠깐이라도 이렇게 운동 시켜주면은 꽤 좋아할 것 같아요.
저기 전단지를 준비했어요. 홍보를 좀 하는 걸로.
이걸로? 신장 헥스장 개업 오픈 기념 이벤트. 뉴클리어 헥스장으로 가자. 길거리 이런 거 붙어 있잖아요. 진짜 아무도 안 뜯어갈 것 같은 비주얼. 이건 뭐예요? 이 그림은 뭐야 이거?
본인.
이거
홍보하러 이제 가볼까요?
홍보하러 갑시다. 여기 분석 데스크 냉장고 관중석에다가 제가 몰래 하나 붙여놓을게요. LCK의 오아시스. 근데 이게 홍보는 했는데 헬스장이 저 모양이라서 사람들 데려오면 좀 민망할 것 같아요. 이게. 제가 리브쌤만 선수 한 명 데려가서 저기서 운동시켜도 돼요?
무게를 보고 보내줄게. 우리는 못 들어.
풀라우프랑 제기차기랑 탭볼 있어요, 탭볼. 그래? 누가 제일 필요해요?
클로저겠네.
클로저?
클로저랑
2명까지 저희 칼.
내가 데려다 줄게.
지금 데려다 주셔도 돼요. 같이 가시죠.
밥 먹고.
밥 먹고? 알겠습니다.
이따 올게.
네. 섭외 완료. 감독님 혹시 그거 보셨어요? 뭐야?
이거 안 가져오면 좀 그럴 것 같아.
감사합니다. 이따 뵐게요. 네.
홍보 효과가 좀 있었나?
홍보 효과 좋은데? 무료 PT 신청권. 샌드박스에서 신청이 왔기 때문에 이따가 무료 PT 해주도록 하겠습니다. 이게 되네? 그 팬분들한테 소개부터 한번.
안녕하세요. 리브샌드박스의 미드 클로저입니다. 저는 리브샌드박스 서포터 카야입니다.
평소에 운동이나 그런 거에 좀 자신 있으세요, 두 분?
아니요.
둘 다 없어요? 너무 부담 가지지 말고. 클로저 선수는 제가 미드라서 준비한 게 있어요.
아, 네.
플라우프인데 이게 왜 중요한지 제가 시범 보여드릴게요. 왜 잘 돼? 왜 잘 돼? 왜? 이런 식으로. 그래서 클로저 선수부터 한번 보여주세요. 아니, 장난치지 말고. 이거 잘하면은 오늘 미드 든든하게 버팀목 딱 상대 다 부실 수 있다.
네.
1초 늘었어. 고생하셨습니다. 카일 선수는 뭐 할 것 같아요, 이 중에? 딱 안 해. 역시 서포터가 눈치가 빨라. 제기차기 몇 번 정도 자신 있어요? 한 개? 딱 멋있게 2개. 딱 멋있게 2개. 멋있게 2개. 얘 나보다 심한 몸치인데? 어때요? 서포트 카일 선수 하는 거 보니까 클로저 선수.
시컬이 살짝 아쉬운 것 같아요.
이게 서포터가 이게 왜 중요하냐면은 뭐에 중요할 것 같아요? 이렇게 하는 게? 이거 받아줘야지. 아니 좀 아쉬운데? 서포터가 이제 원딜을 케어해주는 거예요. 이만한 게 이게 원딜이라고 생각하고 원딜 케어. 무슨 느낌인지 알겠죠? 다음에 또 헬스장 올 거예요?
또 와야죠.
카일 선수 안 오실 것 같은데? 오실 거예요? 손 한번 잡아도 돼요?
예.
손이 둘 다 되게 따뜻한데? 경기할 때 혹시 차가워져요?
네.
그죠?
네.
경기할 때 핫팩 필요하죠?
네.
여기 있습니다. 그럴 줄 알고 준비했어요. 카일 선수도 받으세요. 오늘 일단 경기 파이팅 하시고 나중에 또 찾아주세요.
네.
하나, 둘, 셋. 리브센박 파이팅! 감사합니다. 시간 내주셔서 너무 고마워요.
감사합니다.
오늘 경기 진짜 파이팅 하세요.
네, 감사합니다.
저희가 감독님한테도 감사하다고 전해주세요. 네, 뭐야? 네, 뭐야? 뭐야?
이걸로.
뭐야? 뭐야? 감사합니다.
하던데요.
여기 나쁘지 않죠?
잘 살고 있어.
파이팅! 들어가세요. 집에 나도 모르는 손님이 와 있었네. 이렇게 하고 있으면은 영업이 된다, 이게. 이게 세게 하면 어렵네. 라스칼 선수 꼬시려고 이러고 있는 건데 언제 오지? 나 언제까지 하고 있어야 되냐, 이거? 지나가세요. 언제든 오셔도 돼요. 거기 바로 옆에 그 광고지 붙어 있거든요.
오늘 저한테 주셔야 될 것 같은데요? 이거 제가 해드리면 저를 주셔야 될 것 같은데요?
일단 한 번만 해주세요.
아이고요?
일단 라스칼 선수. 라스칼 선수 혹시 잠시만요. 라스칼 선수 혹시 잠시만요. 아니 이거 빨리 하고 계셨어야죠 이거를. 되게 잘 들어간다. 내가 할 땐 잘 안 들어가던데. 왜 잘해? 왜 잘해? 진짜 잘하지? 플라우프 해보고 3종 세트로 다 하죠?
진짜 잘해요. 저 초등학교 때 3 받았어요.
와, 되게 여유. 저도 옆에서 할게요. 되게 약간 승부.
이러죠? 좀 너무 왔어.
아니, 진짜. 어떻게 그렇게 해요?
그러니까 빨리.
빨리?
그러니까 2개도 하고 3개도 하고. 저 2개.
2개도 한다고요? 되게 유연하시다. 와, 진짜 잘하시네. 그럼 마지막으로 서포터니까 제기차기.
저거 못하나 이거?
하체.
하체?
아이고.
못할 것 같은데?
아니, 맨발까지 한다고? 아, 아프지 않아요? 아니, 괜찮으세요?
저 밥 먹으러 가야 될 것 같아요.
제가 그동안 만나보고 싶었던 개인적으로도 좀 좋아하는 선수가 있거든요. 그 선수를 헬스장에 모실 수 있을 것 같아서 한번 데리러 가보도록 하겠습니다. 갑시다. 네, 안녕하세요. 아, 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. 핵가족입니다. 저는 그럼 오늘 의상 갈아입고 오겠습니다.
얹어놓고 왔어요.
아니, 거짓말을 하지 마세요. 거짓말을 하지 마세요.
가볼래요?
괜찮았던 것 같아요. 괜찮았다고? 아, 나 남자하고 영상 통화 처음 해봐. 안녕하세요.
뉴클리어 집으로 가자.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through I just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live up all time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live up all time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live up all time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead, we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2022. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler. Unfortunately, someone scratched the CD that we were using, and so you see all those skips. Happened to me with my Shanghai Noon DVD back in the day. I absolutely destroyed it because I watched that movie too many times, and then it became basically unwatchable, just because it would just skip around too much. So these things happen, you know. I was trying to act out skipping CD. I don't know if I did a great job, or if you just looking beside you, looking like, what is going on? It was working in the camera, Chronicler. I assume it was utterly hilarious. I think that we can probably move on to the series, as Frederick will be taking on KT. There have been some switch-ups, though, and some changes that I wasn't actually expecting, as we did see Frederick Brion, they subbed in Morgan in their last series, and he came back for a victory. Towards the end, there was an unfortunate loss for Sword in Game 2, I believe, and it was not so great on the Lee Sin, and Morgan came in, saved the day. It was pretty impressive stuff, but he is not going to be retaining his place. Sword will be back in to face off against Rascal on KT's side, but KT not without the switch-ups as well, as Gideon will be playing in that jungle position. Let's jump into points of the match to start this one off. A lot of surprises here. I think that the Cuz Gideon switch-up makes a little bit more sense in my opinion, but seeing Sword back, that is definitely a risky call. Both these two teams on the same scoreline. Frederick Brion looking a lot better recently, but also with a little bit of help in defeating Nongshim. Whereas KT, yes, they lost against a challenger team, but it's a special challenger team. So I don't think we should hold it too strongly against them, and then also won against the main team and then lost against the main team. So KT, to me, should still be expected to be a relatively strong team here today, but at the same time, I've seen Gideon swaps before, and generally, they haven't really had the intended result. No, not normally. However, this is, there's been some time since we've seen Gideon take to the Rift, and let's see whether it is going to be better, because honestly, I think it's a really rough ask of Gideon, because Umpty and Lava especially on the side of Frederick Brion have been playing extremely well. One of the large reasons why this two-match winning streak exists for Frederick Brion is off the back of those two guys, and we know that these are momentum players. These are guys that like to get jovial in that mid lane and the jungle. So let's get into this next one. Officially won with Rise. Lolking Lava versus Aria Desuyo, of course. Beautiful. Oh, beautiful. Man. Lava, unironically, one of the best Rise players we have here at the moment within the LCK. And the key thing to me is that Frederick Brion seems to actually be one of the very few teams that utilizes picks like the Rise, like the Renekton well, because you might not always agree with when they go in, but it doesn't matter because they all go in at the same time. And that makes a lot of these type of compositions actually work. Obviously, the Vega is just Lava flexing a little bit, showcasing that he does indeed have depth. Yep. And when Lava is looking good, as his Umpty, he just looks insane. Yeah, really, really good. It's really interesting that it's the Vega and the Rise, two picks that he's found some recent success on. And also, basically, the last two champions that Showmaker has played as well. So very similar playstyle at the moment, and that ain't a bad playstyle to share. Yeah, that average win. That's the Frederick Brion spirit right there. Let me tell you. Strap yourselves in, everyone. This could be a longie. Let me tell you, Atlas. You see that goal at 10, goal at 20? Doesn't matter. Irrelevant if you're a Frederick Brion and Joy. You know, that's all. What about the team goal difference at 40? Where's that? Oh my goodness. All right, let's bring them out right now, as it of course will be Sword starting up towards the top side of the map. Umpty, Lava, Henna, and Delight will round out the Frederick Brion roster. Henna has been drawing some interesting bans with his obsession with the Xayah Rakan combo. We've seen Rakan bans coming in left, right, and center against this team. Kind of cool that it's basically just him that's mixing things up down there and actually finding some success. And to me, at least, a large part of that is actually Delight. I think that Delight has had a great spot thus far, and I think that even within, we always talk about Umpty, justifiably so. If he isn't working, Frederick Brion isn't, same for Lava. But Delight, to me, no matter the state, as that is a beautiful, so cute. The little the Frederick Briogmore. I love it. Absolutely fantastic. But I think Delight, has been a really instrumental part in why ㅅ2022 always defaults to these front-to-back team comps, and I'm happy to see him do well.
Well, let's see what KT is going to be able to do, because they're bringing in Gideon. We're not necessarily sure why Cuz isn't going to be playing today. He had a good series last week, and then this week looked pretty much absent, so it might be part of the reason as to why they're looking for some fresh blood in that jungle. But it is very, very difficult to immediately have a team work around a jungler effectively, so there is a lot riding on Gideon here to get stuff done early, and we don't necessarily know how much practice he's got in, things like that. But looking forward to seeing him synergize well with the team, showing us that this is something that's been in the works for a while.
And if you look at the KT roster lineup, I think one of the big issues was that in the game that they lost, Cuz on the Diana wasn't able to find any of the angles. They went for life on not set when they could have gone for life on set. That's never okay to me, personally, especially not when it was, if I remember correctly, with a Senna. It's like as good as it gets. That is just great. And what they're missing the game? Someone who finds angles. And you know who always does?
It's our boy Life. The guy's pretty good at it. As our key player matchup will, of course, be the mid lane. Could have been the jungle, but it's difficult when there's an untested Gideon, so the stats page would have looked a bit funky. Arya, though, not performing super well. His laning statistics have been pretty absent, and honestly, it's a tough ask. Like, look at Lava. Yes, he's been given Corki a few games, right? There's a Corki diff when it comes to these point picks, so that damage percentage going to be a different story. However, when Lava does get his Corki, he wins with it, generally, because, of course, that average game time that you guys may have witnessed, but he's first in the league when it comes to damage share. They rely on this guy a lot.
And Lava has also played 4 games of Tank Rise, so I think he built damage on one of them, maybe, but it was definitely mostly Tank Rise, so that's going to drag down that damage. Same for the Redaction loss. And for Arya, unfortunately, I think that especially coming into the split, people were very happy to give this guy some time, considering coming from the LGL, yes, had a great Worlds, but you're going into the mid lane, or in the region rather, with the best mid laners in the world, so that is always going to be a tough ask. And thus far, it hasn't really felt like he has progressed the way that he needed to, and I'm hoping for him that that progression will set in. And Sword, you're playing against Rascal, so don't die. That's really the main thing.
They subbed Sword in so that he could pick away the Lee Sin from Rascal, because these are the 2 Lee Sin top players.
No, not even as a joke, Atlas. I do not appreciate. Yes,
these
guys. No, these guys get it. This is correct. This is what I want to see. Lee, Rascal, yes, everyone else. No, I know you're having a fun time, but I'm not. I don't want to be reminded of that Lee Sin top game.
It was not a whole lot of fun.
It was also so unnecessary.
No,
it was not. No.
Well,
but Gideon,
exactly. It's going to be fun to have a bit of a trip down memory lane and learn about this guy, or it may not be, because to be honest, when I think back to Gideon when he was coming in, it was often in times of turmoil. Like, this guy has been subbing in the place of the starting jungler that has been performing badly. And that is just never really a good time mentally for a team to be joining a roster. So it's been difficult for him. Let's see whether Hirai and the boys have been able to make him feel welcome. Obviously, it's a different team as well. And yeah, Hirai back in the suit. I'm happy about that. He was wearing the jersey before, and while it is a great outfit that KT has, Hirai without a suit is just an absolute waste. The guy just looks great most of the time. That's what I look forward to, is Hirai and checking out which suit he's got.
Great collection of turtlenecks.
Oh yeah, turtle. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that. That's points off. Points off now. Okay, let's hop into the draft. ㅅ2022 are going to be taking away the LeBlanc first. Certainly one of Arya's key picks. And KT have done their homework. They've got rid of the Corki. Love it. Great start.
Great call. And when we look at lane to lane, obviously in the mid lane, there's going to be an edge for ㅅ2022. I'd personally expect Unti, with the form he's been in recently, to also have an advantage over Gideon in terms of his ability to be where he needs to be at the right place at the right time. I think that ㅅ2022's coordination between jungle and laners, especially around objectives, has been great. But when you look at the bot and the top lane, that's where the advantage are for KT, right? Aiming and life even in the games they've lost, I think have always looked good. Same Rascal, like I don't even need to get into it. We've talked a lot as Caitlyn, Karma, Zeri, all open. And I don't really think that you can pick the Zeri. Maybe go Zeri,
I think
Karma.
Caitlyn's a little bit more important.
Yeah, no, I agree, but maybe as KT you can go Karma Zeri here, which as long as you have the Karma, I think the Caitlyn lane shouldn't be as big of a problem.
Yep, I think denying that, certainly a great move. I think that Caitlyn Lux has really fallen out of favor. There's been a lot of flash Qs that have been abused, but we're not going to be seeing the Zeri, at least in the bottom lane so far. Gideon going to jump on the Lee Sin as well. Spent a fair bit of time playing behind Blank, of course. Fantastic Lee Sin player, and has played a bunch of it himself. As, yeah, Fred Brianna just going down this tier list and being like, thank you, thank you, thank you. And getting a whole bunch of really good stuff. Poppy into Lee Sin, love to see it. Karma, Caitlyn, if you're a Fred Brion fan, you love to see it. If you're not, and you're a KT fan, you are shaking in your boots because that lane is very, very rough.
No.
It's life. Maybe he can do it. No, it's not it. Look.
No, it's gonna happen. I can feel it.
Well, okay, there we are. We have seen. Am I allowed to do that? Am I allowed to say? Am I allowed to say? But did you see what Carrier did? Am I allowed to say that, or is that illegal?
That's not allowed.
That's an illegal move.
That's
I've been getting a lot of things wrong today.
That's known as an illegal move because Carrier is not in this draft.
Like, what would Carrier do is not a. It's. But I mean.
What would Carrier do? I think. Oh, that's a great bet.
Yeah.
Let's, without all the memery, I think that the Tom Kench is basically aiming a life saying we don't think Hannah and the Light are good because Tom Kench doesn't have the amount of wave clear necessary. Even when combined with a Jinx, who is okay in terms of counter shove, but of course does extend a lot of mana, into Caitlyn Karma, one of the most notorious lanes. Yes, the pick potential is not as insane as Caitlyn Lux, but the shove is way worse. And Gideon, if he ends up playing the league, because of course with Rascal it can always be flexed, you better camp bot lane, because if you don't, you are going to hemorrhage turret plates, and I think from KT that is just a straight up disrespect in terms of draft. I think that picking the Jinx instead of the Zeri, I think is fine. Zeri does have a, as we've seen, notoriously weak laning phase, and not wanting to pick that
very low
lane.
range, right?
Yeah,
it's very difficult.
Like that's fine.
Yeah.
I think that you can make an argument that might have been in terms of raw strength been the call. The Jinx is fine, but giving over the Karma and then counter picking the Kench is something that should be punished. And Fred or Brion, they might not be the most proactive team, but when you get a lead this big in terms of bot lane advantages, I need to see a mitigation factor. Unironically, the Rise, I think full KT could have been one of those factors that can actually roam towards the bot side, but now KT is just basically forfeiting any form of proactive play in the early game, and it's not like Fred or Brion's comp is going to skill poorly.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a rough time. The Gragas is going to be picked up here for Sword. I was half expecting a Tryndamere to be collected for Rascal in that 4th spot, but they dodge needing to worry about it. As that Rise you were talking about comes in, and I think it fits into Fred Brion's comp so much better. They already have the Caitlyn for the extended range, and now alongside the Gragas, they've got reliable engage, and then Rise being able to have a field day with all of the misplaced carries. It's a classic Fred Brion right here, but it looks pretty smooth to me, as that is a Kali locked in. Rascal back to an old favorite, looking to try and punish Sword top lane.
So that lane in isolation is fine, but you're picking a Kali into Rise and into Poppy, and I don't even think like into Gragas if Sword is able to just play, especially outside of lane.
You saw Umpty right there as well, right? Like, he is a very happy boy.
Yeah. I think this draft from KT, if they get to the late game, sure, you have way better damage. You have not even more range because the Caitlyn and the Karma kind of throw it off the mobility, the compass. But like, you can always win any fight in theory. But I think if it plays out as expected, the bot lane pressure from Fred Brion gonna be insane. And when you can set up dives with a Rise, it becomes so much easier for you to get leads around the map. You can completely leave that Gragas in topside alone. Should be A-okay. And if Rascal doesn't find leads by himself, and Fred Brion played his comp as expected, especially with the dive with, I talked about Rise already, but the Poppy as well. There's just so much to this comp. And then I guess the one downside is if you get to late game, they really only have a single damage dealer. But I don't think they should get to late game without having a tremendous lead here.
And if they do that, then they have a damage dealer that has so much protection and peel that I think it'll probably be enough. It's a lot to talk about when it comes to ㅅ and Delight just in general and their carry potential. But I've honestly not seen these guys as being a liability whatsoever. I think if things go wrong for Fred Brion, it happens on the top side of the map, and it happens as a team-wide collapse rather than the bottom lane. I think they've been very stable. They're going to run all the way to this bottom lane and see whether they can catch an aiming in life, but it's not going to happen. Umti's just the best. I know it's just an angry bee, but I don't know.
Okay, here we go. Umti, start on your blue, half towards bot, crash that monstrous wave that ㅅ and Delight should be able to build up, and dive him, and then just do that a bunch more times, and watch us aiming. Ask Life, why do we pick Tom Kench when you don't have Devour on W anymore? I feel like that's not the call. I don't like this. However, Carrier won this matchup, if I remember correctly, so
yes.
What do I know?
It was exactly this matchup as
yes.
well. So just so you know, Tom Kench hard counters Karma. Just putting that out there. Also, as you can see, it is an infinity % CS gap between the two AD carries. So KT just really off to a flying start right now. A little bit facetious there, one could say. As Lava and Arya now battling for mid lane control. We've seen Rises actually have a decent time in this matchup, but I think it's on the Victor to try and get that push, just because they do have a slightly extended range with that death rate available. This is going to be very interesting, though. I really want to see Life justify this pick.
And it's something they've prioritized in the past as well. And I think that the set support without the Senna is obviously not as going to be in as high, or they demand. And that is perfectly fine. It's not the not picking of the set that I have an issue with. It's just that this priority on the Kench in a composition that I think could have really used either another initiator or something a little bit more proactive. Is something that we're gonna have to look towards here. As you can see, aiming, having to use a lot of the mana just to try and maintain a level of control of this wave. And as we wanted, Umti pathing towards the bot side of a lot of poke and hit on aiming and life here. Possibility as, yes, these are not good stats, but at the same time, I feel like Victor is so popular right now that that's just gonna happen.
It's just a really long loss streak, though. That's 7 games in a row that Victor hasn't found anything.
Yeah, but I look at the teams and I'm like, that kind of makes sense.
I mean, it's a bit like that, but it does mean that he has been used as a bit of a crutch, right? And there are a lot of teams that have now prepared strategies around what can be some very large late-game damage that you bring with the Victor. So interesting that he was just so very, very popular. Basically, one of the first things that we knew about the meta in 2022 was that Victor is strong, comfy pick in mid lane. Certainly not looking so comfy here in the LCK at the moment.
Unlike the play here, what we've seen, Gideon also pathing the same way to ensure safety as Umti.
Yeah, here's a bit of a bait. Is Arya going to have to walk over a ward here? Let's see whether Umti makes his way in. Not going to find the stun, but Sword is here, roaming down from the top lane, and there's first blood. Angry Bee comes out from Umti, and already Fred Brion, best friends club coming together.
And Arya was aware that there was someone in the bot side. Umti had used the Scribe's Bloom earlier on to scout out Gideon. Gideon now trying to go for a counterplay of his own. If this works, it's big, but I think Delight and ㅅ, they got a sense.
Yeah, in goes Life, but ㅅ, the quick fingers on that net. Absolutely amazing stuff. Flashing out of the way as well, so not going to be able to find too much here as Life's in trouble. Peacemaker, and the last tick is enough as the Ignite comes through from Delight. Damn, Fred Brion. They can't do any wrong this game, as aiming does have flash available. It's just whether or not he's going to be able to use it to keep himself alive. The answer is yes, but he's going to have to go home, and there's only a couple of summoner spells there left remaining for KT, and Delight still has his flash.
And as Gideon, you're in such an unfortunate position there, because yes, he just stands and watches, but at the same time, Life had flash as that was happening. and all Gideon's camps were up. So if he went for a play there, and Hannah and the Light were playing defensively enough, would make him waste more time, he would get into an even further deficit. And instead, it is now ㅅ2022 just running out across. And this is exactly what should be happening, right? If you pick the Kench and the Jinx, if you pick the Victor into a comp with this much setup, this much power, you are going to have a terrible time.
Yeah. Hannah is going to be out of flash, and Net gets himself out of the way, but as you saw, it was
Viper's flash.
quick hands. Nicely done.
I think Gideon also didn't really expect his support to die there, especially not with the sums up. Yeah, aiming throws down the heal, but through the ignite, that's not going to do a whole lot. And now you have at least a kill didn't go to Caitlyn, but this early on, like getting the kill on the Karma really ain't that bad. Still going to give you an insane amount of laning pressure. And in this bot lane, what we suspected would happen is in fact happening. And look who is roaming there, who is hiding within the jungle.
He's on his way down. The general here to lead his troops. But it's going to be a dragon first, I believe.
Yeah, I'm fine either way. There's no real choices for Umti here. That's what you get when your lanes are winning this hard.
Outside of the top side, where it's just sort of going even with Rascal, which is probably way better than even what's expected of him in the matchup. So it's all coming up for ㅅ2022 right now. And KT's really going to have to get themselves together to figure this one out. Honeyfruit going to be eaten here by Henna. And there it is, the first Drake to go down. Next one will be an Ocean, and then we'll see whether I can have my wish. There's been no Cloud Souls today. As Umpty, Hex flashing over. Aria. Just look. Every single time any play is made by Umpty, it's an angry bee. He's very serious.
Maybe he just cares about the bees, you know? Bees are important to our ecosystem.
He just wants us to know how he's feeling about all of the plays. We know that Umpty, very charismatic player, and just needs to let us know how he's feeling every single time. And I appreciate it. Yeah, a lot.
It's really nice. Making sure to continuously give us the updates. As First Blade has now dropped within the bot lane. Moonquiver picked up. Tome as well for the Light.
Yep, Life taking a lot of damage here. As aiming is at least keeping up in farm. It's definitely good. He is down by about half a wave or something like that. But with how things have gone, you're not going to blame him for that one. It's nicely played. He's going to now try and clear out some vision and then take the long way around. Catch this next wave, probably much closer to his turret, as Life was forced to go back. Level 5 for the Tahm Kench. He almost has the button that he's so revered for. Coming in one more level's time. As Gideon has moved up towards this top side. Vision available for Sword, but not a lot of mana as the 5-point strike comes in.
Wave in an awkward spot here. He really wants to get that shove.
You can see Life's moving up as well.
Oh, yeah. Call Umpty. General.
Yeah.
I need help. Or we just sack the wave and maybe make a play, try and roam.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sword's moving down just to get vision around this Rift Herald. Sort of understood that there was something afoot. Nicely played, mitigating a lot of the pressure that we know Rascal's capable of, but not on the Akali early game. You're never going to be able to do that. It's just not the expectation. Rascal's certainly got a bit of a timer before he is going to start being able to exert any control. It's KT with control, trying to just create space for Gideon to take the Rift Herald. As Lava still fighting back.
Another cutting off. Look at this.
Yeah, the Light comes through, slows down Life. Lava. He's so tempted to flash in, you know it, but going to be able to get safely underneath the turret is Life. Gideon just trying to catch up as far as these camps are concerned. And Henna grabbing double plates.
Yeah.
And Gideon didn't even get the Rift Herald.
Oh, that's beautiful. That is a really nice play there. ㅅ2022, all they need to do really is interrupt the reinforcements. Aiming really wants to get into his turret, playing aggressive here as well.
Yeah, not going to find the tether. As Lava getting pushed out, so Arya is going to wrestle some control back in the mid lane. Certainly good news. Gideon going to win another smite as the Angry Bee comes through again. Thank you, Umpty. Not too happy about that one. To get that smite, though, as that's a fantastic steadfast presence, demonstrating exactly why Poppy was picked in the first place. Just getting his eye in, getting the fingers ready. Like it.
Need to make sure. And thus far, there's been a decent amount of attention being paid towards this. Bot lane has resulted in the loss of many a plate. And I don't think we're done quite yet. That first back is going to come through, or the second back rather, that Hannah's going to be able to pick up is going to have him even further. I say second, it's third. He already in the pickaxe as well.
Yeah.
That's how fast it's going, Atlas. That's how many plate have already dropped.
I know, this is the raw speed of a Fredit Brion game, Chronicler. I hope you're getting ready.
It's hard to notice everything happening.
Have you heard of the term high-octane League of Legends? Yes! It is either called high-octane League of Legends or Fredit Brion, just in general. As the cast comes down, perfect execution is there, though, for Rascal. Is he going to put another solo kill on his mantelpiece? The answer is no for now.
So it's just like, yeah.
Yeah, walks
that
out.
was damage.
Yeah, he's like, good for you, buddy. I'll go
Yeah.
home. It's fine.
Nice. And this is, of course, one of the downsides of the Chemtech build. You, especially pre-Demonic Embrace, will be lacking somewhat in damage. And yeah, Sword got counterpicked, and he's up 30 gold. Now, being up 30 gold is not that important in the grand scheme of things. But that Akali is going to have to do a lot of work in team fights to really prove her viability. If you're Sword, you're looking at this game saying, well, I will boop someone if they come close to Hannah, I guess.
Yeah.
I'll throw a cast. Maybe I'll flash body slam if I'm feeling feisty.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there is no expectation on Sword this game whatsoever.
No.
He just needs to be Gragas.
Just be there.
Yeah. And this guy has been a very good team fighter throughout his whole career. We've only ever been negative, really, about Sword's ability to navigate a laning phase. He's just, like, he just doesn't have sort of those micro mechanics. However, is always very good at being in the right place and navigating through a team fight correctly. Understands win conditions in later stages of the game. So certainly the perfect style of pick for him. He was, of course, on Ornn and Scion duty for a large portion of his career. And when he was back on Griffin, of course. And it looks to be continuing now. As Gideon, you got a lot of friends coming through here as he safeguards his way out. Umpty is going to claim the shellfish, potentially, unless he wants to move down here towards the bottom side. Ooh. Okay, as far as the Best Friends Club is concerned, communication a little bit off with the double control ward in the brush. Points missing.
That can only spell disaster for Fredit Brion. When they're not on the same wavelength, that's dangerous, Atlas. Surely now only disaster and failed team fights will follow. That's the only reasonable explanation.
Oh, absolutely.
Nice little hidden ward there. I don't think that in the grand scheme of things is going to make a big change, as I'm pretty sure that they know that Gideon is in the general vicinity, right? That is not new information. He has been spotted before. They're not going to fall for it. That's a second Drake. And I'm pretty sure if Aiming and Live go for a back here as...
Angry Bee? There it is.
Nice.
That's my boy. Okay.
Trying to steal it from him.
Not going to happen. Not when Umpty's there. Not when he's feeling so extraordinarily angry.
So, how do we feel 13 minutes in about this Karma Jinx lane? Well, I guess Kench Jinx.
The counter pick?
Yeah.
I'm not feeling super great about it. As
what a surprise, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like sometimes Gumayushi and Carrier do something. That doesn't mean you should do it.
These are trained professionals, Atlas. Don't try this in your own solo queue games.
Yeah, well, actually, don't anyone else try them anywhere. Because I don't, it's crazy how they managed to do that. It was from a very precise all-in at a very precise timing. And then snowballing throughout the laning phase.
Oh, no.
That was very impressive. His life is, going to walk on out of here as Umpty's going to move over and Gideon has to give this up. Man, Gideon. That is just taking away the lunch money. He's happy now.
Gideon didn't have smite. So that's why normally as Lee, you'd hang in there for a little bit longer and then you'd smite it and then you'd be fine. But he did not have smite. And now the first turtle bot has gone over 5 plates. Being pumped into Caitlyn, who is already sitting on 1.5 item, whereas Aiming is close to the first mythic, just now running away, running out of the base. And you know what is a cool thing that I really like in movies, Atlas, is that...
What's that?
Sometimes you have movies that are like kind of genre-defying meta things, right? Where like a structure is set up and you expect it to go in direction A, but then instead it pivots and it goes into direction B.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Well, this is not that. This is just a cookie cutter move. This is Hallmark what we're seeing here.
Yeah, well, this is a Marvel movie.
Yeah, this is just straight up like
we wanted M. Night Shyamalan and we got a Marvel movie.
You've seen the trailer and like start to finish. It's like a Christmas movie. You know exactly what's going to happen.
No, but I mean a Christmas movie.
That's
That's what you want to happen because it's a Christmas movie. You want to sit down. You want. Macaulay Culkin sitting home alone and stuff like that, and you want his parents to come home. You want him to learn a lesson on the way, but you want his parents to come home, and then they come home and it's great. This, I don't want to watch Tahm Kench Jinx just be picked into Caitlyn Karma and lose. I don't want that. Because we don't learn anything. It's just the same thing. Hey.
Yes.
Actually, no, we do learn something. We do learn something. We learn that
Carrier's really good.
Yeah, there is like sometimes the nameplates really do matter, and this is just the expected result, right? And Life, we're not saying anything against him.
No,
it's just that this was not the right call this time around because Fred Brion deserved far more respect because they can pilot this lane very, very well, and we knew they could.
Agreed. And is it all over for KT? No. The amount of snowballing that we're seeing here, combined with the fact that there's a Victor Jinx in the enemy team, there are still steps to be made for Fred Brion. But this is the type of game where if they play it out carefully, very nice, they will just win with the lead that they have. As I
love it every time. Every time. It's just constant emoting.
You know what's going to happen here is that Rise is going to get another little notch in the victory column.
Oh dear. As long as you don't vote for him, because I know yesterday a bit of a corky voter. And
maybe I will, Atlas. You can't stop me.
I can't stop you. My voting rights were rescinded many moons ago.
Many a moon ago.
Many moons ago. And look, for decent reason, we had a lot. We wanted to share them around to other global broadcasts, so that's fine. However,
I thought you were going to say media.
I mean, if that's where my vote went, then I'm gonna revolt. I'm gonna grab it back.
A media vote.
Yeah.
But as I was saying, there's going to be a point where the composition of KT will still be able to punish mistakes being made, right? But the problem is, especially with the Mountain Drake and presumably the Mountain Soul going the way of Fred Brion, that, first of all, is really bad news. I think the itemization from KT is good into what they're facing. Kraken Slayer, as well as the Leandries, I think are both great items for the situation. But then secondly, this is Fred Brion, and if there's something they do, they're methodical.
Monty gets that control ward into the brush, and Rascal is thwarted from his attempted flank. That is a lot of damage onto Gideon. As the flash immediately from Umpty. Steadfast Presence comes down. Sword in a good spot to try and keep the rest of the team alive. Yeah, that Chaos Storm does not bother Lava one bit, but Rascal is going to be able to pick up the kill onto the Poppy. Gideon also slinking out of there, and Sword finds himself with nowhere to go. Man, that could have been cleaner, but KT walk away with 2 kills.
Gonna feel really good about that one, and that is important. It's Rascal really who does the heavy lifting there, being able to split them off. And Fred Brion, I don't know why they were so split. They're a team that are notorious for always being in the same place in the same time. And there it was very disjointed. When we're going to take a look at that fight, we can see how much they were spread apart by the combined efforts of Rascal and Arya. We'll get the turret here, but not getting the point. In that Mountain Soul, not getting the Mountain Soul point rather is definitely an unfortunate scenario.
Yeah, this was just Umpty getting a little bit overly excited and Sword coming in for the flank, right?
And zoning.
Yeah.
And it is Rascal that then, as the Steadfast Presence is already down, gets the win. And I think for Fred Brion, normally they are so methodical. And I think trying your hardest, even with Poppy, even with Gragas, to dive a Lee when you've already effectively removed him from the fight would have been completely fine.
Yeah. I think it's just one of those times where Rascal comes up trumps. The guy is pretty good, and I actually really love this because it kind of sets up the story that we were expecting from the word go, right? This is pretty much Rascal versus the rest of Fred Brion. Like, he is a player that has been able to pilot this Akali extraordinarily well for many years. Him on DRX was probably when he played it the most and was very, very feared. Of course, Akali was a little bit different back then, but still. It's very, very fun to see Rascal get a kill and an assist and possibly put himself into a position where he can be that carry that they're looking for. Because this is what KT was drafting for. This is how we could potentially see what this comp is capable of if, you know, Aiming and Life didn't get, you know, shoved in over and over again, didn't lose their turrets, much as the way that the Caitlyn Carmel.
Tank Rex, everyone.
Yeah, there we go.
And the tank Akali as well.
The big old combo.
Yeah. Fortunately for Sword, he is not necessarily tasked with taking down Rascal in a 1v1. That's never going to be his job.
Nope.
As Umti.
Angry bit.
Be ready, I'm sure.
We're getting a little bit serious, I think. Umti's stopped emoting.
Which they should. I think that was the first big mistake that we saw of Fred Brion. They are still in a big lead. But give over another Drake to KT. And something that we said at the very beginning of this game might actually come to fruition, and that is that into the late game, the Fred Brion comp actually does have a sizable disadvantage in terms of damage. Yes, Henna is very far ahead, will be able to hopefully itemize accordingly, but if a tanky lineup like KT's starts stacking multiple Mountain Drakes, the amount of resistances that are available are going to be a huge deal for Tank Rise, Tank Gragas, and Tank Poppy. They're not going to get through any of those health bars.
No. Not unless Lava does some pivoting towards like a death cap third item or something like that. But we can see that's definitely
that's
to
a
happen.
force of nature.
Oh, yes.
I think it's great into the amount of AP from KT. The item is fine, but we also know that the build does no damage.
Yeah. And also, Caitlyn's not going to do a lot of damage with 2.5 items, right? Once 3, 4, and then you're going to get yourself online. And you do need to continue the pressure. You do need to continue the snowball. And yes, they have about a 3,000 gold lead, but Aiming's Jinx, right? You're pretty happy about how scaling works. And also, you've got Devour on your side. Kraken Slayer is a possibility when you have that added peel. That makes Jinx do so much more damage. Gale Force comes in. Aiming takes a lot of damage there. There's the ace in the hole, and Life is going to tank it very comfortably.
I think the key takeaway is we don't know whether in a Hallmark movie or an M. Night Shyamalan movie yet. We didn't watch any of the trailers.
That's true.
We don't know. Maybe the twist ending is coming. Maybe it's Rascal.
Well, right now, he is just sitting in a brush. Bunch of pings now as Rascal might just get face checked. Delight is going to be his target. There's the backflip and there's the execution. The heal comes through. Tanks up the Super Mega Death Rocket. Does Hannah, and Rascal still wants it. Last auto going to come in as there is the tether, and Delight. I don't think that Rascal quite has enough damage as this tank Akali, and Hannah is going to be able to pick up the kill. Man. Oh, that's potentially a tilter here as the Abyssal Voyage will allow Life to get himself out of the way. Aiming, not quite going to get stunned against the wall, but Life now able to devour or regurgitate, Aiming over the wall, and Life will sacrifice himself for the good of his AD carry, and that is 2 kills in challenge for Rascal's flank.
And unfortunately for KT, that's the type of play I think you have to go for. You need Rascal to find backline access, and might this game have been a little bit less one-sided. Might there have been more assistance from the rest of his team. That could have been a game-winning play. If Rascal finds a kill there on the light and makes it out, they have an extra man going into the second Mountain Drake. We might be on a different timeline here, but instead it's going to be 3 Drakes for Fred Brion. Soul Point now available for them. That's going to help a lot of their issues.
Yeah.
Teleport coming through, though.
We're looking to try and challenge KT, also understanding that they really do need to salvage this play, or maybe Rascal realizing that there's so much on his shoulders this time around. Gideon going to get into the pit, though. This time he has Smite. As Arya looks to try and get away from Sword. That is going to be the Drake take-in after a brilliant kick. Gideon setting that one up very nicely. The rest of Fred Brion. Ooh, one of them going to be tanking that Super Mega Death Rocket is now Delight having to deal with this Lee Sin. He makes it towards the back line, but he is still going to be taken down. As now Sword is being frustrating. Arya is going to get taken out. That's 2 kills for the Tank Rise as Lava's looking for his third. Imagine if Tank Rise got a pentakill, it would be ridiculous, but it's not going to happen as Rascal's going to go into the Shroud now, looking to try and fight this one out against Tanner. I think he still wins it, but he's going to fall down in the end. A triple kill for the Rise, and Fredabreon will answer back.
Not sure why Fredabreon chose to keep the Dragon Leash there. They kept autoing it. That wasn't necessary, but with the amount of gold now into their pockets, they're still going to feel relatively comfortable as Delight showing the great escape here, being able to get so far off really nice tank there as well from Henna to make sure that the Jinx did not find the crucial kill on the Karma. This is all looking great. And if I'm seeing this, I'm like, well, this is the freest Drake, but here we see Fredabreon. They keep leashing the Drake, and with a Lee, with Kick, and himself not having his ultimate available, I think they need to play that one a little differently, especially because they're a man up.
Yeah.
And you should be able to try and leverage that to the furthest extent, but instead, they wait a little bit too long. But this cask, yeah, that one was really big.
Sword demonstrating his team fighting, really playing well as the team groups together. It's precisely what Fredabreon needs. And yeah, Rascals, he's really trying to put this one on his back.
Tank Akali, by the way.
Yeah, Tank Akali. Now Fredabreon do have a close to 7,000 gold lead at the 26-minute mark. It is certainly very, very dangerous. And now that Force of Nature that Lava was putting together is done. He's 4-0-2. 50 CS up. Tank Rise is really, really strong.
And
I don't know why more people aren't picking it.
There are situations where you're happy to see the Shadow Flame, but this is not one of them. If you look at the amount of MR available here on Fredabreon's side.
They have more tanks than they should have.
Yes. I think Void Step value would have been great as Sword.
Yeah, we're going to try and kill the Gragas. He was thinking about flashing. Does do it in the end, as now Rascal is here. This is just Sword buying time, though. He's still not dead, as the Baron, Super Mega Death Rocket, glides by gracefully. Like, congratulations. Now the Realm Warp's there. Sword is still alive! The body slammed interrupt, the backflip. Now the 5-point strike. He's got a... Oh, man. It doesn't matter that he dies. But the Baron was over a very long time ago. Like, that's the most all caps worth in all chat I have ever seen. As now Aria's in trouble. Net not going to come through as there's the ace in the hole. Easily tanked by Life.
Do note that look at Hanai has the Infinity Edge, and the Caitlyn's only going to get more and more scary from this point on with the siege of this comp. Fredabreon is really good, and Sword truly showing the value of Tank Gragas there. Only there to be a nuisance. The rest of the team responding well, immediately pivoting towards that Baron. And there were a few twists and turns. I'm still feeling like Fredabreon with this Baron pickup is maintaining, and if this is not the story of this game, then I don't know.
And it's also the story of how Fredabreon wins almost all of their games, right? Like, just the obscene level of destroyed that they managed to they managed to do in the mid lane was just ridiculous. Henna, of course, doing his job as the Caitlyn. But man, when Lava gets ahead, if you're a Fredabreon fan, you're very happy with the state of the game.
Lava, honestly, is one of the best mid laners that we have within the LCK with pushing a lead. I think that Lava, when playing from behind...
Fredabreon in general are very good at winning these games. It won't be for another 11 minutes or so.
Oh, no.
Before this one comes through. I think Gideon probably steals another Drake as well.
Well, here's the thing. KT can still win this game. If Gideon gets his next Drake, you know what Fredabreon is going to do? Sit.
Oh yeah, we flip elders on this one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and also we need to wait for the actual soul point.
Yes.
Fredabreon will then get the next Drake though, right?
Maybe. I still think that if KT at any point get the mountain taken from them, I think they're in deep trouble. This would have been a great moment for Rascal to maybe go for an Abyssal Mask, right? You're really reliant. There's an insane amount of MR on the enemy team.
Now we've got double Shadow Flames. Now Sword looking for this backline. There's the ulti. Arya left on his own. It's a good devour, but unfortunately the cask is going to bring him back as well. Aiming taken down. Delight may fall. Gideon gets into the backline as Umpty finds the stun. The Lee Sin trying to get himself out of there and does so with the safeguard. But this inner turret, it can't get itself out. It's stationary, everyone, as Fredabreon now move this one lone siege minion towards this turret. Another 18 seconds on the Baron. And Sword is hunting for more potential targets. Could have been worse, though, for KT, to be honest.
Not the worst of trades. Actually, really well done by Life. Pivotal there on the Tom Kench, being able to save Arya from a sure demise. And now we are looking at Soul Point for Fredabreon. And once that Mountain Soul comes in, I feel like they are truly going to solidify. Hopefully we'll see Void Staffs next. You know, I get it. Abyssal, maybe not the most popular item. Hard to find in the shop as well. You know, it's been kind of hidden. Yeah, but
it's chem tanking.
I know, but then I look at the amount of resistances on Lava. I'm like, I don't think that ever works out. It's again the general leading the charge, but it's Sword that actually finds the engage. And I think that, as mentioned previously, without Life, this would have been a true disaster. It's Gideon. I thought it was Rascal, but actually Gideon is able to get the cheeky kill on the side there. But the problem is, hit and run tactics are all you really have right now when you're KT, because you are so far behind in terms of items. Well, there's a Void Jewel in the inventory, so that's nice, but I don't know about this one, Rascal.
Yep, Lava looking to try and lock this one down onto Rascal as Sword. Not going to find the body slam, but they are going to be able to find the kill. There it is. One more Q is going to connect from Lava, theoretically, and then they're going to be able to grab it, but no. It's in fact going to be Sword that grabs the boot. Tower falls down on the top side, though, as Arya is able to get one back. So a fair bit of time bought by Rascal. It's just what Fredabreon are going to be able to do with the man advantage on the map now.
And overall, more resistances being stacked. Fredabreon, they're insanely tanky. Eventually, that's not going to be enough anymore. The Lord Dominic's now finished on aiming, but we keep talking about this clock. But the pace of the game has been, barring that one misplay around the second Drake from Fredabreon, I think, been very one-sided in favor of them.
Yeah.
And as long as they keep it together, play around the Baron that's coming up in about a minute, and play it clean front to back, which, let's be honest, it's Fredabreon. It's basically second nature to them.
Oh, yeah.
I am pretty sure that they can close out the game before this scenario ever comes to fruition.
And Sword can just do this. Sidestepping some things, wandering around. Like, KT are not going to waste their time trying to kill the Gragas ever again. So now he's able to just walk through with impunity. And now Gargo Stoneplate's done for Lava. That's a very, very tanky rise.
Yep, 164 MR on Sword, and a crazy amount of MR on anyone, really.
Yeah.
From Fredabreon. I guess that, you know, Han and the Light are not as tanky, but I also don't think that they're going to get hit, so they should be completely fine. Void Staff is finished for Arya. That's big at least, because that is going to make the Shadow Flame retroactively a lot better, and is very necessary to get through these distances, but I don't think it's really going to start hurting until we see the Death Cap come through. So no problems for Rascal, who is still building the Void Staff. So that is not enough time, because Baron is spawning now, and in 2 minutes it's also the Soul coming through for Fredabreon.
Well, if Gideon does manage to find the smite, at least there's some extra gold on the table. He might die, though, as if that was a crit, he may have almost just been dead. Sword just going to go for a bit of a fadeaway jump shot here. Not quite able to find the rim, but that's all okay. Heroic charge into the wall. Rascal just going to be pushed away from this Baron pit. As even the Mountain Rift makes it a little bit rough for Gideon to get over here. A lot of checking being done by Fredabreon, as there's the Demacian Justice, but over the wall goes Rascal. Gideon dives into the pit as well, steals away the Baron, and that was a bit of a whoopsie yet again for Fredabreon. A big old cask is there, though, as now Arya on the wrong side of this fight. Lava tanking for absolute days, but he does no damage. Sword's been in here for about 4 million years, and now Henna has to go golden. In goes Life as there's the flash. But unfortunately for Humpty, he has no health when he gets in there. Here's the Realm Warp, and goodbye Lava. He burns to death. And now Delight's going to have to get out of there. Unfortunately, Fredabreon, no damage. and that Baron was just not it.
M. Night Shyamalan has arrived after all in this game because Fred and Brion, not only do they flip the Baron completely unnecessarily, but they also then hard commit to a fight without their main damage dealer being able to join. And when this ultimate comes through, I think you say, guys, let it go. Why take the risk? We are playing into a Lee Sin. Gideon, of course, gets it no problem. 820 health, no biggie there. Auntie not able to get it. And then Life with a beautiful, beautiful Devour over the wall. And then this, look at Hannah. Hannah is not doing anything in this fight. Not able to, not his fault. But then why is the rest of this team going in this deep? Yeah. Not allowed, Atlas. You need to play with your actual damage dealer there. The rest of the team just doesn't do enough at this point in the game. And instead, they give up Baron with the accompanying bounties. I'm pretty sure they've given up the third Drake as well, and it's looking like KT are going to win this game after all.
Yep. As Gideon, that's why he got subbed in. It was for this exact moment as now Fred and Brion are closing in. They haven't taken the Drake just yet. That's a great ulti this time, but Gideon's still here. If he's got a smite button, it's likely he can get that steal done as Umpty going to push him into a wall that he gets over, but that is going to mean that the Drake goes over to Fred and Brion. Mountain Soul is there now, but they burst through the rise. Not so tanky now. As the Buckler not going to be able to take down Rascal. It's another kill. Henna is dead. There is no damage left for Fred and Brion. Aiming's got a double so far, and you best believe he's getting excited. They'll take down this outer turret in the mid lane, and maybe this is just game over as Umpty gives them the thumbs up. Oh man, Sword trying to hold this minion wave, and that it might be able to slow things down, but there are a couple of minions there. They can happily tank as well.
Ooh, Sword's still doing his best. I don't think the game is over just yet, but that is a 8k gold Baron power play here from KT.
8k!
Yes.
They now have a 1,000 gold lead. Yeah. I don't know, man. The wet noodle fight happening there in the jungle was funny, but doesn't ultimately mean anything. And there's just no damage. Look at Fred and Brion move forward here, and Gideon, yes, you get locked down, and yes, there's a Mountain Soul, but more tankiness is not what you need.
That's a problem. The only member who really matters here is Hannah. And you know who is right on top, zoning him away every single time, buying time for the rest of his team. Rascal.
Yeah.
Never, ever does Hannah get the chance to auto-attack. And if he doesn't auto-attack, as we've established many a time, the rest of his team does no damage. Oh, yeah, that's not good.
Yeah,
Rascal is doing heavy lifting, and Aiming at this point says, guys, I'm jinxed. I have a Tom Kench. We have a Victor as well.
Yeah.
And our point of power has been hit, and now Fred and Brion. Good luck getting back into this one, because yes, you have the Mountain Soul, but that's really all you got going for yourself in this one at this point in time. When the death cap finishes on Arya, might be game over.
It might be. There's a Void Staff on the way for Lava, though, so he might start doing and damage as opposed to no damage. See how that goes. At least it is a damage item. As Sword looking for a flanking position. Not a lot of vision available here from Fred and Brion, but Gideon, yeah, it's not really worth it, is it? He discovered that one pretty quickly as Hannah avoids that, and Life just tanks yet another ace in the hole very, very easily. Gideon looking for a flank opportunity here, lands the Q onto Sword on his way past. That was pretty cute, using it for a bit of scouting. But it's just a siege here towards the bottom side of the map, making room for Rascal to get that push in the mid lane. As okay. Not gonna go for too much here. Some weird zooming stuff going on, but it was just Umpty going home. And yes, Fred and Brion have managed to at least stabilize for now, but the lead that they had is gone. It was over 7,000 gold. And now KT have a Tahm Kench that's basically old Tahm Kench. He's level 15, getting very close to being, you know, just what we remember the obnoxious Tahm Kench as. And he's got Anathemas as well. And when there's one damage dealer on the opposing side, I mean, KT may as well just all buy that item. All set it to Hannah. And just walk towards the enemy nexus slowly.
Oh my God. If I don't see 5 Anathemas on KT
wouldn't it just be genius?
No, I'm not even joking.
Yeah.
It would actually be really good.
Yeah.
even just Life having it, right? Put so much threat as Henna.
Well, aiming, gonna have to get devoured. Henna is, I mean, if he's your only damage dealer, you're pretty happy that it's him. Been making these plays all game. The Devour, very valuable. Gideon gonna tank an ace in the hole once again. 6 items on both the Jinx and the Caitlyn. Both of them very long range, very good in the late game, as Gideon gonna stand on a trap. Not exactly what you want. Life gonna do the same thing, and Henna's going to find him with that one as well. Says thank you very much for the free damage, and Life says thank you very much, I like eating great health.
Also aiming, I think, if I remember correctly, the only one in this game who went Gathering Storm. He's about to hit. He's about to hit the Fred Brion timer in 20 seconds. He knew. He knew all along. Very aware of what was happening, and it's not impossible for Fred Brion, of course, to win a fight here, but it is all going to come down to how can they enable Henna. And I think that into the range of Jinx Victor, this point in the game, it's going to be incredibly hard.
Henna, by the way, he does so much damage. As here's the ulti, not going to find too much other than some minions there, as now Aiming's going to get stunned up. Everfrost is good. Cask is going to push the Jinx all the way out of the fight, but they wanted to kill her. They don't want to get her out of here, and Aiming's now moving back. Gideon's going to get taken down, though, as now Life dives into the backline, but it's not exactly where he wants to be. It's Rascal that needs to get on top of Henna, but Henna has full health. Can Rascal do it? No, he gets booped against the wall, and that ain't going to do it for you, Life. Trying to walk this one out, and they have lost Sword. They still have tanks aplenty. It's just Henna. He's the only one you need to look out for. We're doing another Baron, though, Chronicler. I'm frightened.
This time around, though, there's no smite. Gideon is not alive. Aiming might fire an ultimate, and at this point in the game, he does an insane amount of damage. I think that's too early.
It is.
It will be. And that should be Baron. KT, you got to go now.
Yeah, it's starting to go down, and KT need to just get themselves into a position where they can win a fight. The Baron is... Oh my god! Hey, hey, hey! The smite's a difficult ability! I almost had a heart attack!
I'm pretty sure that
Baron, god!
Baron had a little bit of...
That was the most, like, silver platter Baron. The most silver platter Baron I've ever seen. Almost so.
Hey, Atlas, he got it. Doesn't matter.
He did.
He lost hit it.
Oh
my god. Imagine losing game there. Lava. Lava.
Gravity field goes down. He doesn't take damage. Don't worry about it, Chronicler. It's fine. Just look at Henna's health bar. See whether he stays alive. As in goes Rascal. Manages to pop the Karma. As KT taking so much damage here on the backline. Arya is going to devour the Victor, but he's now going to fall. Aiming. Still alive, though. So important that he gets the damage down as Gideon looks for Lava now as well. Umpty over the wall, and the rest of KT now looking to see if they can go back and grab this Elder. There are still 3 members alive on the side of Fred Brion, but none of them do damage. Apart from the Void Staff, I guess, that Lava has picked up for himself.
Fred Brion, stop leaving Henna alone! You need him so badly!
They didn't. Do you know what Rascal did? He just killed the bodyguard first. That was his plan.
That's not the only bodyguard. Why is there not a squadron of bodyguards for this man?
Oh, I don't know.
There's 3 tanks.
Well, Lava now having to deal with Rascal himself.
Umpty's coming.
Yep, they've kept the Elder leashed as well as Rascal's buying so much time. And if he dies, it's absolutely fine. Umpty not going to be able to get into the pit. The Blast Cone was there, but he did not want to risk it and didn't have smite. Oh, man. This went from like the cleanest Fred Brion game ever to one of the most messy late games I have seen in the LCK so far this season.
There's so many tank builds in this game. No one is dying.
Yeah.
As eventually, like, Gideon goes down. And I like the identification here from KT, knowing that Henna is the one to get onto, especially with the Anathemas. Obviously, if Life can get the CC down, it is all looking peachy, right? That's kind of what you're going for as... Oh my god, yeah.
Oh, that was actually really troll, because it was...
Yeah.
It looked to me like that was a good smite.
No, that's... It happens. It happens. And then watch what happens here. Because Umpty going for the Elder is one thing. But Sword and Umpty, like, that's cool and everything that you're going in. You're not going to die. But Rascal's just like, wait.
Well, I guess I just killed Henna for
Henna's
free.
alone, and I gotta credit. Oh no!
Oh dear. Well, here's some revenge for you, as we've got a lot of teleports all over the place. This is one of the most mobile champions in the game in the Akali, as Lava now looking for his opportunity. Gideon going to just try and kick him away. As I mean, also the rest of KT are in front of Brion's base.
The Baron recalls. They didn't go through.
Yep, Hannah, can Gideon actually get there to stop him from coming back? And the answer is absolutely yes. Gideon should be dead. Aiming's here though. These Nexus turrets will not last very long at all. The Chaos Storm goes down. The first turret is dead. The Dragon is so angry. The backs have not come in. It's a double kill already for Aiming. And he just needs to get to work on this Nexus. It is way too easy. Life didn't need to gobble him up, but the Nexus goes down. And KT win the... I mean, I want to say KT win, but honestly, congrats. Fred Brion lost the game.
Twist upon twist upon twist.
M. Night Shyamalan, he really does just come out at the very end. And he's like, this was never even in the olden days.
Look at this fan. That's how we're all feeling.
This is, oh my. It's like the most Fred Brion and the most KT at the same time.
10 out of 10 stars. That's what I have to say about this one.
Did this have to be the final series of this week? Because
it's so good.
There's not a lot of brain that I have left, you know?
Good, Atlas. This is just enjoy the ride. You know, you don't go to Transformers or Fast and Furious expecting a deep treatise on the duality of man.
Do you go and expect, like, because I go into one of those movies, I expect cars and explosions and biceps. And you get them every time. I went into this, I was like, it's going to be a long, drawn-out game where Fred Brion play an intelligent late game and slowly win the game.
Clean, as they do.
If KT get a 2-0, we have to bust out the clean 2-0, nothing to see here.
Yes. Well, you know who I voted for. That was not hard. But actually, Gideon in those final moments actually played it so well.
I mean, he also won every single contested smite. And that was after getting schooled in the early game.
Yeah.
I think it was Rascal that saved it, but it took the rest of the team to join in to actually take the victory. It was a smart backdoor at the beginning as well. Thankfully, we're going to take a very short break. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we still do have some gentlemen standing alongside on a rug in order to take us through what was a ludicrous roller coaster.
끊었어 집 끊었어. 아 어차피 게임 못 끝내. 어차피 게임 못 끝내. 나집 끊을게. 끝내봐. 할 수 있어? 이거 켜볼래 일단. 나 이거 천천히 해라 너네. 조심해. 우리 장로랑 나 상태 안 좋아. 야 캣트 집 끊었어. 캣트 집 끊었어. 라인 밀어줘. 가라 그냥 오면 궁 써도 돼. 끝내봐. 캣트 집 끊었어. 이거 하나 깨고 빼자. 타워줘. 아니 타워. 아니야. 하자. 장로 해야 돼. 타워. 야 기다려. 천천히. 끝났어. 와. 잘하네. 좋았다. 일단.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen
Welcome back, guys. We are here at the Analyst Carpet Space, ready to break down whatever the hell that game number 1 was. I think M. Night Shyamalan, if he was watching, he would have been impressed because there were about 7,000 twists and turns. Wolf, start us off with the draft.
Well, taking a look at the draft, we ended up having a very Fredit Brion comp, right? We talked about this so many times. We even mentioned it in the previous series about how Fredit Brion drafts like this. The casters mentioned it in the draft stage. It has a great team fighting ability. It has, the power drop that Caitlyn has to get through is somewhat mitigated by the fact that you've got a tank line. You can survive through those mid-game fights and get to the late-game power spike. But the longer the game goes, more damage is often better than more tankiness. If the execution is good enough, and KT were able to steal the win away in the end.
Yeah, they were able to steal away the win. There's a lot to talk about here, so, pretty standard compositions. The Tom Kents we weren't super happy about, got bullied a bunch in the lane, gave up an early kill, but a pretty standard, other than that, kind of scaling composition. It was pretty interesting to see them highlight the Akali once again for Rascal, kind of highlighting the fact that, okay, this guy is our carry. We're going to get him on something that can carry, such as the Akali.
So let's go ahead and jump into highlights, because we've got a lot to look at here in this game. The first highlight is going to be, we were joking about, is this a Marvel movie or is it directed by M. Night Shyamalan? Because this is where it looks like, okay, Rascal gets a pick here onto Delight. This is super important. If he gets this kill, pushes Hannah away, he's at half health. This turns into a Mountain Drake for us, right? But then it's a turn. Delight's extremely speedy. He's a Karma. They are able to, with a great cast here from Sword, kill Rascal, and then turn around here to actually completely wrestle control back away from KT Rolster. With the extended follow here, they are going to grab control, force out a flash, and look for another pick here onto the enemy AD carry. Really nice ult there from Umpty. And it looks like from this moment on, okay, well, this is Fredit Brion's Drake, 100%, right? And you might think so, but Director Shyamalan, he had a twist, because Fredit Brion, they come back over here. Well, they're not very well set up here on this fight. And even though Arya is in a really nice spot up here on the top side of the map, this fight gets a little bit wacky. He doesn't actually end up doing that much damage in this fight. And Fredit Brion are able to, guess what, turn it around again. They end up getting 2 picks here. Very little damage done with the Victor here.
Swords casks the entire game were just insane. Like, the guy gets a ton of flack for his laning phase. I think that is one of his weakest parts, but gotta give him credit where credit's due. I mean, he was having a fun time on the Gragas today.
So in this fight as well, there was a big lack of Victor damage. The positioning was good to start things off, but he wasn't able to really do a whole lot in terms of damage output. So I want to talk about the build that we did see at this stage. He only had the Shadow Flame. And looking at the full builds here, this is of course completed. At the time of that team fight, 2 of those Force of Natures were complete. The third one was nearly done. They had 2 Chem Tanks as well as the Thimble Venter on Lava. So picking this item second here, maybe it was going along with Riot's fantasy for this item being an anti-shield item, but with no magic penetration here, without having magic pen boots, buying this item second really hurt their ability to team fight going into that Drake situation.
Yeah, and really it's about what you prioritize, right? And that's something we've talked about a lot. Do you want to get the Void Staff early because they already have a lot of magic items or magic resistance item built? Probably. That is what he should have gone for, but instead just the extra AP with the Shadow Flame doing a little bit less. Did go Leandries to target those really high health pools that were on the opposite side as well. So pretty interesting item there, but maybe we would have liked to see the Void Staff. But guys, we do have more highlights and more to talk about. Let's go into the Soul fight that we did have towards the end of the game.
So this is when the Void Staff is online here, and KT are starting to really hit their power spikes, right? They're able to get so many items here going into this fight that they actually can break through the tank line. And Rascal's positioning is so phenomenal throughout this fight and subsequent ones we couldn't get because there were so many of them. But he helps set up that damage there. You can see Arya is actually really hitting people hard here. They have the Baron buff. They are able to do a ton of damage once that Void Staff is online. It's a completely different fight. I think part of that, of course, is Rascal, but I wanted to highlight 2 kind of different moments there for the Victor in terms of spikes and where KT came online. And yeah, they win that one and several subsequent ones to end up taking the game.
Yeah, and of course we did have a crazy end to the game with a bit of a base race where they were able to delay backs with the Jinx rocket. Definitely rewatch if you missed it, crazy stuff. But we do have the POG ready to go, and let's see who does pick it up for that one. It will be Rascal on his Akali, the 5th pick here on Red Side.
In terms of what the value of this Akali was, it looked very weak throughout the mid game, not because Rascal played it poorly, just because his opponent's team was so tanky. They had so much disengaged. Sword played the Gragas extremely well. So Rascal had to do what he's done all season long and find really awesome angles, really nice ways to get into the back line, kill his opponent's AD carry, and also, of course, the mid laner there in the Rise when he got the opportunities to. And he was always on the flank. He was always on angle. And I think as much as Sword had a great game, I think if he had played a little bit more passively around protecting his AD carries instead of looking for hard engage onto the meat of KT Rolster and Arya, I think a lot of the time he might have actually been able to catch Rascal on the side there and set up turns. But Rascal was just too slippery for him. Sword played a more initiation-based game, and Rascal punished him for it a lot.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why I think this game looked so wild and wacky. So many fights where the entirety of both comps were just spread out over multiple different screens as everybody was trying to flank each other, and it ended up that Rascal did the better job of that. He will go and tie basically everybody else at second place, at least the amount of people that we can fit on this screen, as 3 votes for the jungle does make sense, but we don't have any more time. Thanks for joining us here. We are done for now. We'll throw it back to Atlas and Chronicler for the cast.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, on that extraordinary rug of yours. Really great analysis to bring us through what was just the most crazy game. M. Night Shyamalan really does hit you where it hurts, doesn't he? He comes at you from an angle you would never expect, and I wasn't prepared. I don't think many were, and KT just capitalizing beautifully.
What I thought was even cooler that we were lulled into a fake sense of security, because we thought that this was done and dusted early on, as Morgan will be coming back here.
Yep, I think this is actually a pre-planned thing. I think that at the moment you've got Sword and Morgan switching over after games 1 and 2. We've seen that over and over again now, so I don't think it's based on a performance thing. I think that this was probably the plan all along. We see this quite a lot.
And Sword honestly had a really good Gragas game. Laning phase didn't do a lot, but didn't need to do a lot, right? Just needed to make sure that the Akali didn't get fat. That didn't happen. But it was more so, I think, the collapse of Fred Abrian's teamwork, ironically enough, in this latest stage of the game, over-prioritizing getting onto the enemy backline, not being fully cognizant of the fact that doesn't really matter as if you don't have your 1 damage dealer in the 40-minute game. And that was something that they had to pay for with their life. And Fred Abrian has been known to be a momentum-based, emotional team. KT, everyone's full smiles, understandably, because after you got away with that heist, you're gonna maybe take away some wrong lessons if I see more Caitlyn being left open and being counterpicked with the Jinx and Top Kench. I will still be very sad. But hey, Caitlyn's banned, so none of that here today.
Yeah, Fred Abrian not going to be picking that one up for first pick. Looks like they're going for a different lane, potentially, or the Zeri, potentially as well. As Zeri did slip through the draft last time around, didn't see her. Was, of course, the Jinx as the answer to the Caitlyn instead. Wanted to have that extra range. Does make a lot of sense. I think Zeri is going to skyrocket when it comes to the priority, just because the extra range is not going to be there to deny her. So Xin Zhao going to be taken off the board. not going to have one of his favorites, and the Zeri is, as we mentioned, going to be much more readily picked up.
I would love that. Oh, hit me with your Tristana. Honestly, haven't really thought, we haven't seen the pick in quite a while, but there we go. And let's go over a little bit about what Tristana provides.
Well, provides Gideon's ultimate on her ultimate as well.
Now you have 2.
Yeah.
Nice. Key thing, of course, being that Tristana has a insane amount of shove available to her. I think a Karma pickup here for Fred Abrian will be pretty big, even though it's not as good with the Zeri as many of the other enchanters. But the Tristana has incredibly strong early all-in power. Need to respect that appropriately. A really big amount of shove, similar to what an Aphelios can provide when he has chakrams, right? Being able to get your explosive shot to both push the wave and when you activate it on a turret to get the plates in rapid succession. And Zeri's biggest problem has been a weak early laning phase. Like a lot, that's a really good pickup though, because I do think that Rascal has already shown that he's insane. Might still be, of course, the lead for Rascal, but that's a risk that you're going to have to take with how good he played that last game.
No, absolutely. The LeBlanc is going to be picked up here, and I actually really love that they lock in the Lee Sin once again. Gideon played it in the last game, but Rascal can always play it, and now do Fred Brion have to ban junglers? Might actually be the case, as LeBlanc for Aria as well would be a whole lot of comfort. Does it make you feel like the Lee Sin will be heading into the jungle just because the Lee Sin LeBlanc combo is so nice?
Exactly. That makes it even more devious if they then swap it away. And Aria, if I remember correctly, 3-1 on the LeBlanc, by far his most successful champion that he of course has been known for as well. And looking at the KT comp thus far, they're going in the exact opposite direction, effectively, of what we saw the last time around, where it was them drafting a lot of scaling, and I think that with how that game ended out, I don't mind the extra level of confidence. That Veigar ban is actually the best, because Veigar would have destroyed this KT comp until like extremely late in the game, but playing into that as Lee and LeBlanc is a nightmare. So really liking the draft direction here thus far from Fred Brion. More execution heavy, but with the Zeri, you're always going to feel good. Zeri Akali, I think, also thematically very nice. Both of them.
Yeah, a lot
really
of ruckuses.
Good. Oh yeah, in scrappy fights.
And also the fact that Poppy can make these scrappy fights very one-sided for one team as well. So Umpty going to be a bit on his shoulders to make the battlefield for Zeri one that she is going to be able to tilt in her favor. Lulu going to be banned away on the side of KT, and Nautilus removed by Fred Brion. Definitely one of Zeri's worst enemies.
Ooh, I would like a support last pick here for life if they want to do that. Can also go for Sett or Alistair, picks that work really well with the Rel. This is not one we've seen in a while, but
love it with Tristana.
Yeah, well, not only with Tristana, but also look at the rest of the team, right? You have multiple deliveries for your attract and repel stun.
Yeah.
And KT, they've seen Zeri and they say, okay, we just draft full dive, we don't care. And to be honest, I think the Poppy is a little scary, and I think that a Gragas pickup from Fred Brion here would further augment. I think a Jenna is unironically like insane into Rel. Like, you don't get to play the game.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they want to go in that direction. This is Comfort for Delight,
but still very dangerous. It's going to provide engage. It's going to provide a lot of lockdown, but not necessarily the disengage that you kind of want looking at KT's comp. They are very mobile, but they do still need to go in. They want something to happen. Viego going to be the lock-in here, meaning that it is going to be the Rascal Lee Sin on the top side of the map. You absolutely love to see it, because of course, it's looking like it's Akali in the top lane. Akali's arch nemesis has always been Lee Sin. They had a truce in the last game playing on the same side, but Lee Sin's always had a pretty good time into the Akali.
It is also, without a doubt, the best Lee Sin that we have top laners. Not even anyone comes close. And I think you can make a compelling argument for Rascal just being the best top laner within the LCK right now. Of course, you have to give mentions to people like Zeus, but Rascal has, I think, have the highest impact overall if you look at what he does for his team. And him on his Lee and KT running a full-on dive comp, it is risky. They're playing into Ryze, they're playing into a Poppy as well, but they have so many ways of getting onto the enemy backline, and if they can find a lead, this type of comp is going to absolutely demolish.
Exactly. They have a little bit more control in the early stage of the game, and that is what I love to see, because we rated KT as being a very strong team moving into this. Of course, Gideon did provide us with a few question marks, but after passing the test, I guess, in game number 1, maybe not in the early game, but certainly in the later stages, then you're probably pretty happy with what KT are putting on the board. Remember, this is the team that was able to 2-0 a Gen G that had not lost in the LCK up until facing them. KT Rosa, let's see whether they can do it. See whether they can lock up the 2-0 clean. Nothing to see here. Or whether it's Fred Brion with the power of friendship, with the power of Lord Morgan on the top side of the map. Cards stacked a little bit against them right now based on the matchup for the top lane Magician.
Was he knighted by Munchables?
I believe so, yes. Yes,
yeah.
He was. It was in
Checks out.
It was in a court of crocodiles as well. Many of them were there. I think Croco was invited, but he didn't really understand the premise of the event.
Didn't really get why he was.
No, he was busy scrimming, I think. You know, it was brought to my attention the difference between crocodiles and alligators quite recently.
Yeah, crocodiles are amphibious, right?
I mean, they're both basically.
As alligators as much, yeah? I feel like they were more...
Yeah.
Like,
I mean...
hit me, Atlas.
Is amphibious means you can breathe underwater, because crocodiles cannot breathe underwater.
No,
They're just
no.
reptiles. But
I don't have to be.
They do live a lot under the water. They can hold their breath for a very long time. We're talking about crocodiles when Croco or Renekton aren't in the game, but it's Morgan. He is, of course, a crocodile main. So Rascal's going to move on over here. Morgan spots him out. Blood Moon Akali as well. Bit of a throwback. Haven't seen that one for a while. But yeah, it was interesting doing a little bit of research because I thought that crocodiles, especially saltwater crocodiles, had a wide snout. But that's alligators that have the wide snout. Very odd situation here, as Morgan is going to even out the trade here against Rascal.
And we've already seen Rascal get solo kills as early as level 2. He's working on an Ignite deficit here, so that's important. Even knowing the strength of his Lee in terms of pressure.
Ooh, that was cute, denying the CS. I mean, he takes a lot of damage, but still.
It's all about the creeps.
Mm-hmm. He's also got a bunch more sustain as he flashes in for Morgan, finds the Q. And of course, Morgan's not going to flash out because he does not have flash. But that was a thing you could do, I guess.
It's all about dominance, Atlas.
Yeah, I mean, you're
boss.
sending a message right there.
Yes. Very nice positioning there.
Yeah, Arya finds the chain, gets the flash. Gideon moves over and will pass by. KT playing with so much more gusto this game. Bottom side of the map, Tristana with yet another new skin. I believe that was the Lunar New Year skin that very recently came out. It's looking very cute.
I think Rascal's main goal was just to show that he is the boss and he doesn't need a summoner to win this lane.
Yep, I think Lava might be doing the same thing here, standing his ground against Arya.
Doesn't have to be too scared with Umti waiting in the general vicinity. Obviously, level 2, you need to appropriately respect. If life can finally engage, that's a unfortunate scenario for you. Has the mount up available, but there's a lot of mobility from Henna and the Light, and that is something that you're always going to have to respect here.
Yeah, they're both just holding the wave where they can, making sure that KT aren't going to be able to too comfortably push things forward. Stacking up though, so aiming not going to lose out on too much. You can see it's a slight lead for Zeri. As Grand Entrance comes in, good buffer, and the Attract Repel there from Life for the disengage. You can see why it's a pick that they have decided to go for. Disengage when you want to, and engage when you want to.
The engage part thus far, though, due to them being behind on the early level 2 and level 3 as well, not going to be able to get too much out of that. As Rascal has, of course, gotten his base in. Now is the Ruby Crystal, and we do see Umti making his way towards top.
Yeah, decent little back flip there from Morgan. Do a bit of damage as in goes Rascal. There's the Ignite. Umti ring around the rosy there a little bit, doesn't quite find the stun, but does he even need it here as Rascal? Not a lot of options as far as who to safeguard to, and that is going to be First Blood going over to Morgan. Might be falling down as well, but the chains do connect, and now Morgan decides he wants to go back in. This guy's feeling himself. Man, the competition on the Fredit Prey on top side of the map is bringing out the best of these two players.
Really nicely done there. Umti with a great timer on the gank. Arya going to be able to, at the very least, pick up this wave. That's something, I guess, but already. And imagine now, if Rascal had flashed there.
Arya brings him to the turret! Oh, no! Is that the real one, though, is the question? The answer is yes, and Arya is going to be able to pick up the solo kill there. Oh, man.
Oh! That was awesome.
Yeah, I think I cast a curse the heck out of Morgan. I am sorry.
That was hype. Well done by Arya. And Morgan, after doing exceptionally well in the initial play, being aided by Umti, well, usually it's not the Akali in the Akali Lee matchup that has a little bit of Lee syndrome.
Yeah, I know, right? As there's a crash down there looking for it. This is the engage that you were talking about. Explosive shot is on top of Henna, but now they're able to turn this one around in Life. Not a lot of options walking out of this one because you walk so dang slow as Lady Mode Rel They are going to be able to grab that kill in the 2v2. Unfortunately for KT, didn't work out.
And this is really, really one of the key problems and why Rel, after her repeated nerfs, hasn't been as popular. It is because once you go in, there is no going out. Going in with Rel is fully committing to the all-in, but that all-in wasn't going to be won by them. And the moment that that happens, unfortunately, with a really nice set of kiting back here from the Frederian bot lane, kind of a unmitigated disaster where the Zeri lane now has a huge lead early on, and that is not what you want. Yeah, sure, Tristana's skill's fine, we all know this, but like Caitlyn, she has been known to have a little bit of a trough.
The trophy situation certainly is one that we've spoken about when it comes to Tristana.
Extensively.
Let's see whether Frederian can challenge for this Ocean Drake, which is going to be the first of the game. Delight finds himself a grand entrance, absolutely fantastic, and I think once again, life is just dead. Steadfast Presence will stop you from crashing down anywhere but stationarily, and Frederian are going to say thanks for the leash. Once again, the early game belongs to them.
Starting to see why we have so many of these bans of their Khan for the Light. He's been setting up these plays exceptionally well. As
we're going back in time a very long way. So this was last year. Rascal struggling to get away from these two. Was Lee Sin buffed since then?
Maybe? I don't remember. There's been so many patches ever since.
Yeah, since this moment. Because this was just so good from Arya.
So, especially tanking all those minions, like, going relatively low, but in the end he's fine. And here's the key thing, like, the moment you go in here, you need to get this kill. Otherwise...
The grand entrance to stop the rocket jump from really being able to do anything was just so good from Delight.
And without that rocket jump coming through, like, the all-in's never going to work. But I think as aiming, you just have to try and somehow stand your ground. Because, like, again, this is Rel. This is not Leona that can just push W and get out. This is not a Rakan with all the mobility that you have. This is a Rel. If you go in, commit to the all-in, and then if it doesn't work out, it doesn't. And I guess Amin made it out alive, which somewhat salvages the situation. But you're still looking at a Rel that's currently up 2-0, and Henna into a composition with, yes, a lot of dive, but also a relative lack of range is not going to really enjoy that, I personally say.
Yeah. Life really suffering on the bottom side of the map.
But this might just be another misdirection.
Well, this is the thing, right? Because I watched the first movie, and if you make a sequel to a movie that has a really big twist, it's like, is it really a twist if it has a twist? Like, having it not have a twist is actually kind of the twist, you know?
Don't rotate. Just let him have it.
Yeah.
You have Tristana. You can just get the plates. Don't need to fight. They can, though.
Yeah, Fredda Brown looking for their option here as Rascal moving on in. Delight going to find so many with the quickness, but Arya makes his way out. Life as well, so much value as he stays in. Q is going to connect. There's the flash, but the Steadfast Presence is still there. And Rascal's like, why didn't he press the button? Now they've got a lot of other dashes, though, as Aiming gets himself over there. The Rift Herald was not taken. Heist not necessarily successful, but Life dies once again. And Henna was just farming on the bottom side.
Yeah, can now get the plates that were denied. Aiming can make his way over, but you deny a Rift Herald, but you give up a kill. And you walk into this unwarded territory. And the unfortunate reality of the situation is, as we've mentioned many a time, apparently you don't even need something like a Jenna to make the Rel regret. And I think this kill was a little different. This was Life actually saving two of his teammates because they would have 100% died.
Oh yeah.
Not for that 3-man crashdown. But it is showing that playing this composition from KT from behind is an extremely unpleasant experience. And again, they don't need to go for this. Really, Delight sets it all up, and then there's a little bit of delay, but Rascal not even really in the fight. And if this is one where Aiming is already there and can actually pick up some of these low health bars, then it might be fine, but instead everything has to be used with just the attempt at getting something done, and I am feeling worried for KT. I do like the little zoom-ins to show us how cute that explosive shot is.
Yeah, it's very, very cute. The thing that I really like about this is that Umpty gets to hold on to his Steadfast Presence. Because now you've got Delight as another form of engage, right? And what we saw over and over again was Umpty needing to speed himself up to get in there for the heroic charge to start any shenanigans off. but now he gets to hold it. He gets to actually use it in order to deny a whole bunch of these dashes, resonating strikes, things like that, as we just saw. And so the re-engages for KT is so much more difficult this time around against the Poppy. I think it's really, really cool. Is Kraken Slayer now done for the Tristana, but Trinity Force already there for this Zeri, and she is going to become a massive, massive problem.
Kraken Slayer also picked up. Is it all disaster for KT? Even forgetting the previous game, of course not. This composition is also one that can really quickly turn tempo and turn momentum if they can find a single pick. They have the great tools for this as well. They can isolate people really easily with Lee kicks or with LeBlanc chains. But that is something that they are going to have to set up. The vision control has been really good from Fredabreon. And if they don't repeat their mistakes of last game, then generally they should be fine. This time around, I like the response from KT a lot more. Just have aiming shove. He is, after all, a Tristana, and especially with Gideon also coming towards that bot side.
Rapid fire, explosive shot as well. This turret does not last very long at all. Gideon and Arya thinking about sitting in here, waiting for their opportunity. Chain taking the Poppy for a walk, but Lava over there does have the Rune Prison. Arya going to be slightly challenged, but Gideon now on top of this Hex Drake. KT going to even out the Dragons. Oh, I really hope so, because that's super hype. No, it's going to be an Infernal Soul.
Oh, that's not exciting
Way less
at all.
Interesting.
Right?
Yeah. In all seriousness, though, Infernal Soul, absolutely fantastic, especially if you're having a look at the KT comp. They want all of that extra damage, but if Fred at Breon get it, oh my goodness. Akali actually able to build tank, but do ridiculous amounts of damage. Lava on the Rise, the same thing. Maybe the Infernal Soul triple stack Drakes are what save Fred at Breon from not having any damage on their mid laner. Could potentially be the option here, as Aiming trying to defend this turret, but against Shelly it is a difficult task. 13 minutes on the clock, still had a whole minute left on these plates as the ulti comes through from Umpty. And that will guarantee that Shelly is able to be here and breaks open that turret. But it's a lot of gold shared amongst a lot of players. There were in fact 4 down here, so it's not like it all gets funneled into this Zeri this time around, and Aiming is at least very, very close when it comes to the farm.
And with KT, I think the moment that second Drake comes down, it is kind of unfortunate. A Hextech Drake or Hextech Rift Trade would have been perfect for you, right? Because that is really what you're looking for. You're looking to get consistent backline access, because what we've seen already is that the Steadfast Presence, kind of a drag when you're trying to get onto the enemy backline. And I think the saving grace thus far have been the fact that Rascal, even with getting killed randomly and using his flash for questionable reasons early on,
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, I don't think that they're going to get this.
Realm Warp to come in as well, is now Aiming, trying to rocket jump his way out. That's not how that one works.
Yeah. So, greeting for Blade. I was about to say that Aiming has done a great job of keeping up, but apparently now even Thought can cause the caster curse to kick in. And besides that one play that was found with Arya finding the individual outplay, overall, KT seems to be suffering from the exact same issue in this early game that they did in the previous one, which is not a lot happening. And what is happening is not great in terms of overall map movement.
Yeah, and they need to be making these moves, right? Like, they're the ones that need to be trying to stop Fred at Breon, because we know Fred at Breon are the tank, the lumbering tank. It just wants to play as slowly as possible. This was fantastic. I mean, Delight is just so good at Rakan. We see it banned away so many times. Henna and Delight really love, even now, playing the Xayah Rakan combo. And I think we now understand that that is all so that Delight has a few, a little bit of extra range with his battle dance and stuff like that. Give him a bit more. Because that Lovers Duo is not about the Xayah when it comes to Fred at Breon.
And Fred at Breon, they're feeling comfortable, right? As long as they respect, don't face check into brushes too often, and make sure that they don't let Gideon get multiple resets in fight, don't let Rascal get into those nasty flanks that we know he loves. They should be looking
not
really
going to find
good
the
here.
chain as Umpty. Heroic charge. Arya wants to try and get out, flashes, and will survive for the moment. The rest of the cavalry are here, but Gideon down to half health, and Fred at Breon looking to try and break open this turret. Pardon me. Yeah, not going to work out though. Too much wave clear, still just chilling. So it is going to be okay.
And looking at the Drake setup that are going to follow, because KT is behind, yes, but not behind to the point where I think they should just freely give up these Drakes. There are a couple of angles that you can take as the team that is behind. KT is always going to look to get Rascal into the backline, because as I want to say threatening his own performance on the Akali was last time around, I do think that this early on with just the Chemtech, the Akali damage isn't going to be as threatening. You are mainly looking to eliminate Henna, right? The other sources of damage are okay. As we can see, Lava this early on in the game, his combos still hurt. That's going to stop at some point, but we have not reached that point. We're a little bit farther off of that. But being able to kick Henna into the enemy team is still going to really mitigate the damage that is found. And the key thing is that if you are able to break up a fight into little skirmishes, that's where you can use the mobility of the Lee and the LeBlanc, right? That's where you can make sure that Gideon can go in and out of stealth, find resets, and try and play from there. But if it's straight up front to back and someone gets caught, then you are going, or doesn't even have to be caught, just overextended. You get slammed into walls. Delight is on top of you. Lava keeps you in place, and then you die.
Yeah.
So it's really hard, is what I'm trying to paint as a picture.
No, I reckon you nailed it. I think you really, really did.
But they have to do it.
Yeah.
This late game doesn't look that much better.
No. I'm looking forward to seeing whether KT can actually swindle yet another victory out of the jaws of defeat, because it's precisely what happened last time around. And here, they are not as far behind. Even on Drake's right now, and this is going to be the next fight. It's Rascal moving on in. We'll see whether Gideon's Smite is going to be as good as it was in the last series. Now hanging around where this Drake is. It's a very wide open space. The Infernal Rift will do that for you. KT want to try and get there engaged. If they can get the Steadfast Presence, that's the main thing. As the ulti comes through, Umpty going to get out of the pit, and they might just give this one up. Depends what the Drake is going to do. Arya dashing on forward, and now Umpty trying to just lock this one down. But it's going to be stolen by Gideon once again. Aiming able to flash his way out. There's the ulti from Gideon as well, as there's a few members inside that Realm War. But oh my god, the damage! It comes on through, and now Gideon at full health. Can they lock down anyone is the question. There are so many low health bars, but no one is dying. And now Gideon able to dive over the wall. Henna is so dangerous as Gideon somehow manages to get out. It's a what? 1 for 2, but the Drake goes to KT.
Heist successful for Gideon. And that was...
What just happened?
Yeah, I remember that lockdown I told you about? You don't get to play the video game if you're KT and you're standing in front of all this point-and-click CC. Really nicely done from Gideon, because this Drake pickup is huge in multiple ways. Again, Rel goes down immediately, and then you're like, is this not overextending a little bit? Frederiano, sure you want to do this, but they are incredibly strong at this point in the game, right? Look at how desperately Rascal tries to actually play the video game. He's not allowed to. Especially in these close quarters. And then Gideon, really great use of the second activation of the Shuriken there, having turned into a Kali, saying, thank you, Morgan. Now I get both the objective and make it out. And game state, effectively the same, but KT by themselves a little bit more time, and maybe just outplayed them in terms of hands in the long run, I guess. Maybe.
Well, I mean, maybe that is an opportunity, as KT... Gideon has started off with Shirley, and she will be taken down. Looking at the kill score, it really doesn't tell a story about how this game is going either. 8-2. Fred and Brion really have owned this early game. It is definitely theirs. It's just the last game really does make it very, very difficult for you to feel.
Keep waiting for it.
Yeah, when is that moment? Also, Rascal on Lee Sin, he does make plays happen. This tower, though, is going to go down. That gold lead is going to extend. And Morgan had dealt with that bottom lane as well. It's Arya who's splitting on the top side. It's not going to be able to get too much, but that's going to be Shirley helping out, taking that turret. She'll get another charge as well by the looks. Oh, no. Oh, yes, she will.
There we go.
Very nicely done. So
that's a wiggle a little bit.
Yep.
Makes through the wave.
Does mean that KT do manage to get a bit of extra damage on top of their split. I think Morgan did kill more creeps, but as far as turret damage is concerned, it's an okay trade. But they lost the outer turret in the mid lane. So not exactly the greatest of news if you're a KT fan.
slowly starting to feel like this game does not take place in the Runeterra as we know it. It's more of a noir universe, you know, where the rules are a little bit different than usual. And it's just about how cool everything looks.
Well, I mean,
The
there's a
cooler
lot of
you
stuff.
look. Well, and then I look at KT and I'm like, wow, Gideon on Viego, Rascal on his Lee.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff.
There is.
Also, I mean, Aiming has like a fresh, brand new cool skin. And so that's also pretty cool.
Oh, Morgan.
They
Doesn't
are.
have flash. He doesn't know.
Friends here underneath this turret. As Q is going to connect, over goes Aiming, and Rascal, yeah, it's very difficult to hide from this this Lee Sin. That's why we call him the arch nemesis of the Akali. Aiming going to be able to grab that one as well, and he's also got a couple of items, still waiting for that third as Umpty moves on down, will be distracted by 8 hits on these control wards.
That's a 9 out of 10 in terms of coolness, using
Yeah.
the kit. And you know what the best part is? Live, he was like looking, I was like, yeah, no, you guys got this. I don't need to
Yeah, he
help
just
it."
went
He
home
just
straight
backed.
away.
He was like, ha, this is not my party. Not feeling it. And Rascal even 0-2. And this is the key thing, and this is why we love this player on the Lee as much. He just gets it. It's a similar feeling that we sometimes get with a player like Canyon, where he's like, yeah, he'll just get it done. I don't know how, but he'll find a way.
Yeah. And both of them really good at Lee Sin. It's very cool. Rascal, though, is just better in 2022. 2021...
At Lee, yeah.
No, just in general. Like, this guy...
Oh, you mean... Yeah, no.
There were sometimes arguments that we would have that, like, Bertle, who was not as good as he is now, last year, we were saying, like, bring him in. Rascal isn't necessarily performing up to snuff. And I feel silly for that, as Arya does too, as he just face-planted into that wall. Rascal really has stepped up his game, and he was already world-class, right?
Literally 1 game away from the World's Finals. And I might have given him some flack, you know, for the...
No, we all did, and
play.
I think for good reason.
But thus far, it doesn't look like KT is playing 8-3, right? It looks like they're in control of this game. Now, Fredabine gonna have to face check. They are still quite strong, but with Umpty coming back from base, they might just rush this.
Yeah, the Poppy's just going to walk forward to see that the dragon is already dead. Soul Point now belongs to KT. These are all damaged dragons as well.
Yeah.
Double Infernal Hex Tech. That is certainly helping as far as their battle stats are concerned. And if they get the 4th Drake...
That's a problem.
Yeah.
If a LeBlanc, that is also, by the way, building Void Step, very nice. Although Lava is also adjusting, looking to go for the Frozen Heart as opposed to the Force of Nature that we saw him build very early on in the previous game. So not as much value as we saw those Void Staffs have in previous situations, but regardless, add a Infernal Drake to that, and the amount of damage that everyone in KT is going to be doing is going to be simply ludicrous. And the real pressure that Gro is now going to face is that despite the fact that they had a quote-unquote lead, is that they are now going to be forced to do as KT decides. The moment that this dragon spawns, do you want to go for base race? Do you want to go for a Baron rush? Do you want to try and pressure outside turrets and just take the gold? You can, because Fredabine is sitting on a single Drake.
Yep, Rascal walking over wards, seems to not care about it whatsoever, as he does have flash available, but not opting in for the kickback onto Henna here as he does kick Delight. Now he's in trouble, flashes out of the Steadfast Presence, and that was an escape. He had to use everything to do it. Looked really cool, but ultimately it's a loss for KT.
No flash available means Rascal is going to have a much harder time setting up plays on some of these backline carries for Fred and Brion. If a fight breaks out, do you think we're going to see that obviously around the Drake? Don't know if we want to make plays towards a possible Baron before that. I think as KT, you don't really want to take the risk. You want to play it safe and try to play for the easiest way to get this game into your favor, and that is either getting the Drake or just flipping it and then winning the subsequent team fight, right? You get a lot more freedom in how you play the fights.
I think, like, KT can play around Baron pretty comfortably, though, because it's a Dragon Slayer Trist, right? And you just do a lot of single-target damage.
I agree, yeah. And I think the Death Stand's also going to help. You know, a little bit more of the old sustain. Yeah. Going for the Starix, although I do think that Starix on 12-2 is still a great second item. Might go that, but of course on live, we've seen the Death Dances, the more of Mortius, continually increasing in priority. And Henna is CS and his KDA is looking good, but I haven't really felt like he's really had the impact that we've been looking for from the Zeri, and it is a fine line to walk.
Yeah, it's only 25 minutes though, right? It's been very difficult for so many Zeris to get to that critical mass, right? Because you just don't have the damage to really do your pop-off two-shot everyone until you have those 3-4 items. Runan's Hurricane's certainly very important for making sure that within these team fights against a low-range comp, you are able to make things happen. But navigating these fights is Henna as well. I mean, I do not envy that job. There is so much to keep your eye on, and all of it moves way too fast, way too far, way too quickly.
Exactly.
That was redundant, Atlas. You said
no.
fast and quickly.
That was
silly.
That was a choice.
Yeah, I wanted 3 things, and I decided to say 2 things, but 1 thing twice.
Repetition is a powerful tool in terms of
true
being able to say nice things, as is our job.
Let's see how this one goes. Rascal taking a bit of damage here as Lava looking for the opportunity. Rascal desperately not wanting to have to kick, because he wants that for a next potential fight. Doesn't have the safeguard, but is just able to walk it off. And Rise has been a bit of a bully here in the mid game. This is, of course, his realm. And he's able to get that work done. He has so much farm as well. Like, it is just ridiculous. Rise has hoovered up pretty comfortably, but Lava and Showmaker certainly make it their business to try and break CS numbers when they're on the champion. I guess Doinby started it.
The downside of this, I think, for ㅅ2022 is that we've been talking a lot about the Zeri, and she's a cool new champion, but let's not forget what a 6-item Tristana can do.
Yeah, cool new champion, Tristana.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's a cool new skin.
True.
So there we go. New skin.
I'll take it.
About as good as being a new champion. It's no Firefighter, though.
If that's true.
Firefighter's so good.
20 seconds. Cannot give up this Drake if you're ㅅ2022. Inferno Soul's way too powerful.
Rascal teleporting back. Doesn't have the flash. That is so important. Will need to do it the old-fashioned way. Insec, he didn't need to flash either as Aria dives forward. ㅅ2022 now with access to the river. Absolutely what you want. There's everyone trying to sweep, trying to make sure that the Viego doesn't have an easy time to get into this pit, but the blast cone was there. In fact, there's so many blast cones here in this game. Is Gideon not going to find any stuns or anything like that? Morgan off on the flank. It's an opportunity as Umpty. Can he win the smite fight to deny the Infernal Soul? Infernal Soul on this team would just be so strong. Ulti comes through from Umpty, but Gideon is still here. They're trying to start the fight off rather than anything else. Is aiming, manages to get out. Oh, he tried to juke it, but he couldn't. The perfect execution comes in. ㅅ2022 take the Drake. And now Rascal has to get away from the Realm Warp as well. There are so many blast cones, it's just insane. And Rascal is going to fall down, and now Aria is running for the hills. And it looks like there are no hills to run to as ㅅ2022 wipe the fight.
And I'm not sure what happened there, because that was live, hard committing to an engage. That's one thing, but I don't know where Rascal was while that was happening, and that kind of miscommunication is going to cost you, because that was effectively a 4 versus 5, and if you're going that heavily and you expose your Tristana to that amount of damage, you need to play it safe. Gideon showcased in the bot side, shoving in a wave, and now the Baron has been started up. Not only a Drake, but a Baron. ㅅ2022 looking to take full control of the game here, Atlas.
Yeah, 2,000 gold the lead now, but that is only going to balloon out of control. 30 minutes ticking over on the clock, as well as in goes life right as Umpty ults Rascal out of the fight. And then Morgan able to execute aiming off on the backside. It could not have gone more perfectly for ㅅ2022 in this instance. They were the architects of their own success in this one.
Just such an important ultimate there by Umpty. And for KT, you're looking back at that fight, that's disaster, right? The fact that life hits the engage the moment that ultimate comes through, and then it is easy peasy for Morgan to just get that backline access. He doesn't need to respect anyone. He can't get kicked away by Lee Sin. And KT that are now on the back foot. This Baron power play, not yet debilitating. The gold lead, it's big, but if they can hold on to their turrets, they might be feeling better. Unfortunately, I don't think they should be allowed to.
Let's see whether they can bring it above 7,000 gold, because last time that wasn't quite enough, right?
Remind me, Atlas.
We'll see whether we are going to be able to get above the 7K mark. As Rascal, you can see, up there on the top side, trying to keep Morgan busy. Lava as well, just slowly but surely whittling down this turret. He's going to be able to do so. 1-0-6. Took him until about 40 minutes to die in the first game as well on his rise. It was very good, so powerful at this particular stage of the game. And right now, ㅅ2022 have it all resting in the palm of their hands. Realm Warp, just to bring a siege minion into the top lane. I love this. Just grab one of them, keep him busy with the rest, and take down that turret from right behind Rascal. D is going to get kicked back. Gideon going to pick it up with the stun as well as Steadfast Presence comes in. It wears off, but not going to go for any resonating strikes or anything like that as Lava. That was a teleport that you definitely did not want to take. He's going to flash. He's going to get himself out of the way, but they'll get the Poppycopter out as well. And ㅅ2022, don't do it again!
Looking a little silly, but in the end, nothing actually lost. Get 3 turrets, extend your Baron power play, you give up 2 sums. 3 actually, because Umti had to flash as well. You'll take it, regardless. Don't do that again, because I'm sure that any ㅅ2022 fan saw that and saw their life, or the previous game at the very least, flash before them. Fortunately, nothing lost of value. This is definitely going to be the next raid going over to ㅅ2022, and then it's all going to come down to presumably a flip for the final install. And then we can also flip for Elder.
Yeah,
why not?
Well, we need to flip for the first Elder. That goes to KT, but they can't win the game because they're too far behind. They use it to stabilize, and then we flip for the second.
We got to hit the 40.
Yeah, the second one is then going to be used for ㅅ2022 to get a Baron, but they can't win the Baron fight. It's a bit of a standoff. They lose a couple of members. And then it's the third Elder flip that is really going to tell the story
and then
of this game.
Which is that KT then gets the Elder but still loses the subsequent fight.
Yeah,
and we go to game number 3.
Yeah, and then Rascal's just going to find a kick on the Henna and it's all over.
Well, that's next game.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
It's really hard. Like, seeing the future, like, you just don't know where everything's coming from, you know?
Need to get some more spice, my man.
Yeah, no, exactly. I really do. But, I mean, I'm not the Hazatadaruk. Is that how you pronounce it? It's very difficult.
It is a very difficult word.
And I've read it a lot, but not said it a lot.
I think you did an admirable job.
I gave it a red hot crack.
That's all you can do, really. Yeah. Try your best.
Yeah. I should have just said Paul Atreides instead. It's much easier. Yeah. Anyway, KT now wanting to try and get themselves in some sort of position to try and go for a smite fight on this Drake. It is a little bit greedy though, as you mentioned. I think it's much better to give it up. And it is going to be another soul point and also more stats. So ㅅ2022 with their Baron push were able to get so much control. And Umti, trust him to get this one. This one's going to be absolutely fine. Ooh, Rascal. He's thinking about doing some funny business. But now, feels like we're back. It's not a level playing field whatsoever. ㅅ2022 have themselves a 5,000 gold lead. But draw a bead, it's a pretty cool ability. I feel like aiming has been level 15 for the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, I would really like them to, which they have been doing because he has 370 CS.
Yeah, there it is, level 16. Nailed it. Draw a bead does give you a bunch of extra range as you get from level to level. Wants to get to that level 18, be able to shoot from a really long distance away. Not a huge fan of the Hex Drinker, but wants to survive against Morgan. Wants the best option to do so. You can sort of switch more of Malmortius for your lifesteal item. If you are going to go down low, that lifeline can work. Ultimately, he is going to complete it. Next one likely to be a GA or something like that.
Considering the amplification that the Infernal Drakes provide, I'm also seeing a disappointing lack of, yeah, I was about to say, like, I don't know about that one, the light. A disappointing lack of Rabadons. I feel like getting more AP when you have the amplification upon amplification is generally...
Yeah, true. Exponential scaling is certainly...
It is.
The best way to get the most out of your numbers.
Everything, yeah.
Got to play some more roguelikes, I think. As KT do get control of this mid lane, now moving towards the Baron, but Irremovable Vision has been set up here by ㅅ2022. Do know roughly what's going on here, as that's a ward, so they spot the fact that Tristana's doing this red buff. Not going to find any way in. As my eyes are on Henna, he could just completely blow up the next fight in an instant. But if KT lock him down, the opposite could still be true.
And I'm looking at those 2 wards behind. Because, yeah, Morgan is in the sideline right now, but Akali with backline access is a scary thing, and I'm pretty sure the teleport is going to be channeled anytime soon now.
Arya trying to play bodyguard, trying to play keeper as Rascal gets towards the back of this pit. Arya dashing forward. Umpty cannot be everywhere all at once. That steadfast presence is so important against KT right now.
Oh boy. No, nothing happening.
Yep, they are not even able to get the teleport out of Morgan either. As aiming, oh no, this is absolutely not where you want to be. And Steadfast Presence will say absolutely not. The Buster shot is really nice, but ultimately absolutely useless. And Fred Brion should be able to get themselves a Baron.
Giving here, aiming, held on to flash and to stopwatch. And didn't want to use those, but now it's up to the rest of the team. Can Gideon and Rascal find a steal here? Lava is standing guard.
Yeah, Gideon over the wall. He's swept this one out as well as Life is going to come in. Arya here at the same time, and the Rel is very, very dead. Life going to have to break his stopwatch, and the Baron is going to get stopped. We've got 25 seconds on aiming. That's not going to be enough to defend this Baron. As Gideon going to spot this ward, and Fred Brion now know exactly where he is.
Yeah, they can't.
This defense so much better. This is what they did not do in game number 1.
They're learning. Yeah. They're adapting. This time around, Fred Brion going into the soul fight with not only a 6-hit gold lead, but also a Baron buff, and that should be the freest setup possible. And as Rascal moving,
he's like, where do you think you're going, buddy?
In a peculiar way. Surely it's not enough. And now Life also face checks here, gets immediately blown up. The extension of the Rakan really showing there. And good luck on the next one, KT. I thought it was lost last time around, but that time I did think that the Fred Brion comp had one very clear weakness. We talked about it even in Champ Select. They only had a single damage source. Not the case anymore.
Absolutely not. They have one extra that's also built tank, but does damage. Zakali. That's the best way to do it. Fred Brion, they want to have both of their solo lanes build tank. Thankfully, they're saved by the fact that Akali still does ridiculous damage, no matter what happens. 23 seconds on this Drake KT. They want one last dance, one last opportunity. And Morgan, once again, on the split. I really like it, putting pressure here. He's going to teleport early. Look to get an opportunity to wrap around behind KT. Arya hasn't been able to find too much poke. No Qs landing here from Rascal as well. The Drake is going to start.
We're going to flip it.
Still from aiming. And Umpty, man, that is a brave boy if he's going for yet another flip. Gideon gets into the pit. Let's see how the Hella Poppy is going to work out. The Viego's just dead though. Goodbye. Buster Shot also comes out yet again onto a couple of members, but this is how you guarantee yourself an Infernal Drake. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a game number 3. Fred Brion with Soul, with Baron, are marching up the mid lane, and there is no aiming to stop it. Gideon not there either, and Umpty gonna flash after Arya as well. This guy, straight up untiltable. Just untiltable.
Can't be done. Fred Brion. In game number 1, they're not quite on the same page, and that is what cost them this time around. The power of friendship holds true, and it is Fred Brion that is able to find the mid-game momentum swing and play this front-to-back team fight comp so beautifully.
Absolutely Fred Brion. I think that's all we can really say. It looked like game number 1, I'm not gonna lie. It just looked the same as game number 1, except this time they executed the late game. They did not get cocky, and they just played it out. KT, they could not find their angles. They could not find their way in. And Umpty, this time, didn't have to press his Steadfast Presence button to get in and start fights. He didn't, because Delight was there with the engage, and I felt like that meant so much to Fred Brion, because the reactionary Umpty locking down targets that wanted to dash out of the fight and create this chaos, they just couldn't do it. They were sitting ducks. And therefore, KT just never found their way to do anything. It was insane.
I can already spoil my vote as well. I went for Delight for the same reason.
Oh,
I think that
100%, yeah.
His Rakan was absolutely instrumental. And we see why people ban this Rakan against Fredabreon is because as much flack I think you can give them for sometimes their objective setup, as we saw in the previous game, there's two things about this team. And one is they learn, albeit sometimes a little slowly. And secondly, when one commits, all commit. And Rakan Poppy work just so well in a playstyle like that. And we're seeing it here. AKT that I think also individually not having the greatest games, live having a bit of an unfortunate scenario in the bot lane, the rel pick. It's a big risk. Clearly didn't pay off.
I like how we're playing bingo. Oh, that's very, very cute. Apparently, husband and wife playing bingo together. And we do have a winner, I believe. Here is the damage graph. That is a lot of tank rise damage. The game ended on exactly 40 minutes on the dot. But Lava proving that if you do damage in the mid-game, this tank rise build is really silly.
I actually was thinking about voting for Lava still because...
I mean, over the last 2 games, he has been very, very good.
He's been insane. Law King right there. And he deserves the title, honestly. Together with Showmaker, Lava, you're allowed. Pick that rise as much as you like, buddy. I'm on board.
Fantastic stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the deciding game number 3.
나 이 맞춰놓고. 야, 버스가 봐봐. 비에고부터 봐. 레일 알려. 용버스 할게. 용버스 가자. 미드 가자. 블레. 갑니다. 가자. 야, 르블랑 공 다 빠졌어. 야, 돌아간 기진이야. 이거 내가 이거 괴롭힐게. 야, 미드 라인 타자 얘들아. 성현이 죽지 마라 그냥 와라. 안 잡았어. 나는 걸게. 레일 로플롱은 레일 내가 잡을게. 미신 공 안 썼었거든 생각. 쌍타에서. 그냥 끝나긴 해. 그냥 바로 왼쪽 타워부터 칩시다. 잘했다. 얘네 미신 버렸다 그냥. 다음 게임 생각하는 거 같아. 멘탈 싸움이야. 멘탈 싸움. 원래 이 경기가 진짜고. 오케이. 잘했다. 오케이 라카. 쏘리 처음 용대 두 번째 용대 그렇게 걸었어야 돼. 야 죽이자. 봐봐 다 죽여. 나이스. 야얘 근데 가인이야. 나 존여로 뺄게. 죽여. 외쳐.
안녕하세요.
일하셔야죠.
예,
뭐 하시는 거죠? 아니 지금 주식장이 너무 안 좋아가지고 주식 잘못 들어가면 여기서 벗어나지 못할 수도 있어요. 저 진짜 큰일 났어요. 걱정하지 마세요. 여기서 평생 지내셔도 받아주겠어요. 아니 무슨 일이에요. 안 그래도 지난번에 그 성캐님 집에도 갔다 왔었잖아요. 근데 이렇게 비교하고 나니까 너무 좀 별로인 것 같아서 이거 진짜 집 업그레이드 해줘야 돼요. 그래가지고 저희가 준비한 게 있다고요? 그렇게 크게 기대는 안 되는데 어떤 건데요? 저희 고개 돌려보시면은 뭐야 저거 언제 달았어? 아니 진짜 준비... 아니 어떠세요? 아니. 아니 누가 헬스장에 제기차기랑 플라우프랑 이건 뭐야? 아 잠시만 이거는 괜찮다.
뭔지 아세요?
이거 뭔지 알죠? 저 순발력은 진짜 좋거든요. 옛날에 복싱도 배웠어요 제가. 이거 왜 안 돼? 딴 거 할게요.
플라우프 아까 잘하신다고.
아 잘하는 거 할게요. 잘하는 거.
플라우프도 못하면 어떡합니까?
제기할게요. 제가 제기는 근데 진짜 잘해요.
2개라도 하면 감사하겠습니다.
선수들이 운동은 하고 싶어 하는데 할 시간이 많이 없어가지고 못 한단 말이에요, 운동을. 잠깐이라도 이렇게 운동 시켜주면은 꽤 좋아할 것 같아요.
저기 전단지를 준비했어요. 홍보를 좀 하는 걸로.
이걸로? 신장 헥스장 개업 오픈 기념 이벤트. 뉴클리어 헥스장으로 가자. 길거리에 이런 거 붙어 있잖아요. 진짜 아무도 안 뜯어갈 것 같은 비주얼. 이건 뭐예요? 이 그림은 뭐야 이거?
본인
이거
홍보하러 이제 가볼까요?
홍보하러 갑시다. 여기 분석 데스크 냉장고 관중석에다가 제가 몰래 하나 붙여놓은 LCK의 오아시스. 근데 이게 홍보는 했는데 헬스장이 저 모양이라서 사람들 데려오면 좀 민망할 것 같아요 이게. 제가 리브쌤만 선수 한 명 데려가서 저기서 운동시켜도 돼요?
무게를 보고 보내줄게.
무게?
우리는 못 들어.
풀라우프랑 제기차기랑 탭볼 있어요, 탭볼.
아 그래?
누가 제일 필요해요?
클로저겠네.
클로저?
클로저랑
2명까지 저희
칼. 걔 내가 데려다 줄게.
지금 데려다 주셔도 돼요. 같이 가시죠.
밥 먹고.
밥 먹고? 알겠습니다.
이따 올게.
네. 섭외 완료. 감독님 혹시 그거 보셨어요? 뭐야?
이거 안 가져오면 좀 그럴 것 같아.
감사합니다. 이따 뵐게요. 네.
홍보 효과가 좀 있었나?
홍보 효과 좋은데? 무료 PT 신청권. 샌드박스에서 신청이 왔기 때문에 이따가 무료 PT 해주도록 하겠습니다. 이게 되네? 팬분들한테 소개부터 한번.
안녕하세요. 리브 샌드박스의 미드 클로저입니다. 저는 리브 샌드박스부터 가야 돼요.
평소에 운동이나 그런 거에 좀 자신 있으세요, 두 분?
아니요.
둘 다 없어요? 너무 부담 가지지 말고. 클로저 선수는 제가 미드라서 준비한 게 있어요.
네.
플라우프인데 이게 왜 중요한지 제가 시범 보여드릴게요. 왜 잘 돼? 왜 잘 돼? 이런 식으로. 그래서 클로저 선수부터 한번 보여주세요. 장난치지 말고. 이거 잘하면은 오늘 미드 든든하게 버팀목 딱 상대 다 부실 수 있다.
네.
1초 늘었어. 고생하셨습니다. 카일 선수는 뭐 할 것 같아요, 이 중에? 딱 안 해. 역시 서포터가 눈치가 빨라. 제기차기 몇 번 정도 자신 있어요? 한 개? 딱 멋있게 2개. 딱 멋있게 2개. 멋있게 2개. 얘 나보다 심한 몸치인데? 어때요? 카일 선수 하는 거 보니까, 클로저 선수.
시크릿 살짝 아시는 거.
이게 서포터가 이게 왜 중요하냐면은 뭐에 중요할 것 같아요? 이렇게 하는 게? 이거 받아줘야지. 좀 아쉬운데? 서포터가 이제 원딜을 케어해주는 거예요. 이만한 게 이게 원딜이라고 생각하고 원딜 케어. 무슨 느낌인지 알겠죠? 다음에 또 헬스장 올 거예요?
아, 또 와야죠.
카일 선수 안 오실 것 같은데. 오실 거예요? 손 한번 잡아도 돼요?
아, 예.
손이 둘 다 되게 따뜻한데? 경기할 때 혹시 차가워져요?
네.
그죠?
네.
경기할 때 핫팩 필요하죠?
네.
여기 있습니다. 그럴 줄 알고 준비했어요. 카일 선수도 받으세요. 오늘 일단 경기 파이팅 하시고 나중에 또 찾아주세요.
네.
하나, 둘, 셋. 리브 샌박 파이팅! 감사합니다. 시간 내주셔서 너무 고마워요.
감사합니다.
오늘 경기 진짜 파이팅 하세요.
네, 감사합니다.
저희가 감독님한테도 감사하다고 전해주세요. 네, 뭐야? 네, 뭐야? 뭐야?
이걸로.
뭐야? 뭐야? 아유, 감사합니다.
하던데요.
여기 나쁘지 않죠?
잘 살겠어. 하다가.
파이팅! 들어가세요. 집에 나도 모르는 손님이 와 있었네. 이렇게 하고 있으면은 영업이 된다, 이게. 막 이게 세게 하면 어렵네. 라스칼 선수 꼬시려고 이러고 있는 건데 언제 오지? 나 언제까지 하고 있어야 되냐, 이거? 지나가세요. 언제든 오셔도 돼요. 거기 바로 옆에 그 광고지 붙어 있거든요.
선생님 저한테 주셔야 될 것 같은데요? 이거 제가 해드리면 돈을 주셔야 될 것 같은데요?
일단 한 번만 해주세요.
알고요?
일단 라스칼 선수. 라스칼 선수. 라스칼 선수 혹시 잠시만요. 라스칼 선수 혹시 잠시만요. 아니 이거 빨리 하고 계셨어야죠 이거를. 되게 잘 들어간다. 내가 할 땐 잘 안 들어가던데. 왜 잘해? 왜 잘해? 진짜 잘해. 플라우프 해보고 3종 세트로 다 하죠?
진짜 잘해요. 저 초등학교 때 3 받았어요.
와, 되게 저도 옆에서 할게요. 되게 약간 승부.
이러죠? 저 너무 없어 보이는데?
아니, 진짜. 어떻게 그렇게 해요?
그러니까 빨리.
빨리?
그러니까 2개도 하고 3개도 하고. 저 2개.
2개도 한다고요? 되게 유연하시다. 와, 진짜 잘하시네. 그럼 마지막으로 서포터니까 제기차기.
부럽잖아요.
하체.
하체?
네,
할것 같은데?
아니, 이거 맨발까지 한다고? 아프지 않아요? 아니, 괜찮으세요?
저 밥 먹고 가야 될 것 같아요.
제가 그동안 만나보고 싶었던 개인적으로도 좀 좋아하는 선수가 있거든요. 그 선수를 헬스장에 모실 수 있을 것 같아서 한번 데리러 가보도록 하겠습니다. 갑시다. 네, 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. 핵가족입니다.
저는 그럼 오늘 의상 갈아입고 오겠습니다.
얹어놓고 왔어요.
아니, 거짓말은 하지 마세요. 거짓말은 하지 마세요.
지금 가볼래요?
괜찮았던 것 같아요. 괜찮았다고? 나 남자 얼굴 영상 통화 처음 해봐. 안녕하세요.
뉴클리어 집으로 가자.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2022. It's the final game of Week 4. And Nuclear Family has gotten even more crazy over these last few weeks, and we're not even halfway through the season yet. Let's have a look at Player of the Game. I have a feeling it might be a delightful choice. Here he is, 0015 on the Rakan. He was so incredibly good.
One bot lane, one everywhere on the map, and I think really showcased why this pick is so often banned, even by teams that we might consider as stronger. The Light is not, I think, a support that we often think of when you think about like the top-notch players that we have in the sport within the LCK, because we have so many, right?
Yeah.
But quietly, he's been stringing together Rakan highlights like over the last year that we've seen him play. It's just been really, really cool. On Fred Brion, every single time that they get this pick, they turn into Super Brion, a team that just does even more than they usually do. And as you can see, move as a unit, we have Rakan enabling all that and finding engages like this. He makes it look easy.
Yeah, just flashing in exactly when he needs to. And what we mentioned before was actually, I think, very, very important. 12 out of 13, media.
Media!
I want my vote back. I do. I want my vote back.
No, hey, Morgan did well. He existed. He found backline.
Oh, okay. We got a sub. Gideon out, Cuz is back in yet again. I actually didn't think Gideon was necessarily the problem. I think a lot of that game had to do with our POG, for one. But also just some better play coming out of Fred Brion, not dropping the ball. But Cuz going to come back in again. This is the KT roster that managed to 2-0 Gen G. And let's see whether Cuz can be the difference maker to bring that team back. As we know the KT fans desperate to see that form happen again if this squad. They are going to be on the blue side for the first time this series. KT managed to win on red side in that come from behind victory, one could say.
The thriller that we watched.
It was definitely a big old Fredit Brion throw. But that was a red side win, and so therefore Fredit Brion got back-to-back blue side choices, and now KT find themselves there for the first time. The Rise going to be banned this time is interesting.
I respect it. I can see it. I can see the lines. This way, you are probably going to get your hands on either Caitlyn or Karma. TF still open. Karma getting taken away. So now, I honestly think you banned something else here. And whether TF or Caitlyn stays open, you pick the other one. I think that giving one of the two
you
to
gotta
KT,
trade.
it's I don't think you want to do that to yourself. Then again, we have seen OPs make it through and then just being completely ignored. So that might be happening. It does the Caitlyn, and I'm expecting a TF first pick here. The power of that champion is just ludicrous. Enables Rascal as well to an extent that I think we haven't really seen yet.
Yep.
There it is.
It's going to be locked away. Also does block the Akali pick that has been very, very popular here so far. Morgan, let's see what he decides to take away. Bottom lane, wide open right now. Of course, Zeri has been banned. Jinx or Aphelios are the two main choices. It's going to be Aphelios.
Probably. Aphelios Zinzao seems really good here.
Yeah, I'd like a Zin. Zin has, of course, been banned throughout the entirety of the rest of the season, but I wouldn't mind. I mean, yes, they're only presenting Twisted Fate right now, but Umpty's Poppy has been really good.
Oh.
See whether they take it. Morgan back to an old favorite here on the Camille. This is exactly how Harmwell Life Esports made it to Worlds, by the way, guys.
Oh, God. If it is a Poppy and Jax answer here, I would like it, personally. That's
KT side?
Yeah, from KT side. You have a TF as well, right? Then again, you might be running into Camille Galio, and that's not fun at all.
Yeah, or at least potentially like a Camille. Does Diana come in after this for Umpty? You know, like, there's a lot of questions.
I'd be a little less scared. I think
Camille Galio works really well because you have a limited ability to follow Twisted Fate. You don't mind it. The lane isn't exactly great. You just take cards to the head over and over again. The Jinx is going to be locked away here as the answer to the Aphelios.
Take that.
And we're just going down this tier list, and we're having a great time. Kuz going to take away the Zinzao, and there's the Galio, much as we expected. Does give KT the opportunity to ban away something like the Diana so that the Dive Exodia doesn't exist, especially when the Poppy is not available here for KT, given the fact that Kuz has already locked in the Zinzao.
I hope KT bans away the Poppy now. Don't think you want to allow Fred Brion to have that again after what has been happening. Interesting self-burn ban here from Fred Brion with the Tom Kench. Of course, Kench is a pick that is going to feel unfortunate into a composition that is running the Camille and the Galio, but at the same time, I do feel like that champion right now, not in the greatest of places, and I've said this before, but honestly, feeling like a Janna angle to me here.
Oh
Atlas.
no, we're back there again.
No, and I'm not talking top lane Janna. I'm talking good old honest. Glacial
I'm down
Orphan
with
Janna.
that. I
No,
really like
no,
Janna right
now.
now.
No. Rascal on the carry, absolutely. But I do honestly believe that into these type of short-range dive compositions, extra disengage is what you're looking for. It's not going to happen.
Janna, the Exodia of disengage.
Yes, what they're going to pick instead. I'm going to go on a limb, and might be Gragas, might be Jax, if Rascal wants to take a risk. Or Lee, still open as well. And then, I was going to say Leona, actually. So that's promising, maybe?
Okay.
Also, we haven't mentioned it yet, but this Galio might also be a flex. They can pick up a top laner here, or a jungler rather, sorry, with, and now we don't know. Could be an R5 support counter pick in case Galio,
we might be going back to 2018 Camille jungle. You know, who knows what's going to
No, that's not. That if it could happen, I would love it, but ever since that stun was removed.
Possible, yes.
Okay, that's one. Yes.
Does Life do it?
I don't think.
Life is also the best support Gragas that we have in the LCK. I would love this to be support, and I'd love to see Rascal
top
actually.
Janna for Rascal.
No, not top Janna. I want to see him actually take the Jax, actually go aggressive.
I like it. But I'm assuming that this will be the Gragas top for Rascal here, because it's also
you can see
so
Rascal
good,
also
right?
looks really sad on his screen right now, so he's probably resigned to the fact that he's on Gragas duty.
Janna's so good.
Life wanting to have a bit of an avenue for engage. Nautilus will be locked in. And Freddebrion, what surprise do you have for us? Delight now, a bit of a smile, and he's going to play set into Life. One POG, Delight, and then you're off doing stuff like this. Hoi. Well.
I don't want to sound like a broken clock, Atlas, but what if you had Janna? I'm kidding. So that wouldn't get picked. And I do think Freddebrion, honestly, take one look at the composition. It does one thing. It goes in aggressively, and then it kills you. And that's what it does. That's all it does. That's all it needs to do. And that's what it's going to do expertly. KT, there is still disengage available here, and I actually do like the comp. I think it's well-rounded. The one problem they have is it's lacking somewhat in terms of magic damage, but if you look overall, good disengage, good engage. A lot of options available, but it does feel like how the bot lane is going to turn out is going to be extremely important here, because I was very positively surprised by Hannah and the Light, especially in the second game. Aiming Life can't happen again.
No, and I think we're running into a similar issue with the damage as well. That KT have this time around instead of Freddebrion, because of course Twisted Fate is not a large damage dealer.
Oh, no.
He builds Everfrost, he builds Rapid Fire Cannon, he's utility, and this comp is all Jinx. It is all about what aiming can get done.
Yes.
Whereas elsewhere, I mean, Morgan should theoretically have damage, and we've got Hannah on his Aphelios as well. Lava will do a little bit at the same time, and Umpty, this guy's a madman, and now has the Lee Sin available for himself. And this is Freddebrion coming off a high. They managed to get a victory, and it was clean. In game number 2, they have the momentum moving into game number 3, our final one for the week.
I was waiting for Rascal to go Comet and just go for the AP Gragas here, so we don't have the aforementioned lack of damage issue. But that's not going to happen.
Ooh, Rascal's a Fnatic fan.
No.
Bit of a Sushi reference. Love it.
That's a long throwback.
It is. I mean, that was the man who won that skin.
And hey, you know, Freddebrion also don't have AP damage, really. So at least they have that in common. I do think, though, that if you look at how these two compositions are expected to play out in the late game, right, the main issue that you're going to run into with KT is, yes, you have a decent disengage, but you don't have the disengage necessary to deal with what Freddebrion is throwing at you. And you only have one consistent damage dealer, and that's Jinx. So good luck on that one.
Yeah.
And then Freddebrion, yeah, the damage is somewhat lacking, but they have two real threats in the later stage of the game. You might be wondering, why are they talking about the latest stage? It's a Freddebrion game. The latest stage.
Yeah, I mean,
hit. I don't know how, but it will.
Well, Delight is just going to run up and punch Life here. Taking Haymaker first, which is interesting. Just trying to get a bit of extra damage back. Life now with the Armor Shred removed. He's getting aggressive one more time. Titan's Wrath was taken first. Not exactly the most dominant laning ability, but does give you the ability to get a bit of a shield and walk further forward in the lane. Aiming. We'll get a few rockets onto Henna here as KT with a lot of shove early on.
Yeah, be careful if I was aiming. You've played enough with Life to know that the moment he hits level 2, Set's going to flash in. So be careful about that one.
I mean, that is the Life way, but we don't know if that's the Delight way. Because Life is our one true Set support, as Morgan finds a really nice hookshot onto that wall as Rascal takes a drink and kind of regrets it. I think he should have definitely gotten a cab home after that one.
Drink responsibly.
No, exactly. You can't just be doing that. Walking down the lane. No.
Omti has a opening if he wants to go. Has skipped his Krugs, but we also see Cuz heading towards his Raptors. Of course, Omti not aware of that, and I don't know if they actually want to go for it. They might meet one another in the river. But with the lane state as is, I don't know if either player really wants to commit. And important to note as well is that with the limited information that they have, going in here is also a big risk, right? Because if you run into the enemy jungler and it turns into a 3v3, then all bets are off. Really then depends on the execution. I think that the initial burst for Fredabrean is really nice, but we all know how obnoxious the lockdown of that Xin and Nautilus combination can be. However, nothing happens. And that Cuz is just going to run towards top. Maybe look for a cheeky gank on Morgan here if the hookshot is down, because he is pretty far up this lane.
He is pretty far up when it comes to the health trades as well, though, and hookshot pretty strong. If he does use it aggressively again, then there's a chance that there's an opportunity, but Cuz does not want to wait around for it. He wants to continue the tempo in the jungle and is going to do just that. Checking out bottom side, we have Umpty moving on in. We'll see whether he's going to be an alcove gamer. But no, instead, he's just going to go home. And Henna and Delight might look to try and crash this and look for a little bit of a back themselves. You can see Umpty did actually complete the recall. They're not going to have him available. Okay, nice little bit of damage here with the Infernum as
like
Cuz
this
is going to move in. This is
him on
probably
the
a
crash.
perfect angle. There's the face breaker. Haymaker comes in as well as now Delight on the retreat. Henna is able to flash his way out, but that is the knock-up, and this is a very dead Aphelios. He's taken the cleanse, doesn't have the heal, can't get out.
Perfect timing there from Cuz. As you pointed out, Henna and Delight, they're looking for the crash. They want to back, and just as they find it, just as the final minion in the wave of life and aiming dies, Cuz shows up, picks himself up the early kill, and is going to feel very, very good about that. A lot of CS going to be missed now here as that wave is shoved into the turret. And yeah, this is such an unfortunate scenario for Henna and Delight. Beautiful window found there by Cuz. And easy peasy, right? At this point, your Zin's out with red buff, walking into an Aphelios, and there's not a lot more to it than that. Umpty was clearing on the top side of the map, so not able to really get anything done. A nice early lead here for KT.
Yeah, Umpty, of course, going back, was looking for the potential counter gank a little bit earlier. Doesn't actually quite get there, but they still should be able to lock down this Drake, and it is going to be an adequate amount of time before the Rift Herald shows up as well, so it's likely they're able to actually fight for that one as well. Life will come over and spot that this is going down. This time, Umpty is going to be able to take it. Aiming, turning up though, as here's a Destiny. Okay. They get over towards this blast cone, but Destiny's there. You can't use the brush, and there is no flash on this Aphelios. Umpty gets out, but the Aphelios does not, and now Henna 0 and 2. Really struggling here in this game.
Really getting bullied, and thus far we see that KT is doing a great job. And we haven't really talked about this yet, because it's not something that you generally expect to happen. But the Fredabrean comp, if they're behind, that's deep trouble, because this comp does not play well if they're behind. The only answer that they have is go in, right? And there's a certain amount that you can be behind, and it still works. Doesn't matter, as long as you find a Camille ultimate onto a Jinx or onto a TF, you'll be able to get them. But as the gold lead grows, the amount of available plays are going to become smaller and smaller and smaller as we do take a look at
Morgan's crazy
win rate. It is, especially considering just the fact that Morgan hasn't necessarily been on teams that win the most.
He's not a carry player, necessarily, as we're going to check out the win rate of Camille Galio so far, and it's quite high.
What would you call Renekton?
Yeah, but he's never allowed to play Renekton. And last year, he just didn't play it. It's a whole bunch of tanks. And then he found the Camille and often lost lane, but they always won the game. This time he's winning lane. I don't even know whether that's a good or a bad sign. As actually no, Rascal's able to pull it back as Morgan went back to base. Does hold on to his teleport though, and that's why he's down on farm.
Great little bit of visual storytelling there from observers as Cuz, of course, has spent a lot of time ganking and as such, behind on experience. And as we see him having just taken a blue buff, we see Aria lock in a blue card knowing that that blue buff is not going to be his, at least for now. I love our observers. They're doing an expert job, and the one downside of all the roaming that has been done by KT is that there is a CS advantage for Lava, having gone for the Aftershock here as well. So I was already talking about the lack of damage. There are ways to build Galio. Obviously, when you go Predator and you go a little bit more heavy on the damage items, that problem is not as big. If you go Aftershock and you go tank, then that is not going to be a thing that will happen. And now, KT trying to further...
Oh, that's nice an interaction. Buffer. Yeah, Dredge line pretty powerful when it comes to priority on movement. And KT looking for the Rift Herald. Morgan scopes it out. Lava's here as well. We do have the heroic entrance availability. Winds of War come down to set the stage for this one as now Cuz is in trouble. Going to get knocked out is Morgan as now Cuz is in trouble. Umpty grabs that kill. Super Mega Death Rocket flies through as well, but it's not enough as it's even the Rift Herald secured by Umpty. He heard some people talking smack about his smites in the first couple of games, and he's like, ha-ha! Never you mind. Even collects the eye for himself as well.
And this is not how you want to fight this as KT. The problem there is that you are trying to fight on even footing without one of your big damage dealers, and secondly, into a bunch of team fighters. One of the reasons why it's so easy for TF comps to get ahead is because they can pick someone off.
Yeah.
You're just standing in a 4v4, and you're running into Galio, Camille, and Set. It's not going to end well.
It's not generally the tactic you want to employ. However,
I concur.
I do want to say that I think Morgan played that fantastically well. Managed to lock down Cuz, got the ulti out, and then was able to get the follow-up hook shot as well. And let's check it out one more time here as Spreader Breon close in.
You can also see the hesitation initially, right? Aria and Live joining this one a little bit late. And the Light, it's just a bouncy house. The ultimate comes through. Imagine if there was an aiming in this fight. Then it's completely different. Gets excited. They're actually able to do damage, but even this early on, you can already see this was not enough.
Henna was taking plates in the bottom lane the entire time as well. He's not actually able to catch up fully. As you can see, Aiming was able to get back down there, not lose out on too much. And so the Jinx is still very, very strong as Rascal moves on over.
Nicely done. Yeah. Like it a lot. They're also not afraid to fight, and with this composition, they shouldn't be. Yes, early leads are nice for KT, but that in of itself not going to be a convincing argument for the power of friendship to hold back. And subsequent Drake here for Fred O'Brien will put him in an even better position, but looks like KT should have that one on lockdown with the amount of prio that they have available for themselves.
Yep. Wildcard's not going to connect onto Lava here. Good positioning as Rascal moves on over. And yeah, Drake is just spawning right now. And you can see KT starting it off right away. Morgan, no teleport available. He is just going to opt in for a slight catch-up session when it comes to the farm. And giving this one away is not the end of the world. Hoping for a Cloud, as it's going to be an Ocean. I've been denied all day. I'm very sad.
What's your favorite condiment?
My favorite condiment?
Yeah, because you were talking about catch-up sessions.
Probably relish.
Ooh, I love a burger relish.
I am a relish man. My mother makes absolutely fantastic relish.
Oh, from
tomato
scratch?
relish, you know, from scratch.
Oh, beautiful.
Very, very nice. Often makes extraordinary amounts of it as well. It's just a really good time. I do have a jar here in Korea. Yeah, my mom sent it over for me. I was
adorable.
very, very happy.
Personally, I'm big on the sambal, you know. Love me some spicy stuff. And of course, I'm Dutch, so I have to love mayo. That's not really...
Yeah,
don't really have an option in that regard.
I learned from Shox just how much
yes,
you guys love mayo.
Well, yeah, I mean, like the Belgian mayo is also it's insane. It's so good, simply incredible.
I didn't know that Belgium had better mayo.
No, honestly, like the Dutch mayo that is good is just Belgian mayo, but made by Dutch people. Oh, probably not even made by Dutch people. No, we have to acknowledge our superiors when it comes to the mayo in the Belgians. But we'll gladly steal it and eat it ourselves.
I think that's absolutely fine. You know, you've got to get the best when it comes to the mayo. I don't really have as much of an opinion. I just think it's fine. You know? It's good on a sandwich.
I respect that.
Enjoy
that. As game now, dead even with those plates coming through. Actually, good answer overall from... Thought they were going to push a little bit more, but don't want to do it.
No, ㅅ2022 now just going to move back towards this mid lane. Want to get as much money towards their Aphelios as they can possibly get. And right now, Aiming's doing a very good job just catching these waves, staying that little bit further up when it comes to the farm. Yes, plates going to be missing just a little bit, but you could see that he was already able to get 2 of them. So not the end of the world for KT. And we already illustrated, right? We set the stage. The Jinx is so important for KT. Like, it is absurd.
It helps that she's 1.2k gold up.
Yeah.
But the important thing, and as ironic as it might sound, because this is a game that thus far has not been steeped in the action-packed gameplay that we got in game number 1, this game can be over either way in a moment's notice, and as I say that...
Yep, going for a bit of a dive here is Umpty trying to get out of the way. Cuz flashing, gets the flash out of Umpty, but now KT have moved a long way away from this fight. Morgan cannot be here. And so now they're going to go for it. Red-White don't fight, but maybe they're still going to get away with it, and yes, they do. It is going to be a 1-for-1 for now, but you can see free hitting is Aria and the Jinx. Aiming now gets excited, and that's a double kill for the Twisted Fate. Exactly what KT needed. Life even gets away, and they'll take all these plates as Morgan just gave his team up for the ghost. Of course, he was never going to be able to get there. ㅅ2022 could not survive.
I was very scared as that happened, Atlas, but it was a 5 versus 4, and KT, they had faith. They knew the teleport time was down on Morgan. And even if he had it, this was a pre-14-minute play. No teleport available, although I guess could have gone for the turret, but unfortunately, turret not standing. More gold for the Jinx. And it is due to this split-up that we see here, and again, the knowledge that KT have that this is effectively an uneven fight. They trap him underneath the turret, and then it is Rascal that goes initially. Really nice attempt here from Life to disengage, and Cuz will bite the dust. But Aiming with both great orders, as well as a key Jinx ultimate that keeps everyone low. The rest of the team able to clean up on the top side. And now that 1 win condition is getting more and more fed. And honestly, if Aria gets a big enough lead, then he is also 100% a big problem, right? TF will always naturally be able to stay ahead in gold thanks to the passive. But when you start feeding kills into him, his damage, while not as impressive as a lot of our other mid lane carries, can still be very relevant.
And also, when you get to 6 items, I mean, you're always going to be doing something, right? As Morgan going to try and stun up Rascal here. Look to try and break open a turret. Is Aiming. This is aggressive positioning. Gale forces his way out. But Umpty says, nope, you're not taking my popcorn chickens. Is Aria up towards the top side of the map, splitting as a TF should. The answering push here on the bottom side is somewhat dangerous. The Galio's here, no teleport, no heroic entrance. Morgan has his TP available. It's been unleashed now as well, thank goodness. So he can get himself absolutely anywhere. KT with so much vision towards the top side of the map, though, as you can see. And Aria is able to split with impunity.
Cool thing about that play was also that Rascal had just rotated, right? That was not a teleport play, because obviously he was also not able to join otherwise. And that means that any subsequent play that Morgan might now answer can also be answered by Rascal. No teleport advantage, and thus not a window for ㅅ2022 to try any funny business. KT getting ahead. I did mention, though, as we already said, 1 misstep from Aiming, and this game can still instantly be over. Game may be a little bit exaggerated, but a fight can be won by ㅅ2022. But if Aiming goes untouched, it's going to be incredibly hard for them. And with this much tankiness available, he should be fine, he should be
Yeah.
safe.
And also, aiming, if he keeps playing this well, it's a very similar story. Him executing in the last fight, absolutely fantastic stuff. Drake is going to go over to KT with no response from Fredabreon. And I like the fact that Fredabreon didn't go in because right now KT are so powerful. 2 items on the Jinx in comparison to Henna picking up a shawl. He bought a poncho from a convenience store. That's all he has in comparison to a gun that's glowing red, Chronicler.
That's bad. It means it needs to cool down. I like ponchos, Atlas.
I felt like I explained that in a way that made the red glowing gun seem more valuable. That was what I was attempting to do.
I'm a bit of a fashion hobbyist, you know. I'm not really about the rapid fire cannon life.
It's true. Did you get the League of Legends poncho from 2014 Worlds? I might have to hold my tongue just a little bit.
I didn't even know that I really want that now, though. Like,
yeah, no, that exists. That was a thing. Yeah, I managed to get it. Riot employee privileges for that one.
God,
didn't get to go.
This
which was
really backfired because I was making fun of you for your poncho comment, and now I feel bad.
And now I've out ponchoed you.
You truly,
yeah.
well and truly out ponchoed me, Atlas.
I was not going to be insulted.
I will not be out ponchoed by you, Newcaster. Get out of here. As mid lane crash comes through, and for Fredabreon, it becomes more and more about these kind of desperation plays, especially being denied a rift that really facilitates these type of flanks. It's going to make it a lot harder for them to consistently find the access, and the key thing for me are going to be these summoners on aiming. As long as you pointed out, he keeps playing extremely clean and keeps himself away from risky situations. I know that he earlier on just randomly walked up to a ward. Don't do that. And then he should be fine. And then even if they do go on top of him, as long as he can stay away and rely on Rascal to immediately throw down a cask the moment that Hextech Ultimatum comes down, there is a world where even if that ultimate is found on aiming, he will be alive. And if they don't, then it becomes even harder.
Yeah. And I think that Cuz and Rascal are going to have to play with aiming in mind, right? Because this isn't a game where there's a Thresh available, things like that. And I think that the disengage from the Crescent Sweep as well as, sorry, the Crescent Guard, it's not Crescent Sweep anymore, that was a while ago. The Crescent Guard and the Explosive Cast are going to be so important. And Rascal's already showed that he's happy to play pretty selflessly. I mean, he's also got a 10 CS lead because he's Rascal. It's just what he tends to do. Doesn't really matter what he plays, but Cuz over here as well. We'll do a bit of a Cuz check-in. Currently 1, 2, and 3. Not really a detriment or anything like that. Those 2 deaths were for the good of his team, and that does help. Secure Aria, the 2-0-2. Aiming 2-0-2. Once again, Twisted Fate looking like it really does just need to be banned. Not one of these risks that our teams can take. We've seen it taken a couple of times, but I don't think that many of them have lost so far. As aiming, pushing up here, Umpty, not going to find the Q, and therefore KT get away with it. It will now reset. We're looking at a minute and a half on the next Drake, and the Baron is going to be available in 10 seconds time. Only Soul Point available for KT, so it's not necessarily a must fight or anything like that for Fredabreon, but the time is ticking, and they're a composition that has to go in. As soon as they can't go in, they can't really play the game. So the longer you wait, it's not like the better it's going to get. And in Fredabreon's situation, generally, that is bad news, because they like to wait about as long as you possibly can.
You might just, as Fredabreon, throw it on the reverso card of what happened earlier to them, right? Where you're just waiting for a single mistake to be made by the enemy team in the late game, and then you just win off that. Because this composition of Fredabreon does have great scaling elements. There is Morgan that obviously can be doing an insane amount of damage in the late game. As I say that, Morgan.
Yeah, there's the Destiny, and anyone who's out of position is in trouble. That flash was definitely questionable. However, I like the gusto. I like the idea, the confidence, certainly good. It doesn't manage to get Morgan's flash as a response.
But Morgan TP'd in. And without Morgan now, it should be Soul Point available here for KT if they have enough time, but with 30 seconds on the clock, might not quite make it as Morgan is sprinting his way towards that objective, and looks like not going to be punished for that. And now Aria a little bit more susceptible to that backline dive.
Yeah, a lot of brushes here with the Ocean Rift. Umpty not going to get zapped this time. As Fred and Brown just parking themselves underneath the turret. The response from Lava is instant, basically. If anyone can find their way in. Morgan does wrap around once again. So here it is, 5v5 time. Can Delight find an angle on the showstopper? That's the big question. Morgan getting on over to the side, but does have a ward to spot him out. Clears it. Now Fred at Brown possibly set up for the potential flank play. He's looking pretty squishy right now. As there it is, showstopper right into the back line, but there is no follow-up, and he just goes down. Henna does have Calibrum and Crescendum, but Arya looks for him, finds the gold card instantly. The cleanse is going to be there, and there's the Justice Punch onto Rascal. He takes a lot of damage here, as now Morgan trying to get the tactical sweeps in there. Umpty gets the kickback, finds Arya with it, but aiming is still alive. He gets CC'd, has to go golden. Henna not going to be so lucky, and he'll just get wiped out. Morgan now, he will eventually find the Jinx, but everybody else is dead, unfortunately. Lava, yep, the Destiny up once again, and Lava's just going to have to walk this one out. He's going to do it on his own terms, I think, but it looks like the Drake will go over to KT. As what?
Yeah.
Did he?
He teleported. Wait.
But he, like, canceled.
Hold up!
The teleport was cancelled. That was very strange.
I think it was a visual bug, because he did definitely teleport until he got hooked.
Right,
or maybe
because the vision wore off, we then didn't see the...
Yeah, exactly.
Ha.
But this starts off great, right? With Delight instantly getting blown up. Not as tanky as I think he thought he was, and only able to get Rascal on life, which is frontline. However, after this, KT bites off a little bit more than they can chew. They already start up the Drake here, and that means a lot of damage is going into and being taken by them to get this objective. Umpty then gets the backline, and that is a beautiful kick on Arya that is able to stay alive for a little bit longer. And in the end, together with Cuz, is actually able to pick up the Aphelios. And this is a big kill for Morgan. That's 900 gold going in the pockets of the Camille, which is going to help a lot with hitting those spikes and finding the one-tap potential. But at the same time...
it was still being
Yeah. Unfortunately...
worth.
Not, I don't know about that one, because as I was saying, not worth because of everything else that happened.
Well,
worth
yes.
for Lava there, though.
In that one instance,
yes.
you take it.
Truly.
You gotta think about the positives here. 3-0-6 though now for Arya. I wonder if that fight would have been different if Umpty had have clicked on aiming instead of on Arya.
Yeah, I think that, again, we need to highlight that KT was very ready for what was about to happen. The stopwatches, as Veldis would say, being used beautifully. Broken item. They bought it, they used them well, and in particular, aiming, I think, would not have survived for as long. Morgan had to use his ultimate just to make sure that he actually got the kill on the Jinx and she wouldn't run away, cackling excitedly.
Yeah.
And now Soul Point available, and that is for Fred Brion. Bad news, because I think that the Ocean Soul might buy precious seconds for a KT that, in longer fights, I think is going to have a big edge.
And also, aiming now has a GA, which sometimes I think is a dangerous choice, but because everyone's just diving in on top of him, even if he does go down into that revive, they will have had to overextend to try and get there, right? And you could imagine that Cuz, Rascal, Arya, everyone is able to then deal with that. We've already mentioned the disengage options. This is actually a really, really big pickup. And I'm glad that aiming went for a third item. Oftentimes we talk about 3 items being very important, and that was a defensive choice. As now Lava going to take a little bit of damage here, but he's got his onions. He's got a heroic exit, and he's heroically going to dive into the forest.
Hey guys, I heard you needed me.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Hey, what's going on?
You can be no longer scared. Don't be frightened. Galio's here.
Yeah.
And something that we haven't really talked about yet is the obvious benefit that you have with the Galio pick, and that is really mitigating, I think, a lot of the push that KT would normally have in this 1-3-1, 1-4 scenario, is that the pressure of a Twisted Fate on your side laners is not nearly as threatening, right? Morgan can move up with much more impunity because KT has to consistently respect the fact that a Galio ultimate can come down at any moment. And that is something that I think slows down the pace of this game a little bit more than otherwise could have been the case. KT, with the lead that they have, definitely have the availability of maybe starting up a Baron. By no means flip it, but start the fight. I just want to reiterate, in case that that is misconstrued, do not actually finish the Baron. Just start it so that they're forced to fight you, right? That is the call, not flipping it. Just want to, again, feel like sometimes the difference
So
between
I
those
reckon we're
two-
expecting a flip on the Baron to come up after the Ocean Soul is secured by KT. Is that what you're saying? And while that flip is happening, Fredabreon get an ace and win the game? Is that what your script is saying?
Well, that can happen. That's the worst part. Like that.
No, I know. I think if you're in a giant terrain circle against this composition that likes putting you in circles, it is probably an example of a bad time.
Atlas, I just want to reiterate, I do not want a flip from KT. They are ahead. They can force fights, but they need to do it respectfully. You should not flip Elder. You can flip this, Drake. That's fine.
I wonder who directed this game. We'll see if it's a...
if it's Hallmark or Shyamalan.
Yeah,
those are the
exactly.
two categories. The pinnacle of movie making.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, is this Sleepless in Seattle or The Mist? Why did I go to The Mist?
Why did you go to Sleepless in Seattle?
It's not exactly M. Night Shyamalan's best. I don't even know whether he directed it. I think it was written by Stephen King. Never mind.
It was, yeah.
Absolutely terrible. Okay, here's a Destiny. Teleport immediately. So not going to be Destinying in on top of 5 members of Fredabreon. However, they have them right where they want him. Light wrapping around. I think he might think twice about going for the superplex
Morgan.
too early. Yeah, Morgan trying to get in towards that backside. He's spotted on this control ward. In fact, there's vision absolutely everywhere. Taunt only lands onto one, but Rascal takes a lot of damage. Great disengage as now Morgan trying to dive in on top of aiming, keeping him busy for now. Great knock-up comes on through as Lava is going to go golden. The Galio is doing so much work as the double taunt comes down, and I think Fredabreon may have done it. Aiming still alive.
Aiming?
He snipes Henner on the backline, but of course, Lord Morgan is available to wipe him out after. Okay, never you mind. Not going to be wiping out anyone as, oh, the tactical sweep! And it tidies up the Jinx. He's going to be able to grab the kill here too, and life is well and truly dead. Only Morgan reigns supreme on this rift.
Lord Morgan has done it!
Oh, nice disengage there as
I
Morgan
guess
is
he
going
doesn't
to...
get the kill,
It is
but
a
who
gentleman's
cares?
agreement. And that's an even trade. And in the end, do you know who wins?
Munchables win!
No, the Ocean Drake, because it's still alive.
Oh, God. No one actually able to pick up the Drake here. And here you see the threat, right? Despite everything, despite the position that they're in, aiming gets taken down. And I think that here, a little bit more aggression would have suited aiming because he does, in fact, have the GA here. And a couple of autos could have made such a big difference. Instead, we go down so far. Extended hookshot found there by Morgan, able to proc the GA. And here you think it's over, but Umti with a last second ditch effort actually gets it done.
Yeah.
Oh, and at fight round number 2.
Just nutty. KT now taking this Ocean Drake down to half health, and they will just secure it.
That was anticlimactic.
Yep, Destiny comes in.
What?
That's going to secure a blue buff as well for KT. So if we just ignore what happened in that last team fight, let's just let G-Sun know we will not need that replay for that play. Apparently didn't happen. And KT just walk on over, they secure it.
Atlas! Why did it not matter?
I don't know. I guess a lot of KT died earlier, and therefore they respawned sooner.
Then what was the point of the fight?
I mean, that was what my...
It looked good, but...
Yeah, in the end.
In the end, they still got Soul, I guess, so...
Chester Bennington knew.
Well, I think the key takeaway is that, as you already pointed out earlier, probably going to an Elder flip, Atlas. That's the real lesson here. I didn't want it to happen. I didn't want to believe. But it's starting to feel like a...
I think it's what we deserve. I think it's what we deserve. I think we need to have the Ultra Flip. I like to think that everyone has the same chance of winning this game. Light looking for the superplex. Can't really do too much, though. Has to Haymaker early, goes golden, and that's a heroic entrance as Delight keeps himself alive. Still hasn't ulted yet. either as well, as in goes the 3-man taunt from Lava. This Galio has done so much work today as the Superplex gets into the backline. Massive damage, the Jinx is dead. Fred and Breon, they can teamfight their way out of absolutely anything, Chronicler. Rascal's the only man standing, and Morgan has something to say about it. And that is, you can go, we're going to take Baron.
It's the power of friendship. Who cares about Soul? Give me that Baron. Give me the fight. And I don't know how they keep doing it, Atlas.
I do. It's because of a man in the mid lane. You put a tick in that mid lane. It's either going to Arya or it's going to Lava, I guess. But this play from this man was so good, together with Delight as well. Look at the 3-man taunt. That's the double stopwatch as well.
Every single time. KT, you have an Ocean Soul! Play it slow! Stop throwing everything in your engage!
Sometimes you have no choice because a gargoyle falls out of the sky, Chronicler. Yeah, no, I completely understand. I completely understand. It's definitely it's one of these things, right? They weren't expecting Fred and Breon to be able to force that incredibly hard. Also, the fact that Delight goes in, sets up his position for the Galio, but doesn't press R. Then presses stopwatch, buys so much time with a Haymaker, and then when he re-engages with his R, he has another Haymaker available, and can therefore, instead of, which we saw at the beginning, just dying instantly without even being able to ult, he instead goes in and buys so much time and space. Man, they've brought it back yet again. I've seen, I think I saw it, I think it was about 3 hours ago in game 1, a gold graph that looked very similar to that. It was over a much more extended period of time.
My brain is breaking, Atlas. I'm starting to lose it.
Well, you still got yours? Congratulations. Mine's been gone since the first series.
The first game had... No, the first game was the same. I get it. Okay, let's try to focus here. Because this game is still, I guess, now dead even. And I still feel like if you play it...
It's an Ocean Soul difference, right? And it's how much value you put on that.
Well,
and there's also a Camille difference on the other side. So yeah, maybe it's exactly the same.
The key thing is that while Ocean Soul is decent in longer fights, we're also seeing somewhat of the issues which we talked about before, which is that as long as aiming can't actually auto-attack, he's not getting through anyone. He also doesn't have Lord Dominic's yet, and into the amount of tankiness that is available from the enemy team, that is a real problem.
Yeah, it was really smart to build the GA second when they had to just win one more fight to guarantee the game.
Yes.
But when the GA was bought second and then not actually used to get anything that worked, he survived, I believe, for a little bit longer, right? And that made sure that it was just 2 people left standing at the end. But then KT walks back and, you know, things are okay. But the GA, it's been purchased now, and now he's behind as far as his itemization. He hasn't gone for that greedy 4-item build. Like you were referring to. It's okay, we're looking for the engagement as over the wall goes the Camille. They're looking for Morgan, who will just get rescued by Rascal. Top laners unite. I like that one.
Oh, it's 1 minute. It's happening. It was inevitable this whole time. We should have known. You tried to warn me.
I did. But you're an optimist, and we can't fault you for that.
Spirit of Fiesta is still dwelling within
Must be in the green room. I think we know. Wait, both of these teams, the Spirit of Fiesta is there, so we don't even know which green room Nongshim.
I don't know. And I think that KT that's a really big buy. Does find the Lord Dominic's there. There is one thing that allows you, I think, to win this game, barring a catch in the side lane, which at this point is incredibly hard, with Lava as strong as he is, and the rest of the team, everyone grouping together, generally not going to have the window. And that is, aiming needs to just be able to auto as much as humanly possible. The rest of your team does simply not have the damage to get through Fred and Breon's front line. And as we established, yes, the damage profile is OID, but that doesn't matter when it's Aphelios and Camille. Clearly, as we see there. And I think Fred and Breon, I honest to God, I think they might have done it. If KT can't utilize this soul, if the engages are too good consistently,
Well, Morgan trying to clear out his flank angle. Aria looking to try and stop him. It means that he's not going to be here. Does have the Destiny, but if he's fighting Morgan, he's not going to be able to get out. Here's the Destiny now. Can Aria stop Morgan from getting in and also manage to cause a ruckus himself? Umpty has tanked this one up as ㅅ is going to take so much from the Super Mega Death Rocket. Morgan still biding his time, but they're taking so much damage. The Ocean Soul here is actually valuable, but in he goes. The Face Breaker into the backline from Delight, and now it's Morgan that's trying to get that work done. ㅅ goes golden as Cuz looks to wipe him out, and he will be able to take it. Aiming now in trouble as well, and the GA will go down. KT! They fell once, but they will not fall again. Aiming is even more excited than his Jinx is as they push up the mid lane.
And it was such a valiant effort from Fred and Breon. They threw everything they possibly could at Aiming, but in the end, he will survive. He will persevere. And it looks like KT have done it after all, Atlas.
They have, man. KT roller coaster, that was just absurd, but they do manage to do it. Aiming, yes, he gets caught in one of those fights, but it does not happen again, and KT will be able to thwart. Yeah, you're indicating the player of the game selection, and now your brain has melted entirely out of your head, and you don't know who to do.
I don't know! No. I will not put this burden on you. Let's give KT the credit that they deserve. As this game took us all on the proverbial roller coaster.
No, it absolutely did. Perhaps it's just Aiming because he didn't die in the last fight?
I guess. Yeah, I don't know.
He also got like massively far ahead at the beginning. Is that Life that did that?
No.
I was well and truly ready for the Fred at Breon vote. I was going to flip a coin, and heads it was going to go to Lava, tails it was going to go to Morgan.
Atlas, I need to ask you a question. Was this a clean 2-1 for KT?
Clean 2-1, nothing to see here, mate. Yeah, it's another day at the office. Another day at the office. Aria looking very relieved about how that game ended up. To be perfectly honest, I didn't think the KT were going to do it at the end. Am I surprised? No. Not in the slightest. This was precisely the series that we needed.
To close out
between no, but it's
perfect.
It's between Fred at Breon and KT, because it's like the unstoppable force meets the immovable object, you know? Because you can't flip that much. Right? It's like we're trying to flip the flip, the flip, the flip, the flip.
At some point, there's not enough energy to keep the flip from going.
No, exactly. And there's a conservation of energy rule that exists.
As a trilogy, I thought this was an excellent set of games. I do think
it's not like Star Wars, though. I don't think, because I don't know whether the middle was the best one.
Trilogy.
No, but I'm just saying.
Come on,
like, I was trying to work out which trilogy it was, so I'm saying it's not Star Wars.
True.
Which trilogy is it?
How about Lord of the Rings?
Lord of the Rings?
Because that was Lord Morgan. Although I guess in the end he fell, but so did Sauron.
Hey, that's true. Does that mean that Sword is Saruman because he? Oh, but
yes.
He fell in the second one, but he wasn't actually in the second.
No. But that's me because he fell.
Ooh, that kind of works.
Marry me, rascal. Well, after that night of games, I get it. I respect it.
I mean, Rascal played so well in game number 1. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, every game besides the final one, I think was really good. Because the earliest example that we see here is one of the reasons why Camille, I think, or Gragas rather, is so good into these type of compositions is because you can reliably cancel the Hextech ultimatum. The moment that Camille leaves that arena, fight's no longer there. But in the end, as we pointed out repeatedly, it can go to Aria, it can go to Aiming. I can make an argument for basically anyone on the side of KT.
Yep.
As this was...
I think maybe it goes to Rascal.
I did go for Rascal, yeah. Because I do think that he was pivotal. In the fight where Aria survived, he came up huge.
And he also showed a different side of Rascal as well. We've seen so much hard carry Rascal, right? Every time it's like the whole team's on his back and he has to do the damage and do the frontlining and do the CC and all the things. This time, he was back. He was being the CC bot and getting the work done. But as we can see here, ladies and gentlemen, it was not clean. It was not easy, most definitely. And Fred at Breon got so close to wiping them out.
Now imagine if there was never a lead for KT here. This was an even game from the get-go. The result would have been completely different. And I do think that up until that very team fight, the game was very much in anyone's hands. And I don't really think that until everything was thrown at Aiming, and Aiming found a way to survive thanks to his GA and the rest of his team. Also great zoning from Aria, because look at Aiming. Look at how much is being thrown at him.
Oh yeah, the kitchen sink and then another kitchen sink, I think. Oh man. It was close. Let's have a listen to KT as they push to the victory.
방영이 저 라이브 빨리 갔어야지 딜이 하나도 안 나오네.
Great job, everyone.
나 진짜 화나. 나못 참아. 나 깜짝 놀랐어. 딜 하나도 안 막혔길래. 아, 큰일 났다. 게임 이겼는데 광희 또 팀 모닝게 험악하게 만든다. 아, 근데 가행 가야 돼서 어쩔 수 없을 만데.
Smiles and happy faces.
Yep.
Life and smiling in particular is just, look how happy.
Happy life. You know, that's what we're all striving for.
Happy life, happy life.
And KT have nailed it. Yep. Happy life, happy life. Yes, I think that's the saying. I think that one's how that one works. Let's have a look at the damage graph here, as Aiming did a lot, Henna did a little bit more, but honestly, damage graphs, who cares? Look at that. Look at what happened to this beautiful gold graph.
It's a river. Yeah,
like
it's a mountain range.
Do you remember the first series? Do you remember our conversation about how linear that is, you know, and then it goes up a little bit for that like, more exponential scale, and you're like, as a coach, beautiful. This, as a coach, you're like, excuse me, gentlemen, what happened?
I don't know either. I have no idea.
What insanity. Of course, we do not have the analyst chairs or carpet space or whatever the heck you want to call it. It's a rug. We don't have that available because there has to be a setup for Sunday Night League, or Lolly Night is what we call it now, which to you right now is absolutely hilarious because we've had a night. It has definitely been a night. But it was a really great series.
I actually had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I really did.
Game one set us off on the wrong foot, right? Because that was 100% a throw, which is not necessarily what we want. As I believe it is time for the time for the POG.
Standings.
Standings. Never mind. Let's do that. I can't listen today. Let's just get into some standings. All right, KT, 5th place. There we go. Actually creating some distance between themselves and Nongshim, Predabrion, Hammer Life Esports, Kwandong Freaks, and Live Sandbox, all on 2 victories as well. Things are still very close, outside of T1, who are just leagues ahead.
Just the best. KT, this is actually a really important win, and we had a lot of fun in this game, and I think that with both these two teams going for insane brawly styles, it makes a lot of sense, and the games, especially the first one, had a couple of twists and turns. But this is exactly the type of win that down the line, as KT gets further into round 2, can make the difference between making playoffs and not, right? Because how it's looking right now, top 3, I don't know if it'll stay the same, but those guys, if they don't make playoffs, I'd be shocked. DRX is looking that they'd be in a similar position, and Nongshim, I think, a little bit lower than they would otherwise be due to all the issues that they ran into. And that beckons the question, who's going to take that 6th place? And down the line, this win might actually end up being an incredibly important one for KT.
Well, I mean, as you can see, there's like actually 2 series between our bottom 6 teams. And remember, the top 6 go to playoffs as well, as we are going to have a look at who KT has to face next. And I have a feeling there's a difficult one coming up. Yes, of course. Friday, it will be the T1 match. The Telecom War will be after this narrow victory that KT Rolster manages to get against Predabrion. And do you know who else had a narrow victory against Predabrion? Chronicler?
Tell me, Atlas.
Come on, let's build the hype.
No.
T1 also had a narrow victory against Predabrion. It wasn't necessarily as narrow. However, it was definitely a 2-1 series, right?
I will not, under any circumstances, predict the performance of KT. Can I see them win against T1 in 2-0? Yeah. Can I see them lose to Kwangdong couple of matches later?
Do you know what?
Absolutely.
Do you know what happened though, Chronicler? They played Jinx, and she got excited, and then won the game as KT.
I'm not gonna
I thought it was pretty impressive. Anyway, Fred Brion, let's bring up their schedule and check in on who they have to face next. I've been trying to bait you all night, and you've been very, very good at avoiding it. As the next match, Fred Brion might see them in a bit of a better standing. However, Live Sandbox, if they can continue to develop their synergy and things like this, could still be a rough time. But their schedule, much less difficult than what we've seen from KT. Because probably the most difficult matchup is, of course, the DRX one that's going to be coming up. And remember, the last match for the first round robin will be their match against Live Sandbox. So it does mean that theoretically, Fred Brion and KT should even out as we get towards the end of the season, right? So it might be that it's going to be those two that are fighting for both 5th and 6th place and these last spots in the playoffs. I believe that means, with the new music coming in, that the POG is available. I can see it in the back there. It is going to be Aria that picks it up on the Twisted Fate. The first time for this season that he's grabbed it. And we mentioned, basically give it to any of the solo laners or Aria, aiming for this game. It was a team effort from KT, and they all came together and won this one in the end.
Making great use of that first pick, and the early advantages that were accrued by KT, I think, were in large part due to the power of the TF. And Aria, being a great facilitator for the rest of his team, was there whenever they needed him, and was a big part of so many of these early game plays that made any subsequent fight from KT so much easier than it would have otherwise been. I'm expecting a split vote here because, as we pointed out, very much a team effort, but I'm happy to see Aria get it. I think that Aria has had a middling split.
He's had a rough time.
I think that the development that we maybe have been waiting for hasn't quite come through yet, but the work, or the path rather, to being a standout player, especially in the league with as many good mids as the LCK, is one of small steps. Perfect. Love it.
Yep,
of continuous small steps. I'm the only one to vote for Rascal.
Very strange.
No, I'm fine with it.
Strange. I'm going to say shout-outs to Wolf. I like the aiming vote. That's probably where mine would have gone. But the Rascal, I actually thought Rascal was going to get it, and aiming was going to have a few smatters. Like, that was what I was expecting. But I guess that's why I'm the play-by-play. Just don't get things correct. It's just how that one works out.
Neither do I. Really? That's fine. I think we.
You did start as a play-by-play in Dutch, though, didn't you?
True. I did both because there weren't that many people when I started out in the Netherlands.
You're actually just sitting in your bedroom like that.
I have done at times solo casts for exposure, so that works out great for me. Yeah.
I mean, here, so something must have worked out. I've done solo casts, and that's because my co-caster fell ill, and I had to wait until Seth came to save me.
Seth.
That has happened in the past. Yeah, that's some good times. I was going to say something else, and I personally completely left my brain.
I personally that was what I was going to say. I think that we deserve some credit for having experienced this series in the most intense way possible.
Yeah, we also had our first series as well, and I barely even remember what happened. It was so long ago because it was a 2-0 and they were quick games.
We also had the POC State recording at like early in the morning.
That is correct. So, do you know what we should do? We should probably send it over to Ji-Sun for some interview translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-Sun for the POG interview translation, joined by Aria and Rascal from KT Roaster. Congratulations! KT Roaster claimed a victory over Fred Brion. Aria, how do you feel? Fred Brion is another strong team, so we prepared so hard for the series, and I'm happy that we were able to pick up the victory. And Rascal, you are sitting on 500 POG points. You are on the best form so far. How do you feel? Well, I got 5 POGs, but I played so bad today, so I think I have to perform better. Game number 1, you guys got a huge comeback victory. You guys were behind about 9k gold, but turned the game around. How are you able to make that happen? To be honest, even though the opponents got the soul, our mechanics, individual mechanics, were still strong enough in order to turn the game around. So I've never thought that we would lose, to be honest. And I also have a question about the draft in game number 1. The opponents had Poppy, Karma, some of the counter picks into Acalypse, but still you were popping off. How was that possible? You just gotta play well. I guess Rascal is so good that he just ignores the champion matchups and even wins against the counter draft. So we have a replay prepared to take a look at together. Let's take a look at the straight fight around the Elder. You are able to assassinate Karma and then also the Caitlyn. So the opponents were focusing on to that objective, so I had the perfect angle to go in for that play. And that was some kind of a spur of the moment play. And we had a very interesting pick from KT Roaster. You guys let Zeri through and first picked Tristana, a champion that Gala actually played in the LPL yesterday. Why did you think Tristana has edge over Zeri? You know, he can win lane, she can win lane, and also she can also look for some kills in the middle of the game. And Arya, about game number 3, now Freddy Brian led Twisted Fate through and locked in Galio Camille comp. TF is an OP champion right now, so we just wanted to first pick that, and also we did kind of expect the Camille Galio comp as well, but we were able to kind of show the best of the Twisted Fate power and close out the game. So now that we had Twisted Fate secured, we definitely thought that we had a slight edge over to the opponents. And you were playing against both Sword and Morgan. How was it? They were both good. I think they're very talented. Especially Morgan's Camille was so on point. What did you think about that? To be honest, because I roamed down on the bottom lane, Camille was able to get more gold, so she was able to exert more pressure during the team fight stage. So it was my bad for not man-marking that Camille in the team fight stage. And in the beginning of game number 3, the early bottom lane dive was so effective. Who came up with the setup? I think Rascal, you know, made that call. You know, he said he's gonna just give away an entire wave and go for a dive play. Rascal, tell us about that. I was winning lane already, so I had this time to actually invest down on the bottom lane, and also I had teleport available as well, so I can just TP back to my own lane. However, actually, it was too bad that the minions were actually able to get the turret. And Arya. However, in game 3, there were some fantastic play from Galio, landing so many taunts onto the opponents. Did you feel worried about, you know, losing the game? Even though we lost a single team fight, we still thought that we could, you know, still have control over the game. So we just wanted to kind of focus up and stay sharp. So, you know, we could outrange the opponents, and also we could poke the opponents. And with that play, we knew that we will still have the edge over the opponents. So we just wanted to stay out of the opponent's range and also play based on the strength we had. Finally, your next opponent will be T1, the only undefeated team here in the LCK, 8-0 so far. What's your mindset heading into that series? In that telecom war, I hope I can come back stronger, play better than today for sure. What about you, Arya? T1 is a very strong team, so it's gonna be a challenge for us. But still, we're gonna do our best in order to prepare for that match and perform well. And this is gonna be the end of the interview from Rascal, Arya, and I'm gonna pass it back to the casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason, for the absolutely amazing translation of that the interview, and thankfully saved us as well, as we were actually, I think, just spiraling into utter madness. Thankfully, we've completely collected ourselves now and are looking forward to another week as we say goodbye to the first round robin of Spring 2022. It's insane. I feel like we literally just started.
5 days of week. 5 days of league, 5 days a week. Although 7 if you're a challenger join.
Ooh, it's a really good week. This next week is just nutty as well. As of course, the end of round 2, we have saved It's two of our best matches until absolute last. Darmonkia versus DRX, the first one, and then the Telecom War, KT versus T1. KT have broken one undefeated streak. Can they do it again? Just to spoil the tagline that I put up as I was nominating Match of the Week. Here is the Challengers schedule as well. You can, of course, catch that over on Chronicler's stream. He loves to work 7 days a week. That's what we make him do. We don't want to do it because we want to take a weekend, and Chronicler is forced to work all the time. So make sure that you watch so that there's at least something good that comes out of it for him, right?
I love challenges. I do it with love.
I know, you absolutely do.
pain.
He puts
And love.
himself through this hell himself. Okay, thank you so much for watching, guys. We'll see you next week for more LCK in the end of round one. Good night.
Standing on the edge of this big love. I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never leave love set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling for you. I'll keep falling. I'll keep falling for you. You are my greatest weakness. You are my greatest. You are my greatest weakness. You are my standing on the edge of this big love. I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. Baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me